Age of Elves opening Paluchia Chapter 1-50. Chapter 1 Parallel World. Parallel World. Shui Langsing, in 2100 AD, in a small base city under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan Province in the Federation, all the third-year students are sitting in the classroom with anticipation, and the head teacher is still imparting experience to the students. Classmates, let's read more Pokemon graphics and texts, and see more of our favorite Pokemon. At about 10:30, it will be our school's turn to summon Pokemon at the Elf Center. Everyone has been studying magic for 9 years. Baby knowledge, you can see the results today. As long as the Pokemon is successfully summoned, you can become a 1-star trainer, enjoy government subsidies, and have status and status. The teacher kept staring at the picture of Xiaochuan stone. So the small fist stone was successfully summoned. Lin Cheng stared at the classroom podium in a stunned manner. The fat head teacher brought his proud little fist stone to teach everyone his unreliable experience. He felt that he was almost stunned for a while. Isn't it because I didn't do well in the exam, and I gave up on myself and stayed up late for a few days? How did he pass through? It doesn't matter if you cross it. Why does Nima have Pokemon here? That little punching stone that moves around on the podium is definitely real. It's not a toy, it's not a model. The massive amount of information that suddenly appeared in his mind made him even more stunned. This is Water Blue Star, which is similar to the structure of the Earth. The country he is in is the federal government, but the survival pressure of Water Blue Star is higher than the Earth is a lot worse. Humans are mainly concentrated in various base cities. There are countless beasts between cities. Ordinary thermal weapons have limited effect on these beasts, and the cost of using nuclear weapons is unbearable. Here the human beings actually rely on Pokemon to fight against those powerful beasts. Everyone has only one chance in their life to summon their own Pokemon, and the probability of successful summoning is only about 10%. If they are not summoned, they can only work and earn money to see if there is a chance to buy a wild Pokemon, but that requires a lot of money, so the vast majority of people don't have Pokemon. Those who have Pokemon are the elite of society. If your Pokemon is strong enough, it will be respected wherever you go. And what shocked Lin Cheng's heart the most was that he didn't need to learn Chinese, mathematics and English here. Not to mention physical chemistry or something. The school only teaches the knowledge of Pokemon and beasts. It is said that after learning the knowledge of Pokemon, the summoned Pokemon can be better cultivated, and the more you know about Pokemon, the easier it is to summon Pokemon. It's true or false, anyway, it's written in the textbook, and learning the knowledge of beasts is to identify the strength of those beasts. Don't just summon the Pokemon and be killed by the beasts within a few days. Lin Cheng numbly flipped through the Pokemon pictures and texts in front of him. It was colored, and the Pokemon on it were basically the same as the Pokemon he knew before he passed through. It is similar to what Lin Cheng thinks. For example, the first page introduces the most common, green caterpillar. A green caterpillar is a Pokemon with the appearance of a caterpillar. Its back is green and its abdomen is white. Its most distinctive feature it is a Y-shaped red tentacle on the head. The green caterpillar has 2 pairs of gastropods with suction cups that can be attached to trees. There are yellow ring-shaped markings on both sides of the body. It has round black spots similar to eyes and a yellow spindle-shaped tail. The green caterpillar can spin silk to trap the opponent, and its combat effectiveness is poor, but if it is properly cultivated, it can evolve into an iron pupa, and then evolve into a big butterfly. The information is very detailed. Lin Cheng saw that the living habits and food preferences of green caterpillars were recorded on it. He even mentioned that the silk spit out by green caterpillars is very popular and can be sold for a good price. He continued to scroll back, followed by the graphic introductions of Iron Armor Chrysalis and Bada Butterfly. Pokemon picture and text Daquan is very thick, with hundreds of pages. In Lin Cheng's memory, this picture and text Daquan is the most commonly used textbook in their 9 years of study, so this book in Lin Cheng's hands, the pages of the book have been turned a little old by him. He quickly turned over the picture and text again. Pikachu, frog seeds, little fire dragon, Jenny turtle, walking grass, unicorn bug, little Rada, Bobo, carp king, big rock snake. Everything. basically no different from the information in his memory. When Lin Cheng flipped through the picture book, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a problem. There were no Pokemon such as variety monsters and Bangira in this picture book, and there were also no Shuijun, Emperor Yan, Lei Gong, and those divine beasts such as Feng Wang, Cracking Seat, Super Dream, and so on in Lin Cheng's memory have never been seen. And there are no rumors about these Pokemon, as if these Pokemon don't exist in this world at all. Cough cough. At this time, the chubby head teacher coughed lightly and said, "Okay. All the students are ready, we will go to the Elf Center immediately." Chapter 2 Elf Qualifications and Stars. After getting on the school bus, Lin Cheng's mood gradually calmed down. He has traveled through the era of the information explosion, and his ability to accept is naturally a lever. "Aren't you going to summon the elves now?" "It depends on what kind of spirit he can summon." Just thinking about it, suddenly, a strange streamer flashed in the brain, and an electronic mechanical sound sounded. "Activate Traveler's Benefit, the eye of the message." Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Lin Cheng suddenly found that a stream of data flashed in his eyes, and then his vision became clear. At the same time, he seemed to see rows of data appearing on everyone's head. Such as, Lu Yi, Constitution, 10 points, Lifespan, 82. Guo Mailing, Constitution, 7 points, Lifespan, 75. Luo Zheng, Constitution, 9 points, Lifespan, 74. Looking at their fat head teacher, Huang Shi, Physique, 12, Lifespan, 111, Trainer Level, 2-star Trainer, Summoning Spirit, Small Fist Stone. Wait, is this the welfare of his transmigrators? While Lin Cheng was shocked, he also saw his own attributes. Lin Cheng, Constitution, 8, Lifespan, 75, Exclusive Skill, Eye of Information. Quote. "I feel that my body is a little weaker than others, but this is normal." According to Lin Cheng's memory, he was not born in this world to be rich or noble, but he was able to pass the food and clothing line, although he was barely able to fill his stomach. But physical fitness has always been worse than others. But it's okay, I want to come. With the knowledge and hard work of my transmigrators, all this status quo is about to change. While thinking about it, Lin Cheng looked at the small fist stone of the fat head teacher again. He wanted to see what the status bar of the elves looked like. Open black lens bracket small fist stone. Level 11 2-star Pokemon. Qualification, Ordinary. Attributes, Rock, Ground. Features, Strong. Skills, Bump, Round, Play with Mud. When a status bar came down, Lin Cheng was puzzled by the two categories of level and aptitude. According to Lin Cheng's recollection, he learned that he was in a country called the Federation. The level of elves in this world was divided into 1 to 6 stars from low to high, and 1-star Pokemon was at levels 1 to 10, 11 level 20 is a 2-star Pokemon. And so on, the corresponding trainer level is 1 to 6-star trainers, and currently the strongest in the Federation is a 6-star trainer. At the same time, when ordinary people summon elves and upgrade elves to stars, they will increase their physique and lifespan accordingly. This can also explain why Huang Shi, a 2-star level trainer and head teacher, has an exceptionally high life expectancy. The physique seems to be a comprehensive value of personal genes, physical fitness, etc. Besides, this qualification level is shown in the eyes of information. It has 5 levels from low to high: common, elite, rare, quasi-god, and divine beast. However, in Lin Cheng's memory, in reality, there seems to be no such test standard. In other words, in the eyes of most people in the world, ordinary elves, elite elves, and rare elves are stupidly unclear. The higher the star level, the stronger the fighting power of the elves. Seeing this, Lin Cheng couldn't help but hesitate, wondering if he could successfully summon a Pokemon later, and if so, which one would it be? As a traverser, you won't be so unlucky that you can't even summon Pokemon, right? While thinking about it, in a short while, the school bus came to the Elf Center. There are a lot of people coming to the Elf Center today. In addition to the trainers, it is estimated that there are many parents of the students who surround the center 3 times and 3 times, just like the college entrance examination. The purpose is to know for the first time whether or not his child can summon an elves. It is completely different from the Elf Center known by Lin Cheng in the previous life. First of all, in terms of size, the Elf Center in my impression is the same size as a hotel, but the Elf Center in front of it is like a huge palace fortress. On the high marble steps, on the top of the throne platform, there is a huge incense burner that breathes faint blue smoke. It will not make people feel choking at all, but refreshed. The furnishings in the palace are more gorgeous, extending in all directions, and have taking a cursory glance at each area. Lin Cheng saw the medical service center, hotel service center, trading center, elves summoning center and other departments. This elf center is paid to provide elves and trainers for treatment of injuries and accommodation, and summoning elves is only a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so all students are very concerned about whether they can summon elves this time. Please line up in order according to the number plate. The first is the first, Zhao Liang. Arrived. The boy whose name was called walked into the middle of a hexagonal crystal slate with an uneasy mood. Although he was very excited on the way, once he got to this point, it would inevitably make him a little bit panicked. My mind went blank. Classmate, please relax a little. The nurse at the Elf Center smiled and cared. Gili Tilda, the Gili egg beside her hummed, singing, to help calm the students. Singing is a move that makes people fall asleep, but at the same time, controlling the output can also make people feel comfortable and heal their hearts. The nurses in the Elf Center are usually the masters who have the healing talents such as Xiaofudan, Baobaoding, and Pibaobao. Just like the nurse in front of her, what she summoned was a Xiaofudan on the spot. Someone from the Elf Center organization stood up and invited her to join. As an elf nurse, after that young lady accepted the invitation, the Federal Elf Agency immediately awarded her a prop stone of perfect circle. Then, Xiaofu egg became the current auspicious egg. Third chapter Summon the Elves. The little boy who got on the first one finally calmed down, took a deep breath, and then saw the hexagonal crystal slate under his feet, emitting starlight. Finally, the stars converged, and in an instant, a light cyan elf egg with dark blue stripes appeared in the air. It's an elf egg, someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed. No matter what kind of elf, as long as the elf is summoned, even if it is known as the weakest carp king, that person will become a trainer, and his life is half successful. Therefore, when everyone saw Zhao Liang's light-colored elf egg, they all showed their envious eyes. It didn't take long for everyone to be shocked. The emerald green elf egg suddenly made a crisp sound, and on the spot, the elf in the elf egg hatched. Well, what appeared from inside was a strange guy with grass growing on his head and a pair of feet on his lower body. It's walking grass. Someone outside immediately shouted loudly. Open black lens bracket walking grass. Level 1, 1-star Pokemon. Qualification, Elite. Attributes, Grass, Poison. Feature, Chlorophyll. Skills, Absorb, Growth. The eye of the message flashed, and all the news of the walking grass immediately appeared in his eyes. At the same time, when the elves hatched, Lin Cheng keenly noticed that there was an inconspicuous white light flashing away on Zhao Liang. After that, Zhao Liang's inconspicuous physique has been slightly improved. The physique that was originally only 9 has become 11, and the lifespan has increased by 20 years on the basis of the original. Zhao Liang, Constitution, 11, Lifespan 99, Trainer Level, 1-star Trainer, Summoning Spirit, Walking Grass. Seeing this attribute change, Lin Cheng was thoughtful, and he was going to wait and see. Walking Grass, Grass plus Poison Attribute Elf. Congratulations, classmate Zhao Liang, you have become a 1-star elf trainer with honor. The inspection and recording personnel on the side were taking notes, while there were other staff members. Talk to Zhao Liang about the many benefits of being an elf trainer. Zhao Liang's mind was blank at the moment. It took him a long time to react. His eyes were full of surprise and excitement. Although Zuo Sao was a weak Pokemon in the eyes of most people, for him, as long as he summoned the elves, it's all something to celebrate. After that, the staff didn't listen to most of what he said to him, just immersed in his own little world, grinning dumbly and nodding his head with a smirk. It seems that the situation with Zhao Liang is also very common. After explaining the basic rules according to the regulations, they will award Zhao Liang an exquisite medal with a star, which is a symbol only for a one-star trainer. Zhao Liang received a one-star trainer federal allowance and a manual. In addition, the staff also gave him a bag of grass-type elf feed, which was made with a certain tree fruit mixed with nutritious water. Although the walking grass has the additional attribute of the poisonous attribute, it is basically the same as the ordinary grass. There is not much difference between elves. As long as they eat some tree fruits and photosynthesis, they can thrive. They are a kind of elves that are easier to take care of. Classmate, although your walking grass is still weak now, your future achievements will not be low. After the walking grass evolves into a stinky flower, it will have two different branches of evolution. If you use grass stone, you can make it evolve into a tyrant flower. This kind of elf does not look at its dull appearance. The pollen sprayed from the huge corolla on its head can easily make an African elephant collapse. If you are lucky, if you get the sunstone, it will be able to evolve into a beautiful tweed. This kind of elf not only has strong fighting ability, but also has strong auxiliary ability. Trainers with this kind of elf will even be fed by the Federation hired to be a psychic center physician. With the encouragement of the staff, Zhao Liang's small eyes glowed with countless stars, and he had already begun to look forward to the future. After summoning a good elf, and receiving some encouragement from the recorder's sister, Zhao Liang slowly walked down the crystal stage with the walking grass contentedly. With Zhao Liang's good start, the students in the back also gained some confidence. The second student stepped onto the stage arrogantly, thinking that he should be able to easily obtain the elves just like Zhao Liang, but after he stepped on the hexagonal crystal floor, half of the light flickered, and there was no further text. It's a pity that this classmate couldn't summon the elf. Next one. In the calm tone of the staff, the student walked off the crystal platform with a blank face, and gradually seemed to realize that he could not summon the elf, and his face was full of frustration and unwillingness. Thinking of heaven and hell, some people are born with good luck and can summon elves, and some people will pass by elves even if they are all-rounders, and the relatively low probability of success is destined for most people to miss the elves. Ah, I summoned the green caterpillar. Lin Cheng found out that a girl on the stage had summoned the most common green caterpillar elf among the elves. Young man, the other party was humble and enthusiastic, introduced himself, and everyone immediately realized that this person was actually the manager of the base city garment factory. The other party's intention is very simple. That is, to hire a girl to bring green caterpillars to work in the factory, specializing in spinning silk. The silk spun by the green caterpillars is very comfortable to wear and is highly sought after. There were also people who summoned the Magneto, Big Milk Tank and other elves. There were also representatives of some important units in the base city who came forward to welcome them warmly. The students who summoned the Magneto were recruited to the power plant, which is equivalent to a state-owned enterprise in the previous life. Iron Rice Bowl. The student who summoned the Big Milk Tank was hired by a dairy beverage company, which is also a well-known company. Some people are happy and some are worried. Those who call out elves not only honor their ancestors, but also gain a career path in the future. And the students who did not summon the elf could only drag their exhausted bodies and ran outside the elf center, hugging and crying with the family members who came. Lin Cheng was in the middle of the team and was in the back of the team. Looking at the individual in front of him who had finished testing the elf talent, he probably had a clue in his heart. Students who successfully summoned elves will indeed have a small increase in physique and lifespan, which is almost the time when the summoning is successful. Physique and life expectancy will increase. At the same time, it was also estimated that the probability of summoning an elves was about 10%. Among the 10 people, there is a chance that one person will summon an elves, and the person who summons the elves will be able to turn around, soar into the sky, and have a double harvest in their careers and lifespans. For those who are not summoned, they can only find a way to find another way out. Damn. Just listening to the crystal stage in front, someone suddenly let out a resentful roar. A young man who was well dressed but had a very gloomy expression at the moment, fell to his knees on the crystal platform, clenched his fists with both hands, and kept hitting the crystal slate. Why can those bastards summon elves, but this young master can't summon elves? Classmate, we can understand your current mood, but please restrain yourself. The staff couldn't help frowning when they saw the youth on the stage so ugly. Next, there are other students who will summon elves. Please cooperate with us. Please step down as soon as possible and continue to mess around. We will take coercive measures. The staff said with a cold expression. The young man's expression was uncertain, and finally, he snorted coldly and walked off the crystal stage. Although his father had little power in this small base, it was obviously very unwise to go against the Elf Center staff, so he could only swallow it at the moment. But he secretly muttered in his heart, these gangsters who look down on others will wait and see. Hey, do you know that person just now? I know, he is a student of our school's top class, his name is Zhang Mingyu. It is said that his father is still a cadre-level figure in our small base. Tisk tisk, it looks like a second generation, he's really not small, no wonder he has such a big temper. Shish, keep your voice down, although the other party didn't summon the elf. It's still not something we can provoke, plus that guy is still angry, let's not get in trouble. All kinds of whispers around him made Zhang Mingyu even more angry. Dog things are all dog things that look down on people. See how I will blind your dog eyes after today. When Zhang Mingyu gritted his teeth, there was a burst of exclamations around the crystal platform at this moment. In front of a pretty-looking girl who was dressed very simply, a crimson elf egg slowly rose up like a flame, and then the elf inside broke out of its shell. Ow! A small, bipedal lizard-shaped elf immediately ran out of it. This little guy has a small flame burning on his tail, sharp claws and sharp teeth. This elf is a well-known fire-type elf, a small fire dragon. Unexpectedly, someone will summon a small fire dragon here. Seeing this, Lin Cheng couldn't help but use the eye of information to look at the newly hatched little fire dragon. Open black lens bracket little fire dragon. Level 1, 1-star Pokemon. Qualification, Rare. Attribute, Fire. Feature, Fire. Skills, Cry, Catch. It turned out to be an Elves with rare qualifications. Lin Cheng looked a little surprised. Before this girl, there were a few people who summoned elves, but they were generally of ordinary aptitude. Even the lucky one named Zhao Liang at the beginning only summoned a walking grass with elite aptitude. I have to say that the girls are really lucky. There was a lot of discussion around, and they all said that it was good luck to fool people. Zhang Mingyu, the second generation of the rich and handsome, didn't even summon a fart, but this little girl from a poor family was able to summon elves such as the little fire dragon. When the staff explained that the record was completed, the little girl slowly walked down the crystal stage, and there was a circle of people around. The fire dragon is enough to show that the little girl has a bright future. This kind of person, whether it is to win over or get close, has to do it as soon as possible. Zhang Mingyu looked at the little girl who was surrounded by countless envious eyes, and there was a kind of morbid jealousy in his heart. Why can a little girl from ordinary people summon an elf like him that a rich and powerful young master does not have? When Zhang Mingyu's face was gloomy and dripping water, next, another girl walked out slowly from other colleges. Plain white shirt, blue jeans, the girl's beauty is like a flower, and the long black hair is pulled into a ponytail by the girl at will, and it hangs down to the waist that Ying holds. The girl who climbed the crystal steps exuded a dazzling brilliance, which lifted the spirits of the surrounding students. Anyone who sees such a pure and beautiful girl for the first time is afraid that his mind will be happy, and countless eyes are placed on the girl who is on stage. The resentment in Zhang Mingyu's eyes was resolved somewhat, and he also looked at the girl fascinated ly. This girl first appeared in the school, and her outstanding appearance attracted Zhang Mingyu's attention, but his father told him that the background of this plain-clothed girl was very complicated. Can't fool around. Under Zhang Mingyu's contact, he fell deeper and deeper. The special temperament and stunning beauty of the girl deeply attracted him. Ignoring everyone's fascinated gazes, the girl in plain clothes has nothing to do with anything else. Taking a deep breath, a strange halo suddenly appeared around, and soon, all the halos converged, emitting a burst of dazzling light. In this situation, everyone immediately realized that the girl had also successfully summoned the elf. Chapter 4: The Elf of Forest City. A light blue elf egg with a creamy white pattern and a halo floated in front of the girl. When the girl stretched out her hand and touched the elf egg, it suddenly made a crisp sound. Everyone is very interested in what kind of spirit this picturesque girl will summon. Lin Cheng is also focused on. There was silence on and off the stage. After half an hour. Fuck tilde. A whimper sounded. Then, everyone saw a plesiosaur-like elf appearing in front of him, about half a person's height, with a concave and convex carapace on his back. Many people can't name this elf for a while, but they have a little impression, because this kind of elf born with extremely high combat power is extremely rare. Congratulations, classmate Yao Mengying, what you summoned is a Laplace. Water plus ice elves. This type of elves are born with strong fighting power. When they become adults, they do not need to evolve to be able to fight with fire-breathing dragons. The three-stage evolution of the elves such as the water arrow turtle confronts. This time, even the inspectors were a little excited. After all, this type of elves are too rare. As we all know, most powerful elves need to evolve step by step to reach their peak combat effectiveness, but in this era of wild beasts, many people have died before the elves have evolved to their strongest form. Elves like Plath, who can join the battle as soon as they become adults, are especially precious. Lin Cheng also frowned. Under the investigation of the Eye of Information, he knew more information than ordinary people. Open black lens bracket Laplace. Level 1 1-star Pokemon. Qualification: Quasi-God. Attributes: Water, Ice. Features: Water storage. Skills: Singing, Water gun, Screaming. It turned out to be a quasi-God level elf, and Lin Cheng also subconsciously looked at it twice. After a quasi-God qualified Laplace came out, a few more people came up one after another, but unfortunately, no Pokemon were summoned. Next one, Lin Cheng. In a trance, it was finally his turn. When Miss Nurse called out his name, Lin Cheng was also slightly startled, and then he raised his head, thinking, is it finally his turn? Arrived. He answered without being humble, and then strode toward the crystal stage. There were not many eyes around him. After all, he was just an ordinary student before crossing. Take it easy. Before the crystal pillar test, you can meditate on the Pokemon you want to get, which will relax your mind and help the success rate of summoning. Miss Nurse is very a friendly reminder. Lin Cheng smiled back with an easygoing expression, nodded and said, Sister Nurse, I think it should be fine. Bring it on. Let me see what kind of spirits will appear in the end. On the spacious hexagonal crystal table, a thin figure stood upright. The starlight gathered. On the surface, it looked no different from the scene of ordinary students summoning elves. But Lin Cheng's body trembled. Just moments ago, his spirit fell into a void of stars. In the endless emptiness, he suddenly felt that the void in front of him was shattering like glass, and a mighty figure emerged from the space. Drilled out of the middle, turned into an elf egg, and appeared in his hand. The crystal platform was calm, and no one even cared whether Lin Cheng had summoned an elves. At this moment, Lin Cheng's heart beat faster, and his fingers were shaking slightly. After the starlight dissipated, Lin Cheng was already holding an elf egg with a purple halo in his hands. Lin Cheng held the elf egg with lingering fears. He almost thought he had crossed again just now. What is that void? Shaking his head, although he was a little confused about the situation, he was someone who had elf eggs anyway. Crack! There was a sudden crunch. With the little guy in his hand inside the egg, he seemed very restless, swaying from side to side, as if he wanted to jump out of Lin Cheng's arms. Lin Cheng was so frightened that he immediately hugged him a little, for fear that the elf egg would be broken, which would have a bad effect on the soon-to-be-born elf. After a while of shaking, the elf egg seemed to settle down a little, and in a burst of purple light, it began to hatch. A white light flashed by, and Lin Cheng only felt that his physical fitness suddenly increased. Lin Cheng, Constitution, 13 points, Lifespan, 125, Exclusive Skill, Eye of Information, Elf. Ordinary trainers summoned an Elves, that is, to increase their physique by 1 or 2 points. Even the woman named Yao Mengying who summoned the quasi-god Laplace, only increased by 4 points, but her physique suddenly increased from 8 points. Up to 13 o'clock, it has increased by 5 points, and the life expectancy has also increased by 50 years. From the moment he watched others summon elves, Lin Cheng came to the conclusion that the higher the aptitude of elves, the higher the benefits to the trainer. Chapter 5 Paluchia. The 4 eyes are intertwined, and they all contain the meaning of curiosity and strangeness. This is what? After a long while, Lin Cheng twitched the corners of his mouth and shouted this sentence. Quack tilde. The slender little guy in his arms shook his slender little hands, ignoring Lin Cheng's stunned expression at all, and used his 2 little hands to wrap his arms around Lin Cheng's neck with a smile. Oh, it looks like it's a new species of elf that hasn't been discovered yet. The recorder held up his spectacle frames, looking very curious. Did you see it? It's a new kind of undiscovered elf. Really? What does it look like? Is it handsome or cute? As soon as I heard that someone had summoned a new kind of elves, there was a sensation in the audience. Not to mention the recording staff and everyone in the audience, even Lin Cheng was a little unfamiliar with this little guy who suddenly appeared. Look, it seems to be somewhat similar to that space Pokemon, Paluchia. It is also an upright little dinosaur-like shape, and the body is also covered with purple inscriptions. Gem. But this little thing is much smaller than the Paluchia in Lin Cheng's imagination. Helpless, can only rely on the eyes of information. After a flash of light, the true identity of this guy was revealed. Paluchia's childhood. Level, 1 1-star Pokemon. Qualification, Divine Beast. Attributes, Water, Dragon. Abilities, Oppression, Telepathy. Skills, Dragon Breath, Ghost Face, Water Gun, Dragon Claw. With the help of the Eye of Information, Lin Cheng realized that this guy is indeed the real Paluchia. It's just a state of infancy. Looking directly at the little guy who was making fun of him in his arms, Lin Cheng began to look forward to it vaguely. Well, please excuse me a little bit, because the elf you summoned is an unknown Pokemon that has not yet been discovered, so can you please cooperate with me, take a picture of the elf and register it? The recorder asked politely. At present, in this world, there are still many elves that have not been officially registered and recorded. First, no one has summoned such elves, and secondly, some people have summoned them. However, for some reasons, was deliberately concealed. Lin Cheng smiled calmly and generously, and when Liang politely said, "Of course you can." The lady of the staff showed gratitude. After taking the photo, Lin Cheng distributed a free elf feed of each attribute to Lin Cheng. Because this little guy is a type of Pokemon that has not yet been discovered, so, classmates, you can try to feed it with these types of food. At the same time, the skills and characteristics of elves can only be explored by yourself, classmates. Of course, if there is any progress, you are welcome to come to our registration staff at any time, and we will give you some rewards at that time. Quote. Lin Cheng accepted the elf food with a smile and thanked the staff. There is also this 1-star trainer medal, which represents your 1-star trainer status, and the 1-star trainer corresponds to the township level, so the Federation will give the corresponding township level allowance. The staff lady will a medal and an envelope of allowance were handed to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng roughly counted, there are almost 3,000 coins in this envelope. For ordinary people in small towns, this is equivalent to a month's salary. It seems that it was because Lin Cheng assisted himself in taking pictures. The staff smiled and explained patiently. Corresponding to the trainers of different star levels, the federal state will give unequal amounts of close-fitting rewards. It corresponds to the township level allowance for a 1-star trainer, 3,000 yuan, a town level allowance for a 2-star trainer, and 10,000 yuan. For a 3-star trainer, there is a district level allowance of 50,000 yuan a month. Why don't you say that the most advanced 6-star trainer in the Federation? The national allowance is 1 million a month. A staff member next to her also giggled and joked, then turned her head and encouraged Lin with a smile. Chengdao, little classmates, don't be too ambitious, you have to be down to earth and work hard. Set a small goal first, and work hard towards a 2-star trainer tilde. Lin Cheng took his head, and nodded with a harmless smile. By the way, because it is the first time to summon the elf, the summoner has the right to name it. Classmate, do you want to try it? The first staff member answered the question and introduced the topic. Lin Cheng said without hesitation, let's call it Paluchia. With the passage of time, the noise in the audience gradually subsided. Some people may be envious because Lin Cheng summoned Pokemon, but most of the people who summon Pokemon may not be very concerned, even those who summon Pokemon. People who come out with better elves will sneer, because the unknown elves may not be all-powerful. When the green onion duck was summoned for the first time, it was also attractive, but later I found out that this Pokemon with its own shallots, it seems to taste better. ... Watching the nameless boy on the stage slowly walk down the crystal stage, not far away, Yao Mengying, who had just summoned Laplace, leaned against the wall and was slightly curious as she watched Paluchia summoned by Lin Cheng. In this scene, Zhang Mingyu, who was beside her, tasted delicious. He snorted coldly with an indifferent expression. I don't have any impression of this kid at school. Obviously, I don't know which corner came out of nowhere. Meng Ying, don't care about such a small role. Obviously, the two people knew each other, but when Zhang Mingyu said this, Yao Mengying glanced at him with the eyes of a fool. It's better than someone who hasn't summoned an elves, isn't it? As the voice fell, the girl stretched lazily and slowly left. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoyu stood there dumbfounded, his face turning blue and purple. Chapter 6 Paluchia's Space Teleport Ability. After registering the elves, the day's affairs are almost resolved. Lin Cheng hugged the young Paluchia in his hands and hurried back home. Lin Cheng's parents didn't have high expectations for Lin Cheng, and they didn't have much hope for him to summon an elves before. They only hoped that he would grow up safely and healthily. But when his son came back with an elf in his arms, he was naturally very happy. On the spot, Mother Lin went to the vegetable market to buy a pound of 2-star beast meat, and Father Lin poured a little wine happily. Have a good drink. After a long while, Mother Lin brought out the cooked beast meat and said casually, thanks to Chenger for summoning the elves and getting a subsidy. Otherwise, we really dare not buy these 2-star beast meat casually. Quote. Lin Cheng learned from Mother Lin that the meat of these 2-star beasts cost about 100 yuan per pound. For ordinary people, it is really not something that can be eaten casually. Usually fierce beast meat has a lot of nutrients. Rich people often buy expensive high-star beast meat for cooking. This fierce beast meat is rich in various elements that enhance physical fitness. At the same time, if you eat it for many years, it can also increase a little life. Of course, cheap beast meat such as 1 star and 2 stars is naturally ineffective, but for ordinary people, it is still considered a luxury. Oh, Mother, don't talk about the bad scenery. Our city is already a 1-star trainer, and we will get a monthly allowance. In the future, there may be a chance to become a 2-star trainer. When the time comes, I can enjoy the happiness. Quote. How can a 2-star trainer be so easy? Don't be too embarrassed. Mother Lin rolled her eyes at Father Lin, pretending to be angry. Father Lin didn't care either. He happily sipped his own small wine, and from time to time served Lin Cheng's bowl with vegetables. The family enjoyed their dinner happily, during which there was a lot of laughter. Lin Cheng didn't tell his parents more about Paluchia, because he was afraid that they would be worried. After all, ordinary people are innocent and guilty. Everyone understands the truth. These days, making a fortune in silence is the kingly way. When he returned to his room at night, Lin Cheng summoned Paluchia again. There were no Pokeballs in this era, and the elves summoned by humans were all lodged in a certain open space in the human mind. Pokeballs are much more convenient. As soon as this Paluchia came out, he was clamoring for something to eat, and Lin Cheng was naturally ready. In addition to the feed sent by the staff at that time, Lin Cheng also took some 2-star beast meat that was left over today and had not yet been cooked. Maybe ordinary people really need to try one by one to get the unknown elves, and let the elves choose what they like to eat. However, Lin Cheng can skip this step completely. He is very aware of the attributes of Paluchia: water plus dragon, water attribute feed, pellets made of peach fruit, with dragon attribute feed, berry fruit, the prepared granules, stir to make a powder, sprinkle on the meat of the 2-star beast, so that the food of Paluchia is ready. Paluchia sniffed his nose, his taste buds moved, and he immediately threw himself on the piece of meat, enjoying himself. About half a caddy of meat is not enough for a few mouthfuls. Next, you can only confuse the water attribute with the dragon attribute feed and feed it. In this world, there is also a tree fruit. However, because it can only grow in a special environment in the wild, the price is very expensive. Many trainers cannot afford it. They can only feed elves to eat human food, although they can also be fed satisfy the elves, but may limit the growth of elves due to nutritional problems. Although Paluchia was a divine beast, he couldn't relax. Lin Cheng looked at the elf feed in his hand, and recorded that the feed given by the staff would feed Paluchia for 2 days at most. Quack, quack tilde. At this time, Paluchia shouted twice, as if he had something to say. Pokemon trainers usually have a tacit understanding with the elves they summoned. Although they cannot directly understand what they are saying, they can roughly guess what they want to say by looking at their expressions and actions. You mean, can you take me to find something to eat? Before Lin Cheng could react, he saw a burst of dazzling light from the pearls and gems on Paluchia's hands and neck. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Cheng found that he had appeared in a field, surrounded by a forest, and the forest was full of chirping summer insects. This is... Lin Cheng was stunned. The moment he was in the room, the next moment, he appeared directly in the wild. This is a bit abnormal no matter what. Lin Cheng glanced at him subconsciously, and Paluchia, who was leaning on his back, squinted at him with a smile, with a small expression of, surprised. No surprise. Well, that's what this little guy did. He didn't run away. Lin Cheng gave a wry smile. Why didn't he expect that Paluchia would still have the ability to teleport? But it's right to think about it. Although the ability to travel through space is not recorded in the move, it is really not surprising that Paluchia, the god of space, will know this move. As soon as he came, he was at peace. Lin Cheng looked around, and finally found that, 100 miles away from here, facing east, he could clearly see the base surrounded by thick fortresses and lit by thousands of lights. It shouldn't be too far from the base here. If there is an accident, it's convenient to run back. Chapter 7 Beast. According to what Paluchia just described, it should have brought itself here, not just as a prank, but to find something to eat, right? Well, here, there should be something to eat. Hiss tilde. Suddenly, Lin Cheng heard an unusual rustling sound coming from the bushes. Immediately slowed down his pace, his eyes fixed on the grass that made the sound. The next moment, suddenly, a blue, scaled, limbed, salamander-like elf suddenly rushed out. Blue-scaled lizards. Lin Cheng's eyes flashed. Open black lens bracket blue-scaled lizard. Level, 6 1-star beast. Because in the outermost part of the base, there are usually human trainers who come to sweep it regularly, so the beasts are rarely seen, but occasionally 2 or 3 small fish and shrimp will appear. This green-scaled lizard is obviously a fish that slips through the net. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind him. Paluchia shot, and the cute little claws flashed a strong purple light, and with lightning speed, they swept across the body of the blue-scaled lizard. Immediately afterwards, a despairing scream was heard. The green-scaled lizard was cut into 3 sections in an instant, and the invulnerable green-scaled lizard failed to provide it with any defensive effect. Under Paluchia's claws, it is as fragile as a piece of paper. Suddenly, a message box popped up in front of you. Paluchia killed the blue-scaled lizards and gained 65 experience points. Paluchia Grade 1, 65 100ths. Quote. Get 60 kilograms of green-scaled lizard meat. Green-scaled lizard scales 201, green-scaled lizard claws 4, and green-scaled lizard teeth 32. In the blink of an eye, the winner was decided. Lin Cheng opened his mouth. Although he knew that Paluchia would not be weak as a divine beast, he did not expect that Paluchia would kill such a level 6 beast as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Paluchia casually peeled off the green scales on the blue-scaled lizard with his claws, picked out the fattest belly on its body, opened his mouth to swallow it, and smashed his mouth, as if to feel the taste as usual. He didn't continue to eat other meat. Seeing this, Lin Cheng stepped forward, took off his coat, put away the rest of the meat of the beast, wrapped it into a bundle, and carried it on his back. Although Paluchia showed disdain, this 1-star green-scaled lizard can actually sell for a lot of money. Usually, the meat of a 1-star beast can be sold for 10 yuan per kilogram, and the material on this beast is even more. It can be made into equipment, minions can be used as daggers and knives, and scales can be used as armor. These things can be exchanged for money and contribution points when they are taken to the Elf Center. The contribution value of the Elf Center can be exchanged for armor equipment, which can also greatly improve the safety factor of the trainer. Of course, if you or your elves have the talent to make equipment, you can also process the materials from the beasts into equipment without donating. Usually, however, only a very small number of elves have this talent. For example, the Great Sword Demon is born with the ability to sharpen the sword because of its own foot blade, while the strong shield sword monster can make shields. The Old Builder has the ability to concrete materials, and that's how the 2 pieces of concrete he often hold in his hands. Commander Chopping is also a good hand at making sharp weapons. The Rock Palace crabs and the nanny bugs can make tough and sturdy armor. Lin Cheng packed up his things, and Paluchia began to look around again. Soon, it was able to find a new target. Xiao 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 suo tilde. Under the moonlight, I saw a tree vine, like a snake, quickly gathering towards them. These are open black lens brackets snake root. Level 9 1-star beast. This snake vine root seemed to sense the smell of blood here, so it rushed over from a distance. The strength of each rhizome of snake vine root is not very strong, but like now, when a bunch of snake vine roots gather, the power is not to be underestimated. But when Lin Cheng looked at Paluchia beside him, he found that Paluchia was still nothing, and scratched his head boredly. Huh. When several rhizomes of the snake vines converged, contracted into whips, and slashed at them with a single blow, Paluchia moved, and the purple pearl on his neck exuded a burst of might, and he opened his mouth to spit out dragon breath. The purple storm tore the split rhizomes in an instant, and then the power spread to all the snake vine roots. There was a burst of broken branches around, a crackling sound, and messy vine branches scattered all over the floor. Snake root dead. The corners of Lin Cheng's mouth twitched, watching Paluchia pick out the 2 most emerald green and sturdy rhizomes, like lollipops, hold them in his mouth and chew for a while. Obviously, this level 9, 1-star beast is not the enemy of Paluchia. Paluchia kills Snake Tengen and gets 98 experience points. Paluchia upgrade level 2, 63 200ths. Obtain Snake Vine Root Secondary Branch 198, Snake Vine Root Core Root *4. Next, Paluchia swept all the way. Almost any fierce beast he saw, he would take the initiative to pounce on it, and then, soon, the opposite beast would be spoiled by it. Paluchia kills the little wolf and gains 67 experience points. Paluchia level 2, 130 200ths. Get the complete fur of the little wolf 1, the wolf's meat 70 pounds, the wolf's claws 4, and the wolf's teeth 28. Paluchia killed the armor Cochidia and gained 71 experience points. Paluchia upgrade 3/300. Get armor Coccus carapace fragments 17, insect poison sac 1. As the battle continued, Paluchia's rank began to climb. The arc flashed, and at this time, Paluchia reached level 3. An hour of coming out, he was already a level 3 elf, which in the eyes of most people is almost like a fantasy. Many elves are upgraded step by step, seeking stability in a stable manner, especially at the beginning. Since the elves have just hatched, they will appear very weak and cannot fight at all. Compete with opponents who are both beginner elf trainers and gain experience. As for fighting with beasts and gaining experience, it is something that I dare not even think about, because fighting with beasts is often a matter of endless death. Death is an unacceptable thing. Chapter 8 Discover Pokemon in the Wild. A normal person can only summon an elf once in a lifetime unless there are special circumstances. The summoned Pokemon is called a Zodiac Elf, and it will grow with the elf trainer. Increases the physique and lifespan of the elf trainer. Afterwards, although the Pokemon captured by means can also be used by the trainer, they cannot give back to the elf trainer's physique and lifespan like the natal elves. Therefore, those who are fortunate enough to become elves trainers will be very careful to cultivate their own elves. Lin Cheng laughed so much that his mouth was split open. He followed Paluchia along the way and picked up a lot of beast materials. The scales and claws of the green-scaled lizard, the core root of the vine root, the fur and teeth of the cocodon, and the carapace poison sac of the armored Cochidia. These things can be sold for money. It is simply cool. Lin Cheng looked at Paluchia, who was swaggering in front, and the more he looked at it, the more pleasing he felt. After walking for a while, Paluchia's eyes suddenly lit up. Quack, quack tilde. With a burst of joyful cheers, Lin Cheng stepped forward quickly and found that there was a fruit tree in front of Paluchia. Moreover, the fruit tree of this tree is actually still a dragon fire fruit. There are many kinds of tree fruits. Basically, each type of elves likes different fruit. For example, as mentioned above, dragon-type elves like to eat berries, while fire-type elves like water. Fruits, elves with electrical properties will like candlewood fruit and so on, but there are also some tree fruit, which are popular with elves and beasts like to eat, such as orange fruit, grapefruit fruit, banana fragrant fruit. And this dragon fire fruit is also a kind of panacea oil tree fruit. According to the introduction on the Eye of Information, long-term consumption of this tree fruit can also improve the special attack ability of elves. For example, the dragon breath and water gun that Paluchia used before are all special attacks. No wonder Paluchia was so happy to have found this fruit. Just as one person and one pet were about to go forward to pick the fruit, suddenly, a strange purple light flashed in front of him. CCC, sound of water vapor evaporating. Gauss. There was a wailing sound, and then, an elf with only huge eyes and sharp mouth and fangs appeared like smoke. This is a Pokemon. Lin Cheng's eyes widened. He didn't expect to find a wild Pokemon here. Open black lens bracket ghosts. Level 19 2-star Pokemon. Qualification: rare. Attributes: ghost, poison. Ability: float. Skills: hypnosis, tongue licking, resentment, black eyes, night shadow. When this opponent appeared, Paluchia Adam's hands moved slowly. Lin Cheng didn't expect that there would be Pokemon in such a place not too far from the base. Fortunately, Paluchia was by his side this time. People can't find it at all, but the level of this ghost is really high, and it is actually a rare qualification. Gauss. The discovered ghosts made a threatening hissing sound, roughly meaning to tell Lin Cheng and the others not to attack this fruit tree. This fruit tree belongs to it. Lin Cheng had a serious expression and said in a low voice, Paluchia, are you sure you will win? This ghost is as high as level 19, and its aptitude is also a rare level, and its strength is quite strong. Quack. Paluchia looked confident. Lin Cheng also smiled when he saw this. He could see that Paluchia didn't seem to have taken it seriously so far. Even if the opponent's level seemed to be higher, it might not be Paluchia's opponent in the real fight. Paluchia roared and took the lead in attacking DC. As a dragon attribute elf, Paluchia is best at using the powerful physical quality of the dragon to crush opponents head-on. Due to the location, Guisi also didn't want to show weakness. During the movement, he turned his entire body into a cloud of smoke and became invisible. If it is someone else, it is really difficult to find its whereabouts, but it is facing Paluchia. PFF'd. Dragon claws burst. Gauss. Guisi immediately let out a wailing, his body was pulled out of the void, and he appeared in front of Lin Cheng again. Boom. Pursuing the victory, Paluchia fired another dragon's breath. The purple breath slapped on DC. Chapter 9 Conquer the Ghosts. Guisi immediately lost the ability to fight, curled up, and was seriously injured. Paluchia defeats ghosts and gains 900 experience points. Paluchia upgrade level 4, 601 400ths. Paluchia upgrade level 5, 101 500ths. The leapfrog combat experience is huge, and Paluchia has been promoted to 2 levels in a row. If it were the Pokemon world, the elves would definitely lose their ability to fight if they suffered such heavy damage. However, in this parallel world of water blue stars, wild elves would be much more stubborn. Because of the harsh living environment in the wild, they are not allowed to be cowardly and lose their fighting ability. Once they lose their fighting ability, it means losing their lives. At this time, although Guisi's body was twitching in pain, there was still unyielding tenacity in his eyes. Gauss. Guisi called out weakly. Looking at such a ghost, Lin Cheng touched Guangji's chin and thought of subduing. Unlike in memory, you can conquer as long as you drop the ball. In this world, elves can be subdued. Except for natal elves and elves hatching, other elves can only use tame methods to make elves follow you voluntarily, or use special skills such as paralysis and sleep. Transport the elves back to the base elves first, pay a certain amount, and let the breeders specialize in domestication and training, and then bring them back. This process usually takes a long time, and it is said that the domesticated elves often have some sequelae. For example, the combat power is no longer in the wild state, the eyes are dull, the reaction is slow, and so on. Lin Cheng was not sure that he could conquer this ghost, but he was still willing to try. He ignored Guisi at first, but together with Paluchia, he took off the dragon fire fruit first. Guisi dared not speak, so he could only widen a pair of big white eyes. Looking at this helped the robber pick all the dragon fire fruits that it has been waiting for a year. After all, it is seriously injured now, let alone attacking actively, and now it has not fainted. It is already burning a high incense. I just hope these robbers have picked enough to leave 2 for it. But soon, this hope was shattered. These guys would rather be spoiled. No matter if they were good or bad, they were all picked. Guisi was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he was powerless to object. His stomach grumbled. He thought to himself, if he had known that the fruits were not all ripe, he would have eaten 2 of them, and the gang of robbers would have been in vain. Lowering his head, Guisi was full of grievances, but he had nowhere to talk. After all, this world is where the weak eat the strong. Puff, puff tilde. Suddenly, Guisi found that 2 tree fruits had fallen in front of him, dragon fire fruit. Looking up, he found Lin Cheng smiling and looking at it in front of it. Would you like to come with me? ... Although there is no Pokeball, human beings have been full of routines since the beginning of civilization, and taming techniques have emerged in an endless stream. Let's look at the cats and dogs in today's life. Their ancestors were also wild lynxes and arrogant wolves. At that time, I was dismissive of humans, but since I followed humans. It's really fragrant. In the same way, even if the Pokemon does not have a Pokeball, it can still be conquered in theory. For example, on the Guisi side, Lin Cheng used the Stockholm method to fool him. Ferocious beast materials, tree fruits, and Pokemon were all mixed up in one night. Under the ability of Paluchia's space teleportation, Lin Cheng returned home with satisfaction. The next day, he brought Guici and the ferocious beast materials he harvested last night with him. When I came to the Elf Center, there was a bustling crowd in front of me. At a glance, there were 1 or 2 star Pokemon trainers everywhere. I could occasionally see 3-star trainers. 4-star trainers were rarely seen in this small base. Everyone comes here for a different purpose. Some people come to heal the elves, some people come to buy equipment, and some people even come to find a team. Lin Cheng didn't hesitate. He first came to the Elf Center and deposited Guici first. When I came to its trading center, I exchanged the beast materials harvested last night into contribution points and currency. Usually, a 1-star beast can be exchanged for 1 contribution point, a 2-star beast can be exchanged for 10 contribution points, a 3-star beast can be exchanged for 100 points. And so on, a 6-star beast can be exchanged for 100,000 points. For some rare beasts with special value, the contribution value can be calculated separately. Usually each fierce beast is judged by the most valuable material on its body, for example, the complete fur of the little wolf that Lin Cheng obtained last night, or the core root of the snake vine root. The Pokemon Trainer Center recycles the corpses and materials of the beasts. The meat of the beasts can be used as food, and there is no need to mention nutrition. The materials of the beasts can be used to make equipment, such as teeth and claws to make daggers and swords. Fur can be made into skin first. Because beasts are the common enemy of human beings, contribution points will be awarded to prove that the beasts are killed, and these things will also be counted as monetary rewards. The total price of green scale lizards is 3,600. The total price of snake vine roots is 1,400, because of the well-preserved fur. One piece can be sold for 1,000, plus minions and meat, a total of 2,660. Armor Cochidia poison sacs are very rare, plus fragments, a total of 1,850, a total of 9,500. The young lady from the trading center looked at Lin Cheng with a very surprised look. The other party seemed to be just a 1-star trainer, right? The age is just like a high school student. How can you get so many beast materials? Lin Cheng was overjoyed when he heard the words. In his opinion, he originally estimated that these things were only around 7,000, but he didn't expect that there would be so many more. In addition, you can also get 5 contribution points. Please provide your personal ID and trainer medal. Lin Cheng readily took out his credentials. Usually, contribution points are more precious than currency. Many props that are only available to trainers can only be exchanged for contribution points. For example, evolution items such as Stone of Perfect Circle and Stone of Grass can only be exchanged with contribution points, and it is difficult to buy them through formal channels only with currency. In addition, there are also a series of props, skills, etc. made from special beast materials, which can only be redeemed by contribution points. An elf trainer is a very expensive profession. In addition to the most basic elf food, elves learn skills, and the trainer's life-saving equipment and weapons are all key expenses. According to Lin Cheng's observation, usually the number of moves an elves can learn is related to their aptitude. For example, his Paluchia, when hatched at first, has 4 skills at once, but what about his class teacher's Little Fist Stone? Even if it rises to 2 stars, because of ordinary qualifications, there are only 3 skills. Ordinary people naturally don't know aptitude, but in order to make up for the lack of elves' skills, some people will definitely spend money to learn skills. As for the skills that the Elf Center provides to learn, Lin Cheng also understands, most of them are skills with relatively low power, such as fire-type skills, special attacks have sparks, first-class flame vortex, physical attacks have flame wheel, flame fist. The water attributes are water guns, foam, tidal spins, etc. The grass attribute is the vine whip and the flying blade. Although these skills are skilled, their power will also improve, but because of their own skills limitations, they will never be too strong. However, even these low-power skills will still be sold for very expensive prices. If you want to learn a trick, you probably need thousands of contribution points. On top of that, a few advanced skills, such as jetting flame, freezing light, and 100,000 volts, are naturally expensive, and learning a trick requires tens of thousands of contribution points. Lin Cheng didn't dare to think about these skills at first, but after seeing Paluchia's performance last night, he found that one day, he can have it too. But before that, there are more important things. Last night, he harvested so many ferocious beast materials and ferocious beast meat, and immediately realized the carrying problem. He and Paluchia, plus an injured ghost, couldn't bring much stuff at all, and it took almost 2 or 3 times yesterday to transport all the stuff back. Therefore, after having the contribution points, the first thing Lin Cheng thought of was to have a prop that is convenient for carrying things. Chapter 10 Continue to upgrade. He seems to be the one who summoned the unknown spirit, right? Not far from Lin Cheng, a girl with a delicate face raised her eyebrows curiously after seeing Lin Cheng. Yao Mengying. After Lin Cheng summoned the unknown elf, she became a little curious about the former. Unexpectedly, she saw him again on the second day of becoming a Pokemon trainer. Entering the trading center from Lincheng, the girl noticed him. It seemed that he exchanged the contribution points and money with the beast material. He is a 1-star trainer who has just become a 1-star trainer. Where did he get the beast material? Yao Mengying's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Cheng without blinking, and found that he went to the props sales center after that. It seemed that she had communicated with the clerk for a long time. When she came out, she only bought 2 huge and solid backpacks. Why buy such a big backpack? Is he going to travel? Although she was a little curious about Lin Cheng, Yao Mengying didn't go up to talk, let alone make a sound. She just watched Lin Cheng for a while, until he left the trading center. Yao Mengying walked to the props counter. Please give me an ice water dual attribute elf feed, which requires the highest quality, the kind with 4-star monster meat. As soon as the clerk heard it, he knew that it was a big customer, and immediately received Yao Mengying warmly. Taking this opportunity, Yao Mengying pretended to ask casually, "What did that young man just ask you?" The clerk showed a rare expression. Logically, this customer's information is not allowed to be leaked. Everything I bought just now requires double copies. By the way, you are giving me 1,000-year iceberg water. The Millennium Ice Mountain water is a kind of nutritional supplement, which has a miraculous effect on elves with dual attributes of ice and water, and the price is naturally extremely expensive. The clerk was overjoyed when he heard the words, and immediately told what Lin Cheng purchased. Just 2 unicorn beast skin backpacks. That's right, but the guest wanted to buy storage items before, but because he didn't carry enough contribution points, he took the next step and bought a backpack with currency. Storage props. What does he want this thing for? Yao Mengying was a little surprised. In this world, there is also such a rare item. There is a magical stone called the Empty Stone. It is made of the main material. The craftsmen polish the shape and can make it into a variety of jewelry shapes such as pendants, bracelets, rings, etc. However, due to the scarcity of empty stones, even an inch cube of empty stones would be sold at sky-high prices, and ordinary people could not afford them at all. By the way, why does he want this thing? Yao Mengying became more and more curious. Lin Cheng sighed. This money can never be too much. Even a cube of empty stone even needs 1,000 contribution points. It's like a high-level skill. Given his current economic situation, he naturally couldn't afford it, so he could only buy 2 leather backpacks to recharge. After that, Lin Cheng came to the Elf Medical Center and asked about the injury of Shagisi. After only an hour or 2, it was discovered that Gui Si's injury was almost healed. The medical level of this world is composed of technology and elf skills. The former does not need to be said, the latter is naturally composed of that raw egg, of auspicious eggs, that healing ringtone, of the wind chimes, that drinking milk, of the big milk tank, and other elves with recovery moves. Your ghost is almost healed, and you only need to rest for a while before you can fully recover," the nurse said sweetly. Lin Cheng thanked him and paid the hospital 300 currency as medical expenses. Then he took DC to register again, and spent a little more contribution points. Every new elf captured by the trainer must be registered accordingly, otherwise, it will be recognized as a wild elf and be expelled from the base. When the staff asked if he was spending a little contribution point to check the star rating for Gui Si, Lin Cheng immediately refused. One is to save money, and the other is that Lin Cheng doesn't really need it. He is someone who has the eye of information. After a trip to the elf center, Lin Cheng was quite happy with nearly 3,000 yuan more on his body and 6 contribution points. Back home, continue to let Paluchia go to the elves, because there is an extra ghost, and now Lin Cheng is more confident. At first, Lin Cheng went out with Paluchia and the others, but found that there was no danger at all. Later, he simply let them go in 2 groups. 19th level 2-star rare aptitude of DC is comparable to that of ordinary 3-star beasts. Paluchia is even more incredible. After this period of observation, Lin Cheng found that even if it is only level 5, 1-star, it can directly compete with 3-star beasts head-on. The aptitude of divine beasts can almost kill monsters with more than 2 stars, so terrifying. Paluchia kills a 16-level 2-star beast jungle raccoon and gains 619 experience points. Paluchia upgrade level 6 226 hundredths. Get jungle raccoon skin 1, raccoon claw 4, jungle raccoon meat 30 kilograms. Gussie kills the level 15 2-star beast big tooth wolf and gains 505 experience points. Ghost upgrade level 20 15 10 thousandths. Get the complete fur of the big tooth wolf. DC kills a level 14 2-star beast fangtooth porcupine and gains 310 experience. Ghost level 20 325 10 thousandths. Gui Si has learned a new skill, Ghost Fire. Get Porcupine Fangs 2, Porcupine Needles 68. After another half day of hanging up, both elves grew accordingly. At the same time, DC also learned the new skill of Ghost Fire. Lin Cheng found that the probability of this elf acquiring new skills on his own was actually related to aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the higher the probability of comprehending new skills. As for the skill of Ghost Fire, in the game setting, it has no lethal effect, but in reality, it is invisible and an excellent sneak attack skill. If a Ghost Fire is thrown in the past, the attacked person will not notice that they will not find themselves burned. If this trick is sold by the Elf Center, it will be at least 100 contribution points. Chapter 11 Zhang Mingyu's new favorite. If this trick is sold by the Elf Center, it will be at least 100 contribution points. Another harvest full of 2 large cowhide backpacks. 2-star beast material that was full of a large leather backpack. It was full of money. When Lin Cheng came to the trading center with a large bag and a small bag, the counter staff was a little confused. If I remember correctly, she just saw this child yesterday, right? It's only been a day since you came to recycle the beast materials again. And, this seems to be a 2-star beast. Could this man also be a son of a rich family? But why does the rich boy exchange for the materials of the beast every day? Shocked, the counter staff didn't say much, and silently settled for Lin Cheng. A piece of jungle raccoon skin is 5,000, raccoon claws are 4*1500, 2-star beast meat is 30 kilogram, 100 currency per catty, a total of 14,000. The total price of the big tooth wolf is 13,500. The total price of the sharp-toothed porcupine is 13,350, a total of 40,850. Other than that you also get 30 contribution points. Quote. In Lin Cheng's heart, he only said that he had made a fortune. Unexpectedly, after half a day yesterday, the 2 elves actually earned him another 4W of currency, which is a year's income for ordinary people. Lin Cheng had already fantasized about the scene of eating a big meal with his family elves. At the same time, a girl also walked into the elf trading center, and her eyes just swept across the acquisition counter directly opposite. Those wonderful eyes suddenly shrank a little. He went to exchange materials again. Just listening to the counter staff whispering the purchase amount, nearly 40,000 coins. This may not be a big deal to Yao Mengying, but he only came to exchange it yesterday. More importantly, this purchase amount is obviously not something that can be exchanged for just a few one-star beasts. The purchaser seemed to have mentioned 2-star beast meat just now. OMG, did he even kill the 2-star beast? How can it be? Zhang Mingyu felt that he was very lucky today, and he went out to meet Yao Mengying. On the way to the elf center, he kept talking to the former. Although the other party showed little interest, he believed that when he received it later, his father after the elf arranged for him, Yao Mengying will definitely see him differently. But at this time, it was discovered that Yao Mengying was staring blankly ahead, and she couldn't help asking curiously, "Mengying, what are you looking at?" Yao Mengying didn't answer him. Zhang Mingyu followed Yao Mengying's gaze and looked forward. Immediately, he discovered the existence of Lin Cheng, but he didn't see the scene where Lin Cheng exchanged materials, and only thought that Yao Mengying was watching for Lin Cheng's own existence. Immediately frowned, stepped forward, and said to Lin Cheng, "Hey, the boy over there, you just finished picking up the elves 2 days ago, and you were just walking around in the center of the elves. Do you really think you are the onion? Tell you, commoners should be like commoners, darling." Zhang Mingyu said nonsense over there, but Lin Cheng didn't seem to notice him at all. After receiving the money, he turned around and walked past Zhang Mingyu, leaving him alone. Stupidly stood there, he was only halfway through his words, and his fingers were still pointing in the air. Not to mention how embarrassing it was. PFF. Seeing this scene, someone next to him couldn't help laughing out loud, thinking that Zhang Mingyu was a clown for a show. Zhang Mingyu blushed in anger, turned around, grabbed Lin Cheng's shoulder and said, "You kid, pretend to be deaf and dumb." Lin Cheng found the palm on his shoulder, turned his head slowly, and said with a flat face, "Who are you? Don't cross your shoulders, we don't know each other well." After all, he shook his shoulders slightly. Zhang Mingyu only felt a soreness and numbness, shaking from palm to arm. Lin Cheng had previously increased his physique by 5 points, from 8 to 13. Although he may not have noticed it himself, his physique and strength are far beyond ordinary people. Zhang Mingyu, a sub-healthy person with a physique of only 7, is like a baby and an adult in front of him. Unintentional actions can make Zhang Mingyu look quite embarrassed. Seeing that Lin Cheng was about to leave, Zhang Mingyu shouted with a sullen face, "Boy, I'll ask you, do you dare to have a Pokemon battle with me?" Lin Cheng stopped when he heard the words. "Zhang Mingyu, what are you doing?" Yao Mengying couldn't stand it anymore and asked with a frown. Lin Cheng also remembered at this time that this person turned out to be the rich second generation who failed to summon the elf at the beginning. Because of the other party's extreme actions on the crystal stage, Lin Cheng also had some impressions. "You don't even have an elf, how can you fight someone?" When Yao Mengying asked this, Zhang Mingyu smiled proudly and walked to the front desk of the elf center to let him know. After a while, a man dressed as a breeder walked inside, respectfully bowed to Zhang Mingyu and said, "Master Zhang, your elf has been prepared for you, and it's here." When talking, the breeder pulled out a gray, 4-legged beast-like body covered with gray armor that was invulnerable to swords and guns, with a sharp horn on the head, like a rhinoceros-like elf. Roar tilde. It's an ironclad rhino. Lin Cheng squinted slightly. Open black lens bracket iron armored rhinoceros. Level, 10 1-star Pokemon. Qualification, rare. Attributes, ground, rock. Ability, hard head. Skills, horn bump, tail wagging, sand splash. The aptitude is quite high, it is actually a rare level, but at a glance, you can see that he has not taken good care of it. His eyes are slack, and the leather armor is rough. Although he is a level 10 elf, he has not understood any decent skills. In the world, there is Bowl and then there are Maxima. Maxima often has it, but Bowl doesn't often have it. This iron-armored rhino is obviously a rare qualification, but it has only 3 initial skills so far, obviously because the breeder is not properly trained. If this kind of elves can be cultivated well, they can still achieve some achievements, but in the hands of this breeder, they are blind. It is estimated that the other party treats this iron-armored rhinoceros as an ordinary elves and raises them equally. In terms of aspects, they will be higher than ordinary qualified elves. If they fail to obtain the corresponding resources, they will also be unable to exert their due strength. At the same time, Lin Cheng sighed, but Zhang Mingyu, who got the elf, suddenly became arrogant. Seeing my iron-armored rhino, do you have anything else to say? Zhang Mingyu raised his head arrogantly, wishing to look at Lin Cheng with his nostrils. Boring. Lin Cheng was still indifferent, ready to leave. Zhang Mingyu was so angry that his brows were trembling, and he sneered. I see, you don't have the guts to do it, but it's no wonder the iron-armored rhinoceros I'm getting now is not something that ordinary people can own. Breeder, please help explain, what level is my iron-armored rhinoceros? Young Master Zhang, your ironclad rhino is the meticulous work of my breeding shop. It is enough to have a peak of 1 star and a level 10 strength. The breeder replied respectfully. Did you hear that? Level 10. This is not something that a little rookie elf you have just received and is only level 1 can compare. Chapter 12 Bet on the Slap. Lin Cheng glanced at Zhang Mingyu with the same eyes as a fool. Level 10. 1 star, Pokemon with rare qualifications. For most trainers who have just obtained the elf, it is indeed a very powerful existence. But that obviously doesn't include Paluchia in Forest City. You know you're afraid. Seeing Lin Cheng's silence, Zhang Mingyu thought that the other party was afraid of the ironclad rhinoceros. He smiled and touched the ironclad rhinoceros beside him very proudly. Zhang Mingyu, don't be foolish. Yao Mengying frowned and snorted softly. Seeing that Yao Mengying was still helping the other party to speak, Zhang Mingyu was even more anxious and did not dare to have an attack with Yao Mengying, so he pointed the gun at Lin Cheng even harder. Boy, don't think you'll be fine if you have Mengying talking to you. Unless you will never appear in front of this young master in the future, there will always be a chance to fix you. At first, Lin Cheng was surprised why Zhang Mingyu hated him for no reason. Now that he sees Yao Mengying, he can count it. The reason is because of this woman. Holding his chin, Lin Cheng rolled his eyes, looked at Zhang Mingyu and said, Are you really going to fight me? Zhang Mingyu looked at Lin Cheng coldly, and said with a strange smile, What do you think? That's okay Tilda, Lin Cheng said casually, then, come on. After all, Lin Cheng took the lead in walking towards the center of the elf fighting arena by himself. The breeze was blowing, his clothes were flying, the youth was tall and straight, and he was in high spirits. From his eyes, he didn't see the slightest fear. Zhang Mingyu didn't see Lin Cheng's kneeling and begging for mercy in his imagination. Instead, the other party challenged him head-on, which obviously made him a little confused. But soon he snorted coldly and followed him. Next to him was the breeder who provided the ironclad rhinoceros. He was going to fan the flames while the ironclad rhino beat up the elves in Lincheng, and fooled Zhang Mingyu in his breeding shop. Here, buy a few more sprites. Yao Mengying, who was walking at the end, had a complicated mood. She didn't want to see anyone being entangled by Zhang Mingyu because of her, and at the same time, she was curious about Lin Cheng's strength. With no results, she had to keep up. No matter what era of time and space, elf fighting is a great pleasure for Pokemon, and this water blue star is no exception. Almost every base has an elf center, and there will be several fighting arenas with relatively vast venues. I didn't expect you to really dare to fight with me, it looks like it's really swollen. Zhang Mingyu laughed. It doesn't matter, but I will teach you to behave like this later. Since it's a battle, why don't you put some slap in the face? Lin Cheng looked at his clean palm nonchalantly, and said, 5 slaps, the loser slaps the winner 5 times, what do you think? Zhang Mingyu looked at Lin Cheng with a strange expression, and then he smiled and laughed happily. In his opinion, he was sure to win this game, and the other party just wanted him to slap him a few times. You kid, it seems that you really don't know how high the sky is. Okay, since you are so sincere and sent to your door, it's not good for you to accept it, Tilda. Are you so sure that I can't fight you? Lin Cheng squinted at Zhang Mingyu. Boy, this young master thought that he would be able to brag, but I didn't expect you to be more proficient in this way. It's no wonder that Kentaro is rarely seen in our small base. You don't even know common sense. In 1 star, level 10 is the pinnacle level of elves. And you have just acquired an elves, and you are only 1 or 2 levels if you die. You don't even have this common sense. You deserve to be slapped by this young master. Zhang Mingyu sneered with contempt. Isn't it a level 10 elf? Look what you can do. Lin Cheng said with a very calm expression. If you are a 2-star, 3-star elf, maybe you can show off. You are only a level 10 and a star, who is it? Give you the courage to be chattering here. Quote. There was silence on the field. Many people didn't want to hear Lin Cheng bragging here. He felt like this kid didn't know common sense. The 10th level elves were like sweeping the street in his mouth, and the 2 and 3-star level were barely into the eye. Only Yao Mengying's pretty eyes lit up, and the girl was a little curious about Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng's words immediately reminded her of the fact that the counterstaff said about the acquisition of 2-star beast meat. Could it be that he is really fighting alone? 2-star strength. Hey, wait, this young master will slap you and wake you up soon. While speaking, Zhang Mingyu had already ordered the armored rhino to walk to the ring. Roar Tilda. The iron-armored rhino let out a feeble cry, moved his slightly clumsy limbs, ran to the center of the ring, and then stopped moving, waiting for Zhang Mingyu to command the next step. Well, it seems that you are quite satisfied with the bet. Otherwise, double the bet and slap him 10 times. Lin Cheng didn't care about Zhang Mingyu's impatience, but raised the bet again with a smile. If you can win this young master, why not slap 10 slaps? If you can't do it, hee, my slap will make the iron-armored rhino beat me. Zhang Mingyu sneered, not forgetting Lin Cheng's tyrannical physique. If he slaps this slap by himself, he really won't necessarily be able to slap Lin Cheng, so don't feel ashamed when he slaps himself. Therefore, he rationally put this chip on the iron-armored rhinoceros, thinking that the iron-armored rhinoceros slapped Lin Cheng's face with its cumbersome hooves. He felt a sense of revenge. Oh Tilda, that's the case, and this hand, yes, I'll let the elves do it too. The bet was established, and Lin Cheng also began to release his elves. Silently, Paluchia also appeared in the ring. Zhang Mingyu showed a tyrannical look on his face, and immediately ordered, Iron-armored rhino, hit me with a horn. Crush his garbage elf to the point of being disabled. The iron-clad rhinoceros moved its hooves timidly and charged towards Paluchia. Paluchia in the field showed an expression of indifference, not to mention that the iron-armored rhino is in a very poor state now. Even if it is a level 10 iron-armored rhino in its heyday, it will not be its opponent. Hey Tilda, in such a hurry to give me a slap. Okay, please satisfy him, Paluchia, one move will determine the outcome. Hearing this, Paluchia lightly tapped the void with his fingertips, and ripples spread across the void. As the god of space, Paluchia will become stronger and stronger in mastering space as he upgrades. At level 6, he has been able to integrate the power of space into his skills. Chapter 13 Abandoned Ironclad Rhino. A dragon claw in the air. The claws are sharp and gleaming. The momentum is like a mountain torrent, and it is as fast as the wind, and it directly covers the skull of the iron-armored rhinoceros. Boom! With a loud noise, an amazing storm erupted from the center of the arena. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. When the smoke cleared, Paluchia stepped on the head of the iron-armored rhinoceros, and the iron-armored rhinoceros did not resist the will at all. Victory and defeat in an instant. Paluchia defeated the ironclad rhino and gained 120 experience points. Paluchia Grade 6, 346 hundredths. Many people couldn't react, and they felt that from releasing the elves to ending the battle, it was only 3 breaths. The line that the breeder boasted had just caught in his throat, and he was half-choked before he could say it in time. Yao Mengying's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Cheng's direction. Her cheeks were flushed, slightly flushed, and her 2 little hands were clenched tightly, as if she was thinking about something. Zhang Mingyu looked even more ugly and gritted his teeth. Forgetting the iron-armored rhino, whose eyes were slumped to the ground, without saying a word, with a gloomy face, he was about to turn around and leave. Going too fast. Lin Cheng looked at Zhang Mingyu and said with a smile. We agreed to slap 10 times before, but now the slap has not finished. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You want to keep me? Zhang Mingyusin asked coldly. Who wants to keep you? It's just to make you willing to gamble and admit defeat. As a rich second-generation bullying men and women, this basic advantage cannot be lost. Lin Cheng said seriously, as if he knew the rich second generation very well. HMPH, what if I don't let me? Zhang Mingyu hummed. Then just be tougher. Lin Cheng's voice fell, and Paluchia, who was still in the arena, instantly came to Zhang Mingyu. Papa. Involuntarily, he slapped twice in the face. Where did Zhang Mingyu think that Lin Cheng would do it if he dared to say it? After 2 slaps, Zhang Mingyu's handsome face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bodyguards behind them belonged to Yao Mengying, but because of Zhang Mingyu's relationship with his father, the 2 often walked very close. When they were hesitating whether to shoot, they looked at Yao Mengying. The latter did not express his position at all, and just watched the play quietly. Those bodyguards were not sure, so they did not take action. When the breeder saw the iron-armored rhino lose the game, he knew that it was not good. Next, Zhang Mingyu would definitely ask him about it, and even run away early. After all, he was 15 years old and just graduated from junior high school. In Niucha, he was just a young man. Under Lin Cheng's beating, Zhang Mingyu's face quickly swelled into a pig's head, and he wanted to say 2 harsh words at first. However, every time he talks, he will be photographed back by Lin Cheng, and now no one has come forward to help. After 2 rounds, all temper, backbone, arrogance, all dissipated, and he immediately cried and knelt on the ground and said, Don't. I fought, I gave up. Elf's strength is even better than that of human beings. Such a delicate and frail rich boy, he has no resistance at all. If he is drawn like this, he may faint and die directly. That's why he keeps doing this, beg for mercy. Hey, Master Zhang, what are you kneeling for? What are you crying for? We're a serious bet, we don't have a crying father and a mother. Lin Cheng said with a simple expression. I lost. Lin Cheng, you let me live. If I keep fighting like this, I have to die here. As compensation, I can give you money. You can do as much as you want. Who wants your money? How interesting it is that we continue to slap Tilda, Lin Cheng said with an innocent smile. By the way, do you want an elves? Will I give you that iron-armored rhinoceros? Hearing Zhang Mingyu's words, Lin Cheng's heart immediately moved. To be honest, he was really moved by this iron-armored rhinoceros. He was also an elf and had different aptitudes. Others couldn't see it, but Lin Cheng knew it. Ironclad rhinos with rare qualifications, among ironclad rhinos, can be considered a once-in-a-lifetime qualification. But on the surface, Lin Cheng still showed some disdain. Why do I want an elf that I defeated? I can also give you an elf bag, can you look at it? Zhang Mingyu took out another small, palm-sized, cloth bag-like bag. Seeing this thing, Lin Cheng was also a little surprised. Like the empty stone that can be used as a storage tool, this cloth bag elf bag is even more magical. It is a product born as a substitute for the elf ball in the past life, which can hold living things. Elf. It is convenient for trainers to carry the large sprites that were captured later. Zhang Mingyu's bag is obviously prepared for today, and the space inside is quite wide. It should have taken a lot of contribution points to buy it. Lin Cheng touched his chin, but he was polite and took the elf bag away. For the sake of Master Zhang's sincerity, I will accept this elf bag. The iron-armored rhinoceros, although a little weak, can barely be used as a mount. So, you let me go? Zhang Mingyu asked in a low voice, holding the pig's face. Of course not. Lin Cheng stretched his tone and said with a smile, Master Zhang, let's make a serious bet, okay? You must only count as interest. Ah, Zhang Mingyu had an expression he couldn't understand. Ang, it's like you owe money. Since you can't repay the next 16 slaps today, let's do it again next time. As for when to do it, it depends on my mood. Lin Cheng said in a serious tone. Zhang Mingyu looked horrified and looked at Lin Cheng as if he was looking at a devil. What, are you still not leaving? Lin Cheng asked Zhang Mingyu with a smile after looking at the elf bag he just got in his hand. Could it be that Mr. Zhang is someone who likes to pay it off in one go? He intends to pay off this slap on the spot. Already. When Zhang Mingyu heard this, he immediately ran to the outside of the elf center. Yao Mengying looked at Lin Cheng, who was walking towards the iron-armored rhinoceros by herself, and couldn't help but wonder, feeling that Lin Cheng was more like a bad guy hiding a knife in a smile than Zhang Mingyu. But at the same time, his curiosity about this person has doubled. Obviously he summoned the elf at the same time. Why is his elf so strong? Is it really because of the unknown elves? Lin Cheng was silently looking at the injury of the iron-armored rhinoceros at the moment. The injury given by Paluchia was not serious. In fact, it was more because the iron-armored rhinoceros lost his fighting spirit. When he knew that Zhang Mingyu, the master, had given up on it, his expression was even more serious. No elf would want to be abandoned by a master, even a master he just met. However, the armored rhino was relieved. It is not that it has not experienced this. In fact, the ironclad rhino was originally summoned directly by humans, but the summoner did not seem to have the ability to raise the ironclad rhino, so when the ironclad rhino was summoned, he immediately sold it to the black-hearted breeder. There are not many such cases, but it is not impossible. Although elves can provide the summoner's physique and lifespan, training will also consume huge wealth. If the economy does not allow, some people will directly sell the elves. Using illegal drugs and black technology, the spiritual bond between the summoner and the elves can be removed. Although this is illegal, because of the huge benefits, some people will still take risks. Chapter 14 Subdue the Mount. From the original owner to the smuggling breeder, and then from the smuggling breeder, to Zhang Mingyu. At first, the ironclad rhinoceros had vague expectations, hoping that the people who adopted him would be different in the future. Obviously disillusioned. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, turned numb, and collapsed to the ground as if resigned. In my memory, the iron-armored rhino is a kind of elf with a small brain, who doesn't like to think too much, an optimist, and loves to run around when he has nothing to do. But obviously, everything has a degree. Once it is completely injured, even an ironclad rhino will be injured. Lin Cheng stroked the forehead above the single horn of the iron-armored rhinoceros and sat quietly without saying a word. There is also a trick to masturbating rhinos. This G-spot was told by a certain performer girl in the anime. Because the ironclad rhino can run wild at every turn and has a head-like personality, few people dare to touch the position above the horn of the ironclad rhino. Ow! The armored rhino was stunned for a while, as if it had never been treated so tenderly before, and could not help making a snoring, comfortable sound in his throat. Lin Cheng smiled leisurely after hearing this. A moment ago, he gave the impression of smiling like a devil, but the next moment, he was as quiet as a gentle boy. Which impression is the real him? Yao Mengying's beautiful big eyes were full of curiosity. At this moment, Lin Cheng's eyes were completely on the iron-armored rhinoceros. After half a moment, His voice was hoarse and full of magnetism. Iron-armored rhino, would you like to come with me? He didn't make too many promises, because in Lin Cheng's opinion, these were unnecessary. He would take action next to make the iron-armored rhino open up to him slowly. Maybe it was because of his disappointment with Zhang Mingyu before, or maybe it was because the losers didn't have the right to choose, or maybe it was because of Lin Cheng's slightly different temperament and actions. The iron-armored rhino let out a low cry, and a hint of hope for the future life finally appeared in his eyes. Wing. Seeing this, Lin Cheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a bright smile. Classmate, it seems that you are very good at taking care of iron-armored rhinos. A sweet voice sounded in his ears. Lin Cheng calmly turned his head to look at Yao Mengying. From the beginning, the girl had been watching from the sidelines. Lin Cheng didn't know what the other party's plan was. At first, he thought she was from Zhang Mingyu's group, but later found out that it was a little different. But you didn't hurt Boren, but Boren was hurt because of you. This woman, Lin Cheng, is really unfamiliar with herself, but today's trouble is obviously caused by her. Although the result is not too bad, she will feel a little nervous in her heart after all. Exceeded the prize. Lin Cheng responded casually with a cold tone. Lin Cheng raised the elf bag, waved his hand, and put the armored rhino into it. Then, without looking back, he was ready to leave. Hey, wait, you wait, Yao Mengying hurriedly shouted when she saw Lin Cheng was leaving. The bodyguards around her immediately took the lead when they heard the sound and stopped in front of Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng's brows wrinkled, and his displeasure was even worse. He turned his head and looked at Yao Mengying and said, "Do you want to seek justice for Zhang Mingyu?" No, Yao Mengying waved her hands to deny it in a panic, then pointed to the bodyguards beside her and said, "You guys, go out and stand by first." A group of bodyguards were embarrassed. "Miss, we can't understand what I'm saying." Seeing that the eldest lady was a little sullen, the bodyguards walked out of the arena wisely and silently guarded the door. Seeing that the bodyguards were all evacuated, Lin Cheng's expression softened a little. It could be seen that the girl didn't seem to have any hostility towards him, but what was the reason for this entanglement? With a helpless sigh, he imitated the girl's bodyguard and said, "Miss, what are you doing here?" Yao Mengying smiled and said, "Get to know me, my name is Yao Mengying." Lin Cheng also simply reported his name. "Miss Yao, do you have anything to do with me?" Lin Cheng said indifferently. "Lin Cheng, you know, I've actually been paying attention to you for a while," Yao Mengying said casually without thinking much. Lin Cheng's brows trembled. The girl said this, why did it feel like she was showing her heart? Seeing Lin Cheng's strange expression, Yao Mengying reacted immediately. Her ears flushed and said, "You, don't get me wrong. It's just to see that you served a snack when you summoned the elves the day before yesterday." Lin Cheng casually said, "Oh." Seeing that Lin Cheng didn't pursue these words, Yao Mengying regained her composure and said with a clear voice, "I just watched your battle with Zhang Mingyu. Your elf is really strong, maybe better than me. Laplace, how good is it? Are you interested in being the housekeeper and deacon of my Yao family?" Deacon. Lin Cheng immediately added to his mind that he was wearing a suit Yan Weishan and wearing single-frame glasses. Yes, of course, it's a little different from ordinary deacons. Our Yao family's deacons also have combat business. Although you haven't grown up yet, I believe that you will be very strong in the future, so I decided to recruit in advance. You. Although the girl was generally optimistic about Lin Cheng's meaning, but hearing those words in the ears of others, she seemed to be a bit high. Not interested. Lin Cheng did the same, waved his hands, and prepared to leave again. Wait a minute. Yao Mengying suddenly realized that the charm that she was usually proud of seemed to be of no use to this boy. Are you sure you're not thinking about it? You know, you have offended Zhang Mingyu now. Although he begs for mercy now, he will definitely take revenge on you again when he turns his head. Yao Mengying didn't say anything about it, but Lin Cheng added a bit of annoyance when she said it. "Miss Yao, don't you know that it's because of you? I just knew, that's why I came to invite you. Yao Mengying is not a sensible girl. Seeing Yao Mengying's aggrieved appearance, Lin Cheng also knew that his tone might be a little heavy, and immediately added a sentence. I don't mean to blame, but please keep a distance from Miss Yao. As for the housekeeper and deacon, please find someone else, and see you when you have a chance. Quote. After all, Lin Cheng walked out of the arena without looking back. Yao Mengying felt so shameless. She felt an inexplicable rejection and sadness in her heart. At the same time, this was the first time Miss Yao had been rejected so frankly since she was born, and she couldn't help but doubt her own charm. Chapter 15 Skill. Although the enemy was erected in vain, Lin Cheng was not too flustered. The soldiers came to block the water and cover the soil. Nowadays, outside the major bases, fierce beasts are rampant, and it is an era where elves are respected. As long as your elf is strong enough, you can keep climbing level by level. The small base you are in is just a township-level area, and there are town-level bases, district-level bases, and city-level bases on top of it. In this small city, the existence of executives is just a 3-star trainer. Lin Cheng estimates that he may not be able to cope with such a person. After getting along with Paluchia during this time, Lin Cheng probably also knew what the god-level qualifications probably represented. If the opponent is ordinary qualifications, Paluchia is estimated to be able to fight with 2 stars. That is to say, Paluchia is only now at level 6 and 1 star. In theory, it can deal with level 6 and 3-star ordinary talent elves. Of course, it can only be dealt with. The battle is due to attributes, skill restraint, characteristics, etc. There are also many surprises in battle. However, this also means that Lin Cheng is not afraid of Zhang Mingyu, the playboy, even if he moves his senior executive over here. Putting this matter aside, Lin Cheng looked at the 40+ currency in the card, and the corners of his mouth rose inadvertently. With money, he naturally wanted to improve his life. Lin Cheng went first to buy elf feed, but there were 3 elves waiting to be fed. According to the taste of no species of elves, the attribute allocation, such as Paluchia, likes to eat moist meat food, and the ghosts, because of the combination of ghost and poison attributes, while eating some tree fruits and meat normally, they also need to eating some poisonous turbid chi will not only benefit its body, but also help the power of using skills. For example, the iron-armored rhino that has just been captured has the attributes of rock and ground, and some minerals can also be mixed in the food. Usually, rock-type elves like to eat this. While taking care of nutrition, it can also increase the hardness of the outer armor of the body. Because of his wealth, Lin Cheng's items were directly the most expensive, costing nearly 10,000 yuan. Next, Lin Cheng went to look at the area where elves' nutrition and wound medicine were. In the eyes of ordinary people, these are all luxuries, such as attack enhancers, disposable water gems, dragon gems, ground gems, and so on. Lin Cheng finally decided to buy 10 bottles of wound medicine, including a dragon gem, 2 bottles of insecticide spray, and a pee-pee doll. The effect of the wound medicine is incomparable with the wound medicine in the understanding. It cannot restore blood and physical strength. It can only stop the bleeding of the injured elves and relieve the pain. Even so, it is a necessary medicine for elves trainers who go out. And the dragon gem, after use, can enhance the attribute skills of the elves once. Lin Cheng bought this just in case. Recently, Paluchia and DC often fight outside on their own. If they really encounter something, an opponent who is difficult to deal with can also use this dragon gem to barely meet the enemy. In the end, this insect repellent spray is used to expel the beasts and elves, but it does not guarantee that there will be no beasts and elves to find fault. After all, in the unknown world in the wild, no one can tell. In the end, this pee-pee doll is a prop that can attract the attention of beast spirits. When this thing is used, it can usually get out of trouble and fight. Of course, it also depends on the number of opponents. These things cost Lin again. The city is nearly 10,000. In the end, Lin Cheng went to the mall to buy 2 new fashionable women's clothes, which he was going to give to his mother. He also bought a few bottles of good wine that his father would not dare to buy at ordinary times. In the next period of time, nothing major happened. From time to time, Lin Cheng accompanied the elves to hunt outside the base near the base, and sometimes the 3 elves went by themselves. The levels of the 3 elves changed a lot. Paluchia has finally been promoted to 2 stars. Current level, 12 2-star Pokemon. Qualification, Divine Beast. Attributes, Water, Dragon. Abilities, Oppression, Telepathy. Skills, Dragon Breath, Ghost Face, Water Gun, Dragon Claw. These are the original skills, and at the same time, there are some newly learned skills. For example, the Water Gun skill has learned the advanced version of Water Wave. At the same time, I also learned a rock-based skill, Primitive Power. Although the power of Primordial Power is only general, it is usually only learned by ancient fossil elves or elves with a long heritage. In addition to inflicting damage to opponents, there is also a chance to increase the additional effect of the elves' full ability value. It's a very handy skill. Paluchia was promoted to 2 stars. Lin Cheng's physique was also improved qualitatively. Lin Cheng, Constitution, 18 points. Lifespan, 175. Exclusive skill, Eye of Information, Destiny Elf, Paluchia, Elf Bag, Ghost, Iron Armored Rhino. Lin Cheng found out that for every 1 star of the natal elves with god-level qualifications, their trainers will have 5 points of physique and 50 points of life expectancy. 50 years. This is not a small amount. It is no exaggeration to say that the current life expectancy of Lin Cheng is more than twice that of ordinary people. In addition, DC and Ironclad Rhino have grown. Open Black Lens Bracket Ghosts. Level, 22-star Pokemon. Qualification, Rare. Attributes, Ghost, Poison. Ability, Float. Skills, Hypnosis, Tongue Licking, Resentment, Black Eyes, Night Shadow, Curse, Strange Light. Curse and Strange Light are both learned later in battle. Ghost attribute elf skills can be described with the word, weird. If skills such as water, fire and electricity can be seen by the naked eye, then the ghost attribute skills are just the opposite, completely hurting people. For example, this one in front of you. Curse, after consuming a lot of stamina, the opponent can be put in a cursed state. The cursed elves, ignoring the protection, cut, doubles, magic reflection and other skills, directly forcibly weaken the opponent's vitality. It's a very buggy skill. The same is true for the next Strange Light. When irradiated by this light, the elves will fall into a state of chaos on the spot, and there will be no distinction between the enemy, which just confirms the sentence, I went crazy, and even beat myself. The development of the Ironclad Rhino conforms to the golden mean. Although it is not as powerful as Paluchia, nor is it as unpredictable as ghosts, it is as solid and reliable as the earth. Chapter 16 Sign up for a trial. Open Black Lens Bracket Iron Armored Rhinoceros. Level, 12 2-star Pokemon. Qualification, Rare. Attributes, Ground, Rock. Ability, Hard Head. Skills, Horn Bump, Tail Wagging, Sand Splash, Random Strike, Stampede, Shoot Down. With sufficient food and constant field exercise, the Iron Armored Rhino suddenly realized 3 skills. Among them, Random Attack and Stampede are general attribute skills, which are simply attacks based on physical strength. However, without any attribute blessing, the power is still amazing. At the beginning, before the Iron Armored Rhino was promoted to 2-star, when it fought with an 11-level 2-star beast, it directly smashed the opponent's skull with 1 foot. The knockdown skill is also an interesting attack, which can knock down the elves floating in the air directly to the ground, and will be firmly absorbed by the dungeon. When the Armored Rhino is still capable of fighting, it will not lose its effect. After learning this trick, Lin Cheng tested Gui Si, and then Gui Si left a shadow in his heart. During this period of time, the 3 elves of Lin Cheng were very diligent in sweeping around the base, and as a result, there were not many fierce beasts near the base, and they became almost invisible. Lin Cheng was thinking about whether to go hunting in a remote forest. At this moment, a voice came from the base city. Recently, in order to respond to the call of sending hard work and blood to the country and promote the development and exchanges of various bases, Jiangnan province has issued a test task, requiring the provincial bases to conduct discussions and exchanges, and select outstanding elite talents. Participation requirements: between 15 to 20 years old, as long as the elves are summoned, they are eligible to participate. I hope everyone will participate actively. There is such an event almost every year, and the threshold is very low. As long as it is a young person, anyone with an elves can participate. Usually, as long as you stand out in the competition, you can be picked out by the major town-level bases, and then focus on training. Therefore, this time, not only the students of the small base where Lin Cheng is located, but also other town-level small bases, even you can also see the town-level executives, who will all be here to watch. However, today's competition seems to have come a little earlier. As we all know, it has not been long since the third-year graduates have just acquired the elves. In this short period of time, many of the trainers' elves haven't even gotten to know him fully, and unless they are very confident in themselves, they wouldn't dare to participate in this competition. Moreover, according to the gossip, it is said that the venue of this competition is a place where beasts are rampant. Although it has been swept away by Gaoxing trainers several times, there are still many 1- and 2-star beasts left. For ordinary rookie trainers, dealing with 1-star beasts is enough, let alone a 2-star trainer. Many beginner trainers are intimidated, and most of them are thinking, anyway, there is still a chance next year. It's next year, come and sign up. Therefore, in Lin Cheng's first class, other than him, it seems that very few people signed up. As for the few people who signed up, Lin Cheng was somewhat impressed. Zhao Liang, who summoned the elite walking grass, Luo Qingya, the little girl next door who directly summoned the rare qualified little fire dragon, Lu Su, who has the elite qualification and flying attribute elf arrogant Yan, and Yao Mengying and Zhang Mingyu who recruited him as the housekeeper before. Lin Cheng was still curious at first, wasn't this Mingyu's iron-clad rhinoceros stolen by himself? How did he get into the game this time? When he saw the monkey monster he wrote on the registration form, he realized that this guy seemed to have a relationship and bought an elf. In addition to their students this year, there are also 7 seniors and seniors who are 1 or 2 years older than them. These people are the best of the younger generation in the small base city. The next day, the morning light fell, and during the original holiday, in the very quiet school, there was a beeping sound of car horns. Students who want to participate in the township-level base exchange meeting, hurry up and get on the bus. Sitting on an armored car covered with strong steel needles, the fat head teacher, Mr. Huangxi, shouted at the students who had been waiting here for a long time. I'm the person in charge of taking you to the test destination, Wangxi. Teacher Wangxi greeted very kindly. Is everyone here? Huangxi glanced at everyone and asked. Not yet, Lin Cheng hasn't arrived yet. Yao Mengying replied with a frown. Huangxi looked at his watch and saw that there was still some time before departure, so he smiled and said, then just wait, anyway, there is absolutely plenty of time. Hey, that guy didn't come because he was afraid, didn't he? Zhang Mingyu led a monkey monster again, as if his courage was back, he opened his mouth and sneered. But just as the voice fell, a calm voice came from behind him. It looks like young Master Zhang wants to repay the interest here. Hearing this voice, Zhang Mingyu shivered subconsciously, and took a few steps back like he had seen a ghost. Lin Cheng. What do you want? I'm here for the base this time, don't think about messing around. Lin Cheng ignored Zhang Mingyu who was like ZZ at all, smiled and greeted Huangxi, Mr. Huang, good morning, am I late? The fat head teacher nodded with a smile, and said in a gentle voice, it's not too late, it's still early. Huangxi naturally took care of the students he handed over to him. When he first summoned the elves, he also did not expect that Lin Cheng, who had mediocre achievements, would have such an amazing move, and directly summoned the unknown elves. As soon as the people arrived, the armored vehicle started and moved towards the destination. Because there are usually many dangerous beast spirits in the wild, usually only this enhanced military vehicle can be used for travel. Before leaving, Lin Cheng couldn't help but glanced at the car more, couldn't help smacking his tongue, sighing that the technology tree in this world is really strange. In daily life, many devices are not even as good as the previous life, but the high-tech products that appear from time to time are beyond the reach of the previous life technology. Chapter 17 Ghost Ability. Yeah, little brother, I recognize you. You should be the one who summoned the unknown spirit this year. Sitting in the back seat of the armored car, next to Lin Cheng, a slender girl with a bun on her head suddenly spoke up. Lin Cheng turned his head and looked at the woman. He remembered that the girl should be a senior 2 years older than them. The name is. I especially like to deal with potential juniors like you. My name is Tan Xiaoling. Tan Xiaoling. Lin Cheng glanced at this senior sister's figure unconsciously. It doesn't look small at all. Xiaoling, you've scared my little brother. Look, he doesn't even know what to say. Sitting beside Tan Xiaoling, another lovely-looking and generous woman saw that Lin Cheng didn't speak, and immediately joking with girlfriends. Why not? Hello, Junior, introduce yourself to us. Lin Cheng smiled lightly and introduced himself. My name is Lin Cheng. The Luo and generous woman also reported her name, Tnu. Hey, by the way, what kind of spirit did you summon last time? Can you tell Senpai? I'm also very interested in this. Tnu also showed a curious expression. In exchange we can talk to you about our spirits. I got the name myself, Paluchia. Paluchia. What does the name mean? While a few people were chatting. Cough cough. At this moment, there was an untimely light coughing sound from the back seat. The source of the voice unexpectedly came from Yao Mengying. The girl herself didn't know why she wanted to stop the two of them from talking, but she felt that Lin Cheng and the two girls were chatting so happily, and she always felt uncomfortable. Aren't you minding your own business? The sound of the previous conversation stopped abruptly. The two senior sisters looked at Lin Cheng with a smile, and looked at Yao Mengying in the back, as if they understood something. Iya, it looks like brother Lin has a guardian. Tianyu also lowered her voice and jokingly said, yes, I can't tell, Lin Shuidi is quite popular. But please rest assured, we are really just curious. Yao Mengying only felt that her face was burning badly, but for some reason, she did not deny it. Lin Cheng was expressionless because he didn't know what to do. This scene fell into the eyes of the other 5 seniors and Zhang Mingyu, and it was not so pleasant. How dare this low-grade bastard hook up with 3 of the 4 beauties in the car by himself? How did they get mixed up? So someone sneered at Lin Cheng. The younger students dare to participate in this kind of exchange competition, but they have some courage. However, the juniors should not think that this is an outing, right? I have seen it before. There is a low-grade student, because he has a strange elf, is unmanned in front of the conference. As a result, after the conference started, he lost his qualification for the competition early. Even if the qualification for the single light competition is enough, he does not know what to provoke, and waits for the staff. When I found him, my whole body was drained of blood, and the elf disappeared. Junior brother Lin Cheng, you are a newcomer, you are easy to attract attention, then you have to be careful, don't fall into such a situation. It's the end. It's a real thing, but when the senior said it at the moment, it was inevitable that there would be a sour sarcasm. Nangong is true, junior brother Lin Cheng. You'd better hold the thighs of the 2 senior sisters beside you and let them take care of you along the way. Tilda. Isn't that someone who eats soft rice? Ha ha ha. After the 5 seniors sang in harmony, they were so exhilarated that they didn't say anything in that sarcastic tone. Tan Xiaoling and Tianyu raised their eyebrows, consciously wanting to fight against Lin Cheng, but Lin Cheng said at the moment, the story the seniors told, I actually know the follow-up development. 5 dragon tutors. One of them couldn't help but curiously said, how about you talk about it? The corner of Lin Cheng's mouth twitched. and he secretly patted the elf bag given by Zhang Mingyu. This elf bag has a lot of built-in space, about 10 cubic meters in size, enough to stuff both the ghosts and the armored rhinoceros inside. At this moment, what Lin Cheng released was Gui Si. Except for the light near the two iron fence windows, the rest of the armored vehicle was slightly dim, and the ghosts walked forward and mixed in the shadows, and no one noticed its existence. The newcomer whose blood was drained had resentment in his heart because of his tragic death, so he vowed to find the murderer who killed him. So, whenever the exchange conference starts, his resentment will be transformed into a ghost, haunting senior students with criminal motives all night. When it was said that something was entangled, the 5 senior students suddenly shivered at the same time. One of the stronger men stood up and shouted, "Boy, don't charge me with the charges. We don't know that person at all. Why did they pester us?" Lin Cheng blinked his eyes innocently and said, "Senior, they all say they are ghosts. Do people still need reason in doing things? Also, the story just now, I'm just hearsay. If you're not happy, I won't tell you. I just heard that people who are entangled in resentment will feel cold for a while, and I don't know if it's true." The burly student wanted to shout a few more words, but suddenly, his thighs shivered for a while, and then he sat down in a paralyzed state. The same is true for several other people, who all feel powerless, a little weak and cold. Is this story true? Those people thought at the same time. One of them had a blue face and a bit of horror on his face. "You shouldn't say what you said is true, right?" Lin Cheng pretended to be surprised. "Senior, what do you mean by that? I'm cowardly, don't scare me. We seem to be really entangled by that resentful spirit," one of them said with his teeth shivering. "Hey, stop joking." Tan Xiaoling thought at first that these people wanted to play pranks again, but when he saw their expressions, he wondered, if it was fake, these people would have played too well, right? "We thought we were joking," one of them said with a sad face. Hearing what the man said, Zhao Liangyu took a bold step forward and touched the senior, and he immediately took a step back in fright. Although it wasn't cold enough, it was obviously different from a normal person's body temperature. It was like touching a dead person with no body temperature. 5 people in a row looked like this. Then, what should I do? Should I call the teacher? You know this story, so do you know how to expel this resentful spirit? We are innocent, really innocent, Tilda. The 5 people who were arrogant and domineering just now are like eggplants beaten by frost, shrinking into a ball. The evolution of the ghost stone, has the special ability to lurk in the dark and absorb the vitality of the soul. As a ghost before its evolution, although it is not so domineering, under the action of resentment and hypnosis, it is easy for people to feel fear and cold. It's not that there is no way, Tilda, Lin Cheng thought seriously. What way? Several people looked at Lin Cheng with hope. I heard people say that the resentful spirit is also relatively easy to communicate with, as long as it is not the real murderer. Even if it is cursed, it will not be a big deal. As long as it takes a week off, it will be fine, although it will be cold during this period. But it won't hurt the name, and when the resentful spirit knows that you are innocent, it will naturally not harm you. What? A week? They came here to participate in the competition. It would be very embarrassing if they were slapped back because of the resentment before the competition even started. Yes, is there any other way? Seeing that their bodies were getting colder and colder, several people were also desperately ill, and they believed more and more in Lin Cheng's words. There is another way. I don't know if the seniors are willing or not. Several people looked at Lin Cheng eagerly. It doesn't matter what you say. Just kowtow and apologize. Quote ? Chapter 18 Grateful Deed. Kowtow to apologize. Several seniors looked confused. Yes, kowtowing to the dead is a basic etiquette. I don't need to say more. It is generally distracting. Of course, there are different opinions in different places, but come to think of it, if you have 4 heads, the etiquette should be in place. Lin Cheng said seriously. That solemn and serious expression made no one doubt the authenticity of his words. As that's so, who are we going to drink to? Speaking of this question, Lin Cheng showed a very embarrassed expression. What's the matter with you, Junior? Several people were about to cry, and they felt that their body temperature was still dropping. Hey, seniors, you all know about this. You need a medium to act as that resentful spirit for you to bow your head, but the key is who wants to be regarded as a deceased person. How bad it would be, maybe they will meet early. What's wrong with? The people present thought, just as Lin Cheng said, not a goddess priest who specializes in this line of dance, who would be a normal person who would pretend to be a dead person for you. But now I'm rushing to the trial site, where can I find a professional priest? Do you want to give up the trial and go home? Then you have to wait another year. Not to mention how tangled their hearts are. At this time, Lin Cheng suddenly sighed, and then the 5 people saw Lin Cheng's righteousness and said, otherwise, you can kowtow to me, although I will suffer some losses and be stained with bad luck, but we are together on this trip. Those who go to win glory for the base city are the groups that share weal and woe. Therefore, it is still necessary to help each other. Quote. Is this possible? The sturdy student seemed to be hesitant before, not because he was afraid of bringing bad luck to Lin Cheng, but because he felt that it would be a loss for people to kowtow. Maybe Lin has a lot of things to do. If he doesn't want to, then the senior should explain to Mr. Huangshi earlier and let him send you back sooner. Lin Cheng immediately showed an indifferent look and sat back to his original seat. Not to mention this. When the other 4 saw this, they were in a hurry. Among them, there were those who were terrified of their lives and cried, Student, Junior, you can't ignore it. This year is the last opportunity for me to sign up. If I miss it, I will. It is estimated that you will have to stay in a small township level base for the rest of your life. Isn't it just kowtow? I'll kowtow to you, Junior brother, please accept it. After saying that, he thumped dong 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 4 times in a row, and his head fell like garlic. It is strange to say that after the kowtow ended, the man was relieved, his body was no longer cold, his limbs were numb, and he immediately said in surprise, okay. I'm fine. Thank you buddy, tilde. Others hurriedly stepped forward to inquire about the man's situation, and when they learned that it was really all right, they immediately rushed to kowtow to Lin Cheng. When Lin Cheng saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched, and after everyone had kowtowed, he took DC back, and the whole process was completely unknowing. Tian Yu, Tan Xiaoling and others only felt that this scene was so discordant. 1 moment ago, those people were still mocking and sarcastic Lin Cheng, but the next moment they kowtowed to the latter again and again. The kowtow is fine. A look of gratitude to Dade. Junior, in this trial, our brother has covered your safety. That's right, whoever wants to learn from you will step over us first. Lin Cheng smiled tactfully, but he still seemed very harmless to humans and animals. Soon they arrived at their destination. The place where they tested this time was in a vast and boundless land. The sky was blue, white clouds were floating, and the line of sight was far away. Only an ancient forest with no end could be seen. In the forest, hundreds of giant trees rise and fall one after another, like a wave of green trees. Above the sky, flocks of ferocious birds and beasts fly by, and the sound of chirping can be heard incessantly. And in the woods, you can also see a large, mottled shadow passing by, leaving a roaring sound. This is our trial ground. Several senior students who had just released their rhetoric, at this moment, immediately swallowed their saliva when they saw such an ancient land. Usually, there are countless beasts in this kind of prehistoric area, and many of them are high-star ones. Young people born in small bases like them are usually enough to deal with a 2-star beast. If there is another one, the existence above that is decisively overturned. Teacher Huangshi also seemed to see everyone's worries. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, this world has been swept by experts from the Federation before. Although it seems to maintain the original ecology, most of it is 1-star. Middle and low-level vicious beasts can occasionally see the existence of 1-star high-level and 2-star low-level. There are 2-star beasts. Zhang Mingyu's expression also changed. He bought a 10th level 1-star monkey monster. If it is a 1-star beast, he is not afraid, but if it is a 2-star, then just stop. Not bad. Teacher Huangshi nodded with a smile. His eyes swept into the distance, and smiled. How can there be no stumbling blocks on the road to the strong? If it is really in the wild, there is not so much rationality. Don't it is said that it is a 2-star beast, a 3-star, 4-star, or even a 5-star beast. It may appear unprepared for you, and only the trainer who can overcome the accident can reach the end. Quote. Of course, you can abstain from voting now. I will take you back in charge. Sometimes it's not a shame to turn back in spite of difficulties. After all, you are still young, and it is normal to cherish life. A look of seriousness appeared. After half an hour. That, teacher, since it's a competition, there should be a standard for judgment. Can you tell me what the rules are? The person who spoke was actually Luo Qingya, who looked the most cowardly in the team. Listening to her tone, it was obvious that she was not ready to change her determination to participate in the competition. This courage made Zhang Mingyu and a few seniors, who had just shown timidity, a little ashamed. Huangshi looked at Luo Qingya with a smile, and said, then let me talk about the rules for participating in the competition. First of all, you must know that you are not the only ones here. Speaking of Kung Fu, there were also exclamations and noises from other cliffs around, and the signs of lack of popularity just now were broken. Chapter 19 Competition Rules. Students from other township-level bases also arrived one after another. In just a few minutes, people who were still popular and ready to stage on the stage are already full of people. This trial site has a total of hundreds of township-level bases in Jiangnan province, and there are more than a dozen grounds like ours. Hearing this, Lin Cheng's heart was also moved, and he thought, this trial seems to be quite a lot of people, and there are hundreds of people standing at their reception desk. This place is extremely vast, and it is densely populated with fierce land and powerful beasts. Of course, there are many opportunities among them. You can even see wild elves. If you are lucky, you can even get elves. Hearing this, everyone's breathing became a little faster. Unlike Pokemon after birth, most of the Pokemon hatched from eggs will open their eyes for the first time, and those who see them are regarded as their parents. Habit. Therefore, if you can get an elf egg, it is equivalent to an extra elf. This is the most desired thing for trainers. When you get to the center of the field, you will see that you have to pick up people there and they will take you to the next game setting. Lin Cheng personally doesn't think it sounds too difficult. Simply put, isn't he just asking for life? Hee, don't think that as long as this is the case, you can easily pass the level. After speaking, Teacher Huangshi pointed to a crystal stone pillar in the distance that was similar to the material of the summoning elves. Have you seen the stone pillar? This is the stone pillar to test your destiny's elf level. Later, you will come up and touch the fast stone tablet in turn, and then you will be graded, with a total of 1 to 6 grades. Usually the little guys like you who just summoned elves should only have a first level rating. Of course, there are also young people who have accumulated a few years and have 2-star elves. They can have a second level rating as soon as they come up. Zhang Mingyu asked with a dark face, then dared to ask, if there is no natal elves, what grade is the test score? As soon as this question came out, strange eyes immediately looked at Zhang Mingyu, especially a few unsuspecting seniors and seniors. Because there is no natal elves, Zhang Mingyu can participate in this trial match entirely because his father has asked someone to open the back door. This kind of thing is a basic operation for the rich and powerful. Zhang Mingyu was very unhappy with the strange eyes around him, but he couldn't do anything. Due to the situation, he could only snort coldly. Huangshi is a decent adult. He tacitly chose to ignore this kind of thing, touched his bulging chin, thought for a moment, and said, I guess there will be no rating. In other words, it's a 0 grade. PFF'd. Immediately, Zhao Liang burst out laughing. He couldn't help laughing when he thought that Zhang Mingyu, the second-generation official in the school, was only a weak scum at the lowest level in this trial. Zhang Mingyu glared at him angrily, but Zhao Liang restrained a bit, but there was not much respect in his expression. However, you don't need to worry, classmate Zhang. At this time, Huangshi said again. Actually, no matter whether you are level 0, level 1 or level 2, you are not eligible to advance. According to the rules, if you just reach the end like this, there will also be no receptionist to receive you. Quote. Hearing this, a row of question marks instantly lit up on everyone's head. If you want to advance, you must have a level above 3. 1 star is a first level rating, 2 star is a second level rating, and the third level rating is 3 star. Tianyu covered her mouth, barely surprised. Hee, don't worry, let me explain one by one. This rating is not only based on your elf star rating, but also on whether you have killed beasts on the road, or whether you have obtained some precious items. When you meet, there will be instruments to record your performance, and then, as a score, superimpose it with your original score as a promotion. Quote. When everyone heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they could also test for natural treasures and kill beasts to increase their points. Of course, these are not actually the fastest ways to advance. Huangshi sold another jar and said, the real way to quickly improve the level is to grab other people's ratings. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the spot was stunned, and their expressions changed more or less. Especially, when you are a low level, you are much stronger than a high level. For example, Zhang Mingyu is a 0 level classmate. If you take away other first level trainers, then your star will become 1 on the spot. Level. When he said this, Huangshi still kept his smiling face, but at this time, seeing this little face in the eyes of everyone, he felt a little shivering. Lin Cheng's brows trembled. This rule means that the students are expelled in disguise, and they want to create the strongest flavor. Zhao Liang, who had just said sarcastic words, shook his body, and he suddenly found that Zhang Mingyu was looking at him badly. What are you doing? Why not? Zhang Mingyu said lightly with his hands behind his back. Here's a reminder, it's best not to fight in the nest, because, here, your opponents are members of other base cities. Seeing that something was wrong, Huangshi immediately reminded. This made Zhao Liang heave a sigh of relief. Seeing a group of people lining up in front to touch the crystal stone. The crystal stone pillar also continued to emit dazzling brilliance, and then, a level description appeared. Zhao Liang, Walking Grass. Level, 2, 1 star Pokemon. After the test, next to the crystal stone pillar, a staff member will come forward and put on a device similar to a wristwatch to Zhao Liang. This is an instrument to test the trainer's victory or loss in the quality of the treasures. Lu Su, Proud Swallow. Level 2, 1 star Pokemon. Yao Mengying, Laplace. Level. Chapter 20 He is 2 stars. Yao Mengying, Laplace. Level 8, 1 star Pokemon. Seeing this level, everyone opened their mouths and looked at Yao Mengying with the same eyes as monsters. Unexpectedly, someone was able to raise the elf to level 8 in a period of time. Lin Cheng was also a little surprised. Yao Mengying's Laplace is a quasi-god level elf, which is even more rare than his ghosts and iron-armored rhinoceros. If it is now a level 8 and 1 star, it is estimated that it will not be a problem to fight against a 2-star elf. It seems that having money and resources is a good thing to do. Yao Mengying's level 8 level is not too conceited compared to the 7 seniors and sisters. The 5 seniors are all at level 6 to 8. Compared to Yao Mengying's amazingness, in fact, they are normal for ordinary people. Condition. Next is Luo Qingya. This cowardly girl usually looks quiet and timid, but this inspection was a big surprise. Luo Qingya, Little Fire Dragon. Level 5, 1 star Pokemon. Generally speaking, the higher the qualification, the more difficult it is to upgrade the elf level. Luo Qingya, a Little Fire Dragon, remembered that Lin Cheng was a rare level at the beginning, but now it has risen to level 5. It is not clear if he can fight 2-star Lin Cheng, but compared to the ordinary 7 to 8 level elf, must be a bit stronger. Junior brother Lin, all the girls in your class are so strong. Tan Xiaoling couldn't help sighing. Sister Tan is not bad either. Lin Cheng replied with a smile. Tan Xiaoling's elf is an Ibrahimovich, and the level is also level 8, but it is of elite quality, which is stronger than the 5 seniors who only have ordinary qualifications. What am I? In this year's session, it is estimated that Tianyu's girl is the only one who can do it. Tianyu. Lin Cheng looked curiously in the direction of the crystal column. I saw a girl walk up to the front desk, and she gently touched the crystal column with her hand. Immediately, a flash of fluorescence permeated the crystal column. Tianyu. Pichu. Level 10, 1-star Pokemon. This Pichu is also an elite talent. Just like what Tan Xiaoling said, Tianyu's strength is indeed much stronger than that of other seniors. It is estimated that it is not a problem for one person to fight against level 11 and 2-star beasts. How's it going? Tan Xiaoling blinked her long eyelashes and said with a smile, it will be your turn next. Lin Cheng smiled faintly when he heard the words, took a step, and printed his palm on the crystal pillar. Immediately, a row of messages appeared on the crystal column. Forest City, Paluchia, level 12 2-star Pokemon. Looking at the font on the crystal column, Lin Cheng's group, including teacher Huangxi, fell into silence. It's really terrifying to have reached the 2-star level in a short period of time. After the silence, Huangxi was the first to react and said with a wry smile. Lin Cheng's strength is even higher than his small fist stone level, and he doesn't know how he did it. The others were drooling wildly, especially the 5 seniors who had sinned against Lin Cheng before. Fortunately, they didn't have the urge to offend this person. Among them, the stronger one wiped off his sweat, and felt that his face was flushed when he said that he would cover Lin Cheng before. Zhang Mingyu was stunned. No wonder. No wonder I can't win. It turns out that this guy is already 2 stars. I have pity on my previous iron-armored rhino and the elf bag for nothing. While Yao Mengying was surprised, she also felt that this was a matter of course, as expected of the person she was optimistic about, but unfortunately, the other party refused to use it for herself. No, you can't give up so easily. Next time you have a chance to ask again. I don't believe anyone can really be so hard-hearted, rejecting himself again and again. The others were also more or less surprised, but the quirky Tan Xiaoling had an unexpected color in his watery eyes at this time, and said with a chuckle, it seems that there will also be geniuses in this small township level base. Exist. Why, you liked it so quickly. Are you planning to take him to your Tan house? Tianyu also appeared beside Tan Xiaoling at some unknown time. Don't come. Why didn't you say take him to your Tian's house? The 2 women said something that only she knew, and finally smiled at each other, and both remained silent. With a 2-star elves, there will naturally be a second level rating. Although there are many surprised and envious eyes on the spot, there are also some greedy eyes. After all, this snatch is also in line with the rules. The tree is big in the wind. Maybe 1 or 2 people can't take down the 2-star elves, but if a group of people is thinking about it, it will be a bit troublesome. After the staff gave out the watch recorder, Lin Cheng glanced at his greedy eyes, paid a little attention, and slowly walked down the ring. If you want his rating, you should rely on your strength. As it happens, he is still a little short of the 3rd level rating. After half a day or so, there were also 1 or 2 young students with outstanding talent, who had level 9 or even level 10 elves. However, as far as Lin Cheng was at the reception desk, he seemed to be the only one with 2 stars. Therefore, when the staff announced the start of the game, the reception stage was quiet, and some people's eyes flickered, looking in the direction of Lin Cheng. The next moment, they haven't waited for them to start. Whoosh! Everyone only felt a gust of wind whizzing past, and Lin Cheng flew out immediately. Paluchia, S18-point physique increased after 2 stars, which is stronger than most of the current trainers. Lin Cheng tried his best to run, but no one could chase him. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched, and most of them simply couldn't catch up and could only give up. However, there were still a few talented trainers who summoned elves that could ride and kept chasing behind Lin Cheng. Without saying a word, Lin Cheng also released the iron-armored rhinoceros, and immediately mentioned the speed again. In the end, there was only a large rock snake left, an armored bird, a small fire horse, and 3 elves were still chasing him. When Lin Cheng saw this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and it seemed that it was time to fight back. Chapter 21 Fly a Kite. In front of him, the little fire horse, the big rock snake, and the armored bird were in the shape of a triangle, directly surrounding Lin Cheng. Of course, this situation was naturally created by him on purpose. Otherwise, with the strength of the iron-armored rhinoceros that has been promoted to the 2-star level, none of those 1-star elves can catch up. But the 3 of them didn't know it, and they seemed very excited foolishly. The little fire horse trainer threw off the horse, grinned and said, "Aren't you very good at running? Run, you are running Tilda. Hey, I wasted so much time in vain. If you are acquainted, just hand over the score yourself Tilda," the armor bird trainer also said in a tone of Ding Lin Cheng. The big rock snake trainer didn't say a word, and kept looking straight at Lin Cheng's ironclad rhinoceros. After a while, he said, "You are an ironclad rhino. But the elf you tested and registered was obviously not this one." The expressions of the other 2 changed. Among them, the little fire horse trainer said, "I guess he bought this iron-armored rhinoceros. I don't care, it will change later. I won't talk about the experience. Let's 3 first." The partnership solved him so that no one would come after him at some point. Quote, "That's right, since we have caught up, it means that this iron-armored rhino is just a 1-star elf. This elf will be entangled in my armored bird, and you 2 will deal with his other 2-star elf." Okay. The corners of the 3 people's mouths raised a smirk as if they were picking a prey. Lin Cheng's heart was not disturbed, and he even wanted to laugh a little. "Yeah, but you should hurry up, otherwise, when there are a few more, you will have to fly kites again." When the 3 of them heard Lin Cheng's voice, a sense of unease appeared in their hearts, and they immediately launched an attack without hesitation. Little fire horse, spark. Big rock snake, use falling rocks. Armored bird, metal claws. 3 figures, 3 attacks, at this moment, suddenly erupted. Lin Cheng's clear eyes blinked, as if he hadn't seen such an attack, and lightly patted the armored rhinoceros under him and said, "Block it." Roar. Just when the 3 attacks were 10 feet away from Lin Cheng, the iron-armored rhino moved. A flood of brute force erupted from the sharp corner. Under the top of the horn, the falling rocks shattered and the sparks disintegrated. The armored bird using the metal claws was knocked upside down by the iron-clad rhinoceros and flew out. Immediately, it fell heavily, the iron-clad feathers withered on the ground, and the body twitched and still lost its ability to fight. Iron-armored rhino defeated the armored bird and gained 102 experience points. Iron-armored rhino level 12, 1592-2000. The eyes of the 3 trainers were full of horror. The 3 level 10 elves started their hands, and they were not as good as a horn of an iron-armored rhinoceros. In one move, 1 elf lost its ability to fight, and 2 elf skills collapsed. This is definitely not a level opponent. The big rock snake trainer and the little fire horse trainer hurriedly prepared to turn around and run away, but found that behind them, there was an elf like a small dinosaur pestering. What is this? They had never seen the elf before, and just when they were wondering, the little thing moved. The paw in his hand crossed with a hint of purple. Then the 2 elves collapsed instantly. Paluchia defeated Little Fire Horse and gained 106 experience points. Paluchia defeated the Big Rock Snake and gained 108 experience points. Paluchia grade 12, 355 2000. The remaining 2 trainers gasped on the spot, what just happened? Lin Cheng walked over and pointed the recorder in their hands at his own. Immediately, a piece of data was transmitted to his wristband. He absorbed the data of 3 level 10 1-star elves at once, and Lin Cheng's wristband was 1 step closer to the level 3 rating. After the 3 people were taken away with all their scores, a protective shield emanated from the wristbands in their hands, which protected the 3 people and locked them in place at the same time. This shield is only activated after the scores are completely cleared. First, it is used to protect students. When students encounter absolute danger in the wild, they can manually reset their scores and activate the shield. After the score is cleared, it also means that you lose the qualification for the competition. The faces of the three were ashes. If they were given a chance to choose, they would definitely not come to provoke the great devil, Lin Cheng. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. The three of them could only watch Lin Cheng beckon to them before walking away. In the forest densely covered with towering trees, Lin Cheng looked at a ferocious beast that appeared in front of him with some surprise. This ferocious beast had the body of a bear, but had the claws of a tiger. Open black lens bracket bear tiger beast. Level, 22 star beast. As the claws swung, the surrounding tree canopy was completely destroyed. Lin Cheng clicked his tongue. Doesn't this mean that 2-star beasts are hard to see? Why did he only come across one after exploring for a long time? Paluchia, try it. Lin Cheng pointed at the beast and asked Paluchia to test it out alone. The strength of Paluchia, who was now a 2-star. Ow! Paluchia nodded, and immediately moved forward in space. With the palm of his hand, he grabbed directly at the bear and tiger beast. Between the claws, there is an extremely domineering energy spread, and the sound of dragon roar can be heard faintly. Roar. PFF'd. The next moment, the bear and tiger beast, who was still arrogantly roaring, stopped abruptly. The billowing blood spilled out from the claw mark wound, splashing all over the ground. The bear and tiger beast still wanted to resist stubbornly, but the dying counterattack just bombarded the void. As a space elf, Paluchia became more and more handy in controlling the spaces he upgraded. In just a few dozen breaths, the bear and tiger beast was already covered in blood, and finally fell to the ground under the humiliation. Paluchia killed the bear and tiger beast and gained 920 experience. Paluchia Grade 12, 1852,000. Get 290 gins of bear and tiger meat, bear and tiger remnant skin 3, bear and tiger claws 4, and bear and tiger teeth 34. Lin Cheng put away the bear, tiger and animal meat, and added some small and slightly valuable things, most of which were left alone. After all, the next journey is still far away, and carrying too much will make it inconvenient to move. Chapter 22 Forest Encounter. This is the scab grass, with the orange fruit. The effect of restoring hemostasis should be good. This is the evening of Lin Cheng's first day in this vast jungle. At this moment, he is studying an unremarkable grass. Right. Different from any world he knew, the plants on this water blue star were like ferocious beasts, and they looked strange. Because of special environmental reasons, it was easy to grow plants with miraculous effects. However, most people can't tell the difference, but Lin Cheng is a master of extensive knowledge and memorization. In his previous life, while facing a lot of schoolwork, he still has the mind to memorize all the current 800 elves. Whether it is the name, or the code, characteristics, skills, and racial values of each elves, they are all in his mind. He seems to be particularly interested in this naturally bizarre pet plant. Fortunately, he has eccentric preferences, so in this world, he can still maintain a glowing spirit. Learning new knowledge is not a loss in any era. Lin Cheng carefully took out the scabbed grass in front of him, preserved it well, and put it away so that it could be used in case of abrasions or the like during the journey. The sun is about to go down. Today, let's end here first. Lin Cheng muttered to himself as he looked at the bright red morning sun on the horizon. Picked up some dry branches from the nearby jungle, and then let DC use the ghost fire skill to ignite the branches. Crash tilde. A fire is done. Lin Cheng cut a piece of thigh meat from the bear, tiger and animal meat obtained today, placed it on a branch, sprinkled some seasonings, and let it bake. After a while, a strong aroma came from above. Not to mention Lin Cheng, even the three elves, DC Ironclad Rhinoceros and Paluchia, couldn't help drooling. Just as I was about to start eating, suddenly, not far from the forest in front, there was a sound of vibration, which seemed to be the sound of many creatures running. At first, Lin Cheng thought that the smell of his barbecue would cause unnecessary trouble, but he quickly realized that it was not the case. According to the report from the ghost spies, there seems to be a group of human beings doing things themselves. Under the guidance of Gui Si, Lin Cheng came to the scene of the incident and found that many people were surrounding a girl with a beautiful appearance, seemingly wanting to ask for a rating on her watch. The little girl was forced into a corner. Although the little fire dragon in front of her was trying to resist stubbornly, there were too many people on the opposite side. The girl's big eyes sparkled like amber, and she looked like she was about to cry. Lin Cheng's brows furrowed, and he realized, this person isn't Luo Qingye. Shouldn't she be with the rest of the team? Why is there a person here now? Also, although the little fire dragon has high qualifications, isn't the level still 1 star? Why are so many people vying for it? Hey, little girl, do you think that with a little fire dragon, you can resist? Don't you just hand over your points lest some of us have dirty hands and feet and encounter some places that shouldn't be touched. Hong, with a somewhat fearful smile on his face, kept approaching Luo Qingye. Luo Qingye's hair was messy at this time, and the rustic twisted braids that were originally tied were scattered. Even the pair of height-counting glasses that she usually wore did not know where to go, revealing a delicate and flawless cheek. Age-appropriate figure, it will really attract a bit of reverie. Lin Cheng was slightly taken aback when he saw this appearance, but he didn't expect that Luo Qingye, like the little girl next door, would have such an unexpected side. I said that I can give you the grades, but please leave me a bottom mark. This requirement is not too much, right? Luo Qingye had some fear in her eyes, but she still held on to her aura. Hey, we also said that it's okay to leave the bottom line, but you have to play with us otherwise, how lonely our brothers are those trainers didn't know if they were golden bugs. Brain, relying on this wild environment, forcing people to do such things. Aren't you afraid of telling the teachers directly after I'm out? Luo Qingye said stubbornly. Hey, then you can go and sue as long as the automatic score is cleared. You can see the teachers I will report it to you at that time Several people seemed to see that Luo Qingye attached great importance to this opportunity, so she was unscrupulous. Ow! When the little fire dragon opened its mouth, a spark shot out and attacked the leading trainer. Immediately, a few egg-like elves beside the man suddenly jumped out, projecting several energy bombs. Boom! In the collision with the spark, the attack was cancelled. Some of these egg-like elves have no cracks, and some have their eggshells cracked directly, but they all have one thing in common, that is, the eggshells have noses, eyes and mouths. This elf is the egg. Open black lens bracket egg. Level, 10, 1-star Pokemon. Qualification, Elite. Attributes, Grass, Super. Feature, Chlorophyll. Skills, Hypnotism, Pitching, Reflection Wall. Hey, you little fire dragon still listens to the protector, but that's fine, otherwise, there's no sense of accomplishment. While speaking, those people slowly pushed towards Luo Qingye again. Luo Qingye held back the tears in her eyes. She must seize this opportunity to go to the big city, otherwise she will never be able to find her parents' whereabouts. However, how should I fight against this villain in front of me? Ah, little fire dragon. No, come back. Ow. How could the little fire dragon see that the master was so humiliated, and immediately opened his mouth and rushed towards those people. However, this is exactly what a few people want. The besieged trainers waved their hands and let the elves around them launch a total attack. Immediately, an explosion sounded. Little fire dragon. Luo Qingye shouted desperately. Hey, now, your little fire dragon won't die without half of its life. Next, it's you the leader smiled and approached. Don't worry, in fact, you don't have to resist so much, this is actually two parties. The things that benefit you we are happy, so are you Looking at the trainer slowly walking towards her, Luo Qingye was helpless and was about to give up the opportunity to clear her score. Beside me, I thought of an abrupt voice. Oh. You tell me, what's the cool way? Can you let me experience it too? As the voice sounded, the headed trainer only felt black in front of his eyes, and then he felt like he was hit by a cow on his chest. Yes, it was really a cow, a rhino. Ironclad rhino. Chapter 23 Ghost Evolution. PFF'd. A large mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth, and the head of the trainer was smashed and flew out like a cannonball, and there were signs of depression in his chest immediately. Bang. Staggering backwards drew a deep pit. Old boss. Several people around hurriedly helped the headed man and took out a series of wound medicines. Because he has been fighting fierce beasts all the year round, the medical level of this era is still very good. No, it is enough to break the rib of the attack. It only takes 2 bottles of medicine to put it here, and that person can stand up alive again. Who is your excellency? The man's face was gloomy, looking at Lin Cheng who was walking slowly step by step. His body was tense. Just when this man ordered the iron-armored rhino to attack, he really didn't care about human life. Lin Cheng didn't even pay attention to them, walked straight to Luo Qingye, and asked in a calm tone, "Are you alone?" It seemed that Lin Cheng's sudden appearance suddenly made Luo Qingye feel that she had a backing. Before answering the question, the tears that the little girl had just held back in her eyes fell like a line. Lin Cheng's eyes twitched when he saw this. He didn't know how to appease girls. So, I had to turn to look at the few people behind me. Those people took a few steps back with fear, and their expressions were somber. "Your Excellency, are you trying to hurt us?" Lin Cheng glanced at them with caring eyes for the mentally retarded. Are these people stupid or fake? It's so obvious to do it yourself, why don't you ask? Are you ready? Lin Cheng asked, loosening his shoulders. Your Excellency, are you going to meddle in your own business? Although your iron-armored rhinoceros is good, there are 8 of us here. Do you think that you alone are our opponents? Lin Cheng, with a cold expression, summoned his own elves one after another. 8 elves appeared at the same time, with levels ranging from 5 to 9. At the same time, there was a 10th level elf, the leader's Pokemon Dandan, which made a lot of noise for a while. Seeing this battle, Luo Qingye stopped crying, pulled the corner of Lin Cheng's clothes, and whispered, "Are you sure you will win?" Lin Cheng turned his head and glanced at the girl, but didn't say anything, just smiled lightly. Isn't this already a win, Tilda? The 8 trainers on the opposite side all sneered, thinking that Lin Cheng was talking big, just about to order his elves to do something, but found that there was no response. When I looked back, I saw my few elves. All of them rolled their eyes at this moment, collapsed and fell asleep. What's the situation? This scene made them unable to believe their eyes. The other party actually solved all of their elves without knowing it. In the shadows, Guisi Jia appeared with a smile. For a level 22-star rare elves, it is too easy to deal with 8 ordinary or elite elves with less than 2 stars, let alone ghost-type Pokemon with mysterious whereabouts like DC. As long as the other party doesn't notice, let alone 8, it is doubled, and it is easy and pleasant to solve. That is, a few more hypnosis things. Teach them a lesson, Ghost, Dark Shadow. Under the command of Lin Cheng, the black mist around Guisi suddenly spread, covering all the trainers and elves. After a while, I didn't know what those people saw, but there were bursts of panic. Scream. When the smoke dissipated, all eyes were blank, saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they slumped to the ground with a look of dementia. Luo Qingye covered her mouth and looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. Although she knew that the man in front of her had a 2-star Pokemon, she didn't expect to hide 2 Pokemon besides that. In other words, he actually owns 3 elves. How holy is he? Ghosts beat Trumpet Bud and gain experience 69. Guise defeated the Unicorn and gained experience 66. DC defeated Ladybug and gained experience 72. DC defeats Dark Crow and gains experience 89. DC defeats Eggy and gains experience 179. There were 8 prompt boxes in a row, and then Lin Cheng saw an arc of light flashing all over his body. Finally, Ghosts has been upgraded to level 21, 5/20,000. So far, DC has surpassed the 2 stars and entered the ranks of 3 stars. Mutation and mutation, the original smoke-like ghost, as if it was decomposed on the spot, the decomposed smoke became thicker, as if reshaping its body. Is this situation going to evolve? Lin Cheng was a little excited. The evolution of the elves on the water blue star was somewhat different from the original setting. The elves were not necessarily able to evolve 100%. Through the introduction of the Eye of Information, Lin Cheng learned that aptitude not only affects the combat power of Pokémon, also affects the evolution of Pokémon. The probability of evolution is different for Pokémon with each aptitude. If it is a Pokémon with ordinary aptitude, the probability of successful evolution is only 10%, while for elite aptitude, it has a 30% evolution success rate, and for rare aptitude, it is 60%. If you are above the quasi-god, it is possible to evolve 100% successfully. And now that the evolution of the ghosts has changed, Lin Cheng is naturally overjoyed. This proves that the ghosts with rare qualifications and only a 60% evolution probability have won the bet. When he opened his eyes again, the appearance of the ghosts changed drastically. From the original spherical smoke to the appearance of hair and hands, the mouth was originally pale and fangs, and now it became purple smoke. The fangs are connected to the body one after another. Gauss. Ghosts have successfully evolved into ghost stones. Ghost Stone comprehends the skills Shadow Fist, Cloudy Mist, and Poison. After evolving, he got Ghost Stone and then learned 3 skills in a row. Open Black Lens Bracket Ghost Stone. Level 21, 3-star Pokémon. Qualification: Rare. Attributes: Ghost, Poison. Ability: Float. Skills: Shadow Fist, Cloudy Mist, Poison. Shadow Fist is a skill that Guisi will immediately comprehend after he evolves Ghost Stone. It uses his illusory shadow to launch attacks with extremely fast speed and is extremely difficult to avoid. The Turbid Fog and the Poison are poison attribute skills. As a Poison plus Ghost attribute elf, Ghost Stone did not understand the poison attribute skills during the Ghost period. At first, Lin Cheng was a little worried about whether it was feed nutrition. Unbalanced. Thinking about it now, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. After encouraging the newly evolved Ghost Stone, Lin Cheng took it back into the elf bag and looked at Luo Qingye behind him and said, "What are you going to do with these individuals?" Luo Qingye naturally hated these people extremely, but she was kind-hearted and still did not take drastic measures. None of the parties wanted to take revenge, so Lin Cheng naturally wouldn't overstep them. But he just took away the scores of these people's wristbands and handed them over to the trial management staff. For this kind of situation, there is naturally a complete set of punishment methods above. Once reported, these people will not be able to participate in the promotion exam for the rest of their lives, and at the same time, there will be a long time in prison waiting for them. By the way, how could you act alone? Lin Cheng was actually unfamiliar with Luo Qingye, and even the two of them hadn't exchanged a few words directly, and it was just a random act to rescue him. Chapter 24 Luo Qingye. Since you left, the few of us in the car went our separate ways and left. I walked alone in the woods, and then, with luck, I found this thing. While speaking, Luo Qingye held out a rod-shaped tooth. Lin Cheng looked at the thing, and his pupils shrank a little. This is Dragon Tooth. Luo Qingye nodded lightly. Well, I discovered it by accident, and then swiped this thing on the recording wrist. My rating suddenly became 2nd level, and then I met the gang the guy robbed. At first they were only interested in my rating, but after chasing after them, they just... After saying this, Luo Qingye was silent for a while. Then he raised his head and forgot to look at Lin Cheng, and he was relieved to find that the latter didn't seem to look at her in that strange way. You saved me. If you don't mind, you can accept this dragon tooth. I'm satisfied with the rating. Luo Qingye held the dragon tooth in both hands and handed it to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng confiscated it, waved his hand and said, "Since it's your own fortune, you can put it away. Be careful next time. By the way, I'll give you a reminder to put on your braids and thick glasses again to save money." In an accident. Luo Qingye usually doesn't see anything in her rustic outfits, but once she doesn't have these outfits, it's really tempting and seductive, not inferior to Yao Mengying of the same age, and even gives a few more points for her figure and style. Huh, Luo Qingye blushed. She said, "Oh," cowardly, and in a low voice, she started to straighten her hair. Seeing that the girl should be fine, Lin Cheng was about to leave. Wait. Seeing that Lin Cheng was about to leave, Luo Qingye subconsciously shouted, "Then, can I act with you?" Lin Cheng glanced at Luo Qingye, who looked like a bunny behind him, showing a pitiful and helpless expression, and couldn't help sighing. He didn't agree, but he didn't refuse, just slowed down and walked in front alone. Luo Qingye thought that Lin Cheng would disagree, but looking at the other party's steps, it was obviously not like she was in a hurry, and she immediately smiled brightly. "Hey, classmate Lin, you are unexpectedly a good person." In that laughter, there is the innocence of a young girl, and there is also a charming and sultry that should not be at this age. The laughter penetrates into the ears, and even Lin Cheng's bones are crisp. But, what does it mean to be a good person by accident? Lin Cheng took the girl to the place where he had just made a barbecue, put some firewood again, raised the fire, and added 2 more pieces of ferocious beast meat. After a while, the aroma was fragrant, and there was still some attributes in the aroma. Energy. Could it be 2-star beast meat? Luo Qingye said in surprise. Lin Cheng didn't answer, but just took off a few pieces of meat from the fire rack, and then handed a piece to Luo Qingye, nibbled a piece himself, and fed the remaining pieces to the 3 elves. "Thank you." Luo Qingye released the little fire dragon and shared the meat with the little fire dragon. Luo Qingye's eating image is very gentle. She tore the animal meat into small pieces and put it in her mouth. As soon as she took a bite, her eyes suddenly widened. Although the taste can't be called the delicacies of mountains and seas, it is really grateful to Dade to be able to eat such delicious things in the wild. After a meal, the atmosphere was a lot more suitable, and Luo Qingye's affection for Lin Cheng also soared. "Student Lin, you are such a good person." Luo Qingye described her gratitude in a clear and simple voice, but when she heard Lin Cheng's ears, the corners of her eyes twitched. Within 2 hours of getting along, he was issued a good person card twice. "By the way, classmate Lin, you are really amazing. At this age, you already have 3 Pokemon. With each other, you can summon a small fire dragon, and cultivate it to level 5 in a short period of time. Ordinary people can't do it. You are talking about the level of the little fire dragon. In fact, this is a resource left over from my parents when they were still there. In fact, I didn't expect that the little fire dragon could be upgraded so quickly after using it." Luo Qingye was even more naive than Lin Cheng imagined, so after just asking a little, the girl revealed everything about her family. It is understood that Luo Qingye's parents seem to be a couple of scientists. They came to this small township level base in Jiangnan province just for research projects. However, they had to return to the city because of an experiment above. Not long after, the bad news came that the husband and wife both died due to an experimental accident. Luo Qingye, who heard the news, was struck by lightning. After that, the 10-year-old girl lived alone for 5 years with the savings left by her parents. It was not until she summoned an elf some time ago that she received a letter. The mysterious message, the content of the message is very simple. It is to tell Luo Qingye that if she wants to find her parents, she will increase her strength to 4 stars or more within 2 years and come to the capital base. When that time comes, everything will be understood. When the girl thought that her parents who had been lost for 5 years could meet again, she naturally wanted to pass the assessment desperately, because only in this way could she quickly climb to the higher town level base and district level base. As for the reason why everyone became stronger, Lin Cheng did not want to participate in any evaluation. As a traveler, he naturally knew clearly that all kinds of helplessness and sadness in the world were just like in the previous life. Ordinary people can only run around for housing and food and clothing all their lives. People with a little bit of money will think about doing a good job in business and making it bigger, because only in this way can they cope with and advance more and more society. The same is true in this world. If you want to be free from being controlled by anyone and any physique, you have to keep getting stronger and make yourself stronger than anyone else. Only when you stand at the top can you know what the new world is. After eating, the two of them packed up and prepared to take a rest. In the jungle, learning how to maintain their physical strength is also a big question. There are all kinds of fierce beasts in the forest, as well as poisonous insects and poisonous ants. If you make a random trip on the spot, whether you can wake up the next day is a problem. Chapter 25 Mutation. Lin Cheng has long been optimistic about a place. There is a small stream here, but it is not too close. There is a rock wall nearby, which is 5 or 6 meters above the ground. It can be said to be a natural campground. Lin Cheng sprinkled a layer of lime and insecticide spray around the rock pothole. This limestone was made by Lin Cheng when he was bored. The process is very simple. Burn the limestone to make it brittle to obtain quicklime. After adding water, it will boil and become slaked lime. These things can prevent poisonous insects and poisonous snakes from entering the cave, and at the same time throw a few large leaves outside to block the sight. Although some fierce beasts with keen senses can still be found, but there are also 3 Pokemon beside Lin Cheng. They are much more sensitive than human senses, and if there is really malicious intent, I believe that they cannot escape their perception. After Lin Cheng built the nest, he looked at Luo Qingye who was standing outside dumbly and greeted, "Why are you still standing? Come in." "Ah, oh." The little girl subconsciously listened to Lin Cheng's words and walked in, only to realize the problem after she walked in. "Huh, are you going to sleep under the same roof as boys today?" Thinking of this question, the little girl immediately blushed. Looking at Lin Cheng, who is still a gentleman, although he thinks that the former is not the kind of vulgar person, but in case the latter becomes malicious, that night. Didn't he even run anywhere? "That, classmate Lin, you don't do strange things at night, do you?" Quote. Lin Cheng wisely chose to remain silent and pretend to sleep. Luo Qingye only reacted after speaking, "What a shame," she said. Covering her red face, she fell asleep in a daze. "In my sleep, I felt like I was back in the past, when my parents were by my side." Mom Tilda, Luo Qingye hugged her mother's shoulders in a dream, and slept soundly this night. The next day. The moment she woke up, the girl was messy. She found herself hugging Lin Cheng tightly with both hands, her whole body clinging to the latter. It made her feel that her 3 views collapsed at this moment. In the panic of her brothers and feet, she suddenly found that Lin Cheng's eyes were tightly closed, as if he had not woken up yet, which made her relieved, quietly put down her hands, and pulled away from Lin Cheng. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin the city stretched and got up in a second. Luo Qingye. "That, classmate Lin, were you just pretending to be asleep?" Lin Cheng said with a smile. "What are you talking about, classmate Luo? I just felt that my arm was numb all night, and I just didn't get enough sleep because someone talked about my parents in a sleep all night." Luo Qingye only felt that it was the most embarrassing moment when a 15-year-old was born, as if she had subdued a gopher and then dug a hole to bury herself. The two of them just came out of the cave when suddenly they found a violent shaking sound coming from the ground. I saw in the distance, the ground cracked, and a towering mountain suddenly rose. On the top of the mountain, there is a faint glow of light emerging, and along this glow, there are rainbow springs flowing down from the mountain top. As this rainbow spring flows, in this mountain forest, those beasts with low levels and only 1 or 2 stars, as if they had been beaten with blood, let out bursts of violent roars. What the hell is going on here? The two looked at each other. Because of curiosity, they stayed where they were and didn't move. But at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Run!" It's a secret realm. It's a secret realm that has appeared. Secret realm. An unexpected noun immediately popped into the minds of the two of them. Legend has it that countless beasts of all kinds suddenly descended on the earth, and they originally came out of the secret realm. There are countless secret realms, everywhere. Even in the countless small bases set up by human beings today, a secret realm may appear one day. It is like a natural disaster, and there are no signs and logic to be found. When this secret realm comes out, a series of abnormal phenomena will appear. It may be a flash flood, or it may be a storm, a tsunami and a landslide. Usually, the secret realm is divided into 1 to 6 levels. The more terrifying the disparity, the stronger the secret realm that descends into the world. Like the mirage-like mountain and flowing water in front of them, it looks so majestic. Thinking about it, in the secret realm level, it would be as simple as level 1 or 2. After thinking about it, Luo Qingya's complexion also began to turn pale, and she subconsciously pulled into Lin Cheng's clothes and shouted, "Lin Cheng, let's escape too." Okay. Lin Cheng also had a dignified expression on his face, and without saying a word, summoned the iron-armored rhinoceros. The iron-armored rhino seemed to understand that the situation was urgent, and didn't mind the problem of having one more person on his body. The speed was suddenly mentioned, and he ran wild with his 4 legs open. Originally thought that only the appearance of the secret realm would be affected, but it was obvious that Lin Cheng was too naive. I saw that the mountains and waters seemed to have long feet, and they could move, and the speed of movement was astonishing, more than twice as fast as the iron-armored rhinoceros of the 2-star Pokémon. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. The rainbow spring gurgled out, and around, whether it was plants, animals, beasts, or just like them, trainers who came to participate in the trial, as long as they were contaminated by the rainbow spring, they would disappear in the next instant, just like it is generally swallowed. Looking at Hong Quan, who was catching up soon, Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile bitterly, secretly thinking that he was really unlucky, so he came out to participate in a trial, and he actually encountered a strange appearance in the secret realm. When the rainbow spring enveloped them, Lin Cheng just felt like he was drowning, his body was out of control at all, and the whole person was like sinking into the abyss. Paluchia. Just as his consciousness flew away, Lin Cheng shouted. In the darkness, Paluchia appeared in front of Lin Cheng, and it grabbed Lin Cheng with its small claws. The next moment, they all disappeared in place. Chapter 26 Evolution Level. Lin Cheng looked around and found that he was now in a cave in a mountain. Although the surroundings were dim, it was faintly hidden among the rocks, revealing brilliance. Lin Cheng stepped forward and looked at it, and immediately frowned. It turned out that the glowing object was actually a Longan-sized orange-yellow eyeball. Gollum, Gollum. When Lin Cheng was watching it, this thing also watched Sha Lin Cheng. Alive. As Lin Cheng waved his hand, Paluchia immediately started, his claws swiped, and with a rock, he scraped the eyeball off the wall. Lin Cheng held his eyeballs and looked at it. After leaving the wall, the eyeballs, which were still alive, began to slowly turn into rock, and finally turned into soil and powder. On the other side, Luo Qingya slowly woke up at this moment. She was sitting on the ground with her legs curled, her hands on the sides of her temples, and lightly massaged to force herself to wake up. Are you okay? Lin Cheng walked to Luo Qingya and stretched out his hand to help her up. Luo Qingya's palm was as slender and soft as jade, and when Lin Cheng touched it, he was stunned for a moment, but because of the environment, Lin Cheng didn't fully appreciate that first-class feel. Well, Lin Cheng, where are we now? Luo Qingya was still a little dizzy at the moment, looking at the dim environment around her. Her mind was full of question marks. Lin Cheng thought for a while and gave an unsatisfactory answer. If I guessed correctly, this should be the inner space of the secret mountain. The inner space of the secret realm. Luo Qingye suddenly woke up. The reason why the secret realm is terrifying is not only that it will release a large number of beasts and increase the power of the beasts. There is another point, that is, the people who enter the secret realm have no life. Also, every time the secret realm comes, no matter the level of the secret realm, animals, plants, and humans will be sucked into it more or less, but I have never heard of anything that can come out of the secret realm. At least, in the information and cognition they can access, the secret territory is like a passage to hell. Then what should we do now? Luo Qingye asked with a pale face. Lin Cheng shrugged. Let's take one step at a time. He has also never been to the secret realm. What will happen here, what will appear, will not be recorded in any textbook. At this time, the outside also exploded. The superiors who organized this trial were furious and trembling at the same time. Damn, why don't you check the terrain and environment? Why don't you die? But at this time, this place, the ghost of the secret realm appears. A town-level boss yelled at the gang of subordinates below. The following group of township-level officials shuddered, and some special law enforcement agencies were speechless. How can this secret realm be checked? This trial ground has been used for 10 years from the past to the present, and there has never been an accident. At most, 1 or 2 3-star beasts have been mixed in. It is a great event. However, they also know the pressure of the town-level bosses. In this trial, many descendants of the legendary family in the province were listed on the market. If something goes wrong with these people, the first person to die will be the town-level boss in front of him. It is no wonder that he will be so angry. Order all departments, all personnel, and trainers who have reached the high level of 2-star elves to go to the trial, and be sure to rescue all the students who are in the trial as soon as possible. Yes, the town-level boss spoke, and the township-level cadres and others below were preparing to act. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Wait Tilda. The town-level boss frowned. How can you wait for this kind of burning ass? In the midst of doubts, suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in front of him. When the surrounding protection personnel were just about to move, suddenly a Pokemon in the form of a standing man suddenly appeared beside the man in black robe, with pointed cheeks like a fox, a wide and bright forehead, 2 pointed horns, and 2 bunches of them. He has a golden beard and holds 2 spoons in his hands. Hoodie. Everyone present widened their eyes. Unexpectedly, a trainer with hoodie suddenly appeared in the venue. On this water blue star, the evolution level of elves is different from that of the original book. Most elves who have 2 opportunities for evolution and transformation will have their first evolution at level 21. That's when it's 3 stars. The second evolution will be at level 41, which is 5 stars. If a person has 2 stages of evolution, then there is no doubt that he must be a 5-star trainer. 5-star trainer, second only to the strongest 6-star trainer known so far. Even in the great federal powers, they are the most powerful group of people. Why, such a person, would appear here? Gia tilde this old man has carefully arranged things, how can you ruin them? Use the immobilization method. Immediately, a layer of invisible ripples spread to the audience, and everyone found that their bodies could not move. Okay tilde don't be stubborn, the old man has to make a fool of himself. If it is not a 5-star trainer level, it is impossible to get rid of the immobilization method. You should watch this good show with the old man, Gia. Town level boss is only a 4-star primary Pokemon, and he is completely powerless to resist. He doesn't know who this black-clothed old man is and what purpose he is here for. Chapter 27 Uncharted. Da. They didn't know how long they walked in the rock tunnel, and suddenly there was a flash of light in front of them, and they suddenly opened up. Lin Cheng and Luo Qingye stepped forward quickly and found that there was a large open area in front of them. Luo Qingye was about to step out of the tunnel, but Lin Cheng grabbed her wrist. Luo Qingye was startled when her arm was caught. Her heart tightened for no reason. She looked at Lin Cheng with puzzled eyes, wondering what he was doing. Lin Cheng didn't speak, just grabbed a piece of gravel from the wall and threw it forward. Puff! Only listening to the open space that was originally flat, there was a sound like falling into water. Immediately afterwards, the ground in front of him continued to roll, and a lot of mud bubbles appeared. This place turned out to be a muddy swamp. Luo Qingye immediately thought about how serious the consequences would have been if Lin Cheng hadn't held her back before. The girl looked at Lin Cheng with admiration and gratitude. "Lin Cheng, how did you find out?" Lin Cheng didn't reply, his expression still ugly, staring at the quagmire ahead. Under Lin Cheng's gaze, the blisters in the quagmire in front of him tumbled more and more. Lin Cheng was not staying, so he naturally pulled up Luo Qingye's little hand and said, "Run. Run back." Luo Qingye didn't realize what happened. But before he took 2 steps, he heard a roar from the quagmire behind. It sounded like something was caught in the throat. Curious, Luo Qingye glanced behind while running, and her scalp suddenly burst. In the quagmire behind them, they slowly stretched out one arm, like a human arm. The human arm was covered with mud, which is not the most frightening thing. The main thing is that these arms are covered with maggots. Each of those maggots is different in size. Some are about the size of ordinary maggots of rice, some there are earthworms, and even more, like longworm centipedes, with their teeth and claws open. Their mouths are like lampreys, and they are covered with sharp mouthparts. Open black lens bracket carrion. Level, ranging from 1 to 10, 1-star beast. Carrion-eating insects, originally very weak insect-like beasts, rely on scavenging for a living. However, due to the influence of the environment, they may also become very strange and difficult to deal with. Also, open black lens bracket carrion species. Rating, 1, 2 stars ranging. Close black lens bracket. The carrion species, who were originally human, collapsed when they were baptized in the secret realm, and were parasitized by countless carrion-eating insects and mutated into new life forms. Lin Cheng just saw these 2 pieces of news in the eyes of the message, and then he knew how dangerous the seemingly empty place in front of him was. The feeling of horror suddenly surrounded the 2 of them. If Lin Cheng guessed correctly, those carrion species just now should be the trainers who lost their lives in this secret realm. Turning his head to look at Luo Qingye, although the girl was pale with fright at the moment, she did not collapse in this terrifying and depressing environment, and made a mindless scream similar to the European and American women in the movie. Lin Cheng was quite satisfied with this. Because the 2 didn't make too much noise, the things in the quagmire regained their calm after a moment of turbulence, and they didn't chase them out, and the 2 were relieved. Go all the way in the opposite direction from where you came. After a while, Lin Cheng suddenly heard footsteps coming from the same front. He understood with Luo Qingye's eyes. The girl covered her mouth sensible, huddled in the corner, and said nothing. And Lin Cheng took out a small bone spur dagger from his backpack. This bone spur dagger was made by Lin Cheng with the thick fangs of the bear and tiger beast. Just 2 layers of wood are wrapped around the handle, and the sharp corners do not even need to be polished. It is a natural dagger. At the same time, Lin Cheng also released Ghost Stone. In this environment, sneak attacks can sometimes work wonders. As the voice got closer, Lin Cheng, Ghost Stone, and Paluchia suddenly appeared. Before the visitors could react, the dazzling dagger was already standing on their necks. Don't move. The visitor felt the coldness on his neck, and he did not dare to make any changes on the spot. However, when he saw the appearance of the visitor, he immediately exclaimed, "Lin Cheng." Lin Cheng also saw the appearance of the visitor, and frowned. "Zhao Liang. It's great, I didn't expect to see acquaintances here." Zhao Liang was very happy when he saw Lin Cheng, because he knew that the latter had a 2-star elves, and in this changing environment, there were such masters by his side, like a reassurance. However, Lin Cheng remained vigilant and asked lightly, "Why are you here?" "Hey, didn't I get involved in that damn secret realm? Fortunately, my walking grass accidentally learned the guard skill, which allowed me to hold on in that rainbow spring, and when I came back to my senses, I found myself I am here." After listening to Zhao Liang's explanation, Lin Cheng let go of his vigilance a little. HMPH, Zhao Liang, your friend, you are so ostentatious. As soon as you come over, let the elves attack us, why don't you let them go? Zhao Liang scratched his head in embarrassment, and said sorry to the other two. Then he turned his head to Lin Cheng embarrassedly, and said with a wry smile, "Lin Cheng, brother Cheng, can you let the two of them go first? We are a group." Lin Cheng thought about it for a moment, and winked at Paluchia ghosts. The two elves took their measures, and the two trainers coughed repeatedly. Zhao Liang, on the other hand, apologized repeatedly. The two seemed to be very reckless, and after they were released, they didn't even look at Lin Cheng. This made Zhao Liang even more embarrassed. "Lin Cheng, are you all right?" At this time, Luo Qingya's timid voice came out. Chapter 28 Horror Mire. Luo Qingya's appearance eased the atmosphere a bit. "That's great. The number of people is great. With Luo Qingya and your little fire dragon, the possibility of us escaping here is even greater." Zhao Liang knew that Luo Qingya's little fire dragon was stronger than himself. In this case, only a few more people can make the anxiety lessen. "You just came from the other side of the tunnel. Tell me about the situation on the other side." Lin Cheng went straight to the topic. "That quagmire is absolutely not allowed to take risks. Since this is the case, we can only hope that there is no way out of the opposite passage." "Don't think about the road over there, Tilda," the big man named Ludong shouted behind Zhao Liang. "The opposite side has been occupied by a group of ferocious beasts called bloodfang bats. The blood-toothed bat is a ferocious beast that is 5 times larger than ordinary bats. It is so named because its sharp fangs are dyed dark red, like blood. Among the 1-star beasts, they are high-ranking beasts. Most of them have the existence of the 9th and 10th levels, and they will suck the blood of human trainers. Anyway, I won't go back there if I'm killed. I'm just delivering food to those blood-toothed bats." Another trainer, Chen Cheng, also complained. "That is to say, there are no elves with 2 and 3 stars. Lin Cheng's eyes flashed with joy. Zhao Liang was puzzled, why Lin Cheng knew that there was a blood-toothed bat in front of him, and was not surprised but happy. "Where we came, there is a swamp behind. There are a lot of carrion and carrion species, and the risk factor is only higher than that of blood-toothed bats. For safety's sake, just follow the way you came," Lin Cheng said halfway through, when Ludong and Chen Cheng immediately roared, "What a joke, we ran away from the blood-toothed bat after a lot of effort. Come out, and now, with just one word from you, are you going back again?" "How old are you?" the two scolded. "Isn't it just a quagmire? Oh, it may be difficult for you, but I have Scorpio," Chen Cheng said with a proud look on his face. Scorpio is an elf with the characteristics of both scorpions and bats. The end of the tail has poisonous needles and a pair of large pincers. The pincers connect the legs and feet, and there are a pair of thin gliding wings. With this pair of thin gliding wings, short-term gliding flight ability can be achieved. I also have a small magnet on my side, which can fly at a low altitude," Lu Dong also said proudly. "What kind of quagmire? For us, there is no danger at all, because we don't need to touch the quagmire at all." The two snorted coldly. Then he passed Lin Cheng and the two of them, and Zhao Liang was caught between the two gangs, and it was very difficult to do it. Lin Cheng didn't mean to hold them back either. Since his persuasion was useless, then he wasn't a bad guy either. If they insisted on reincarnation, could they still be stopped? Zhao Liang hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and decided to follow Lin Cheng. To be honest, he was also annoyed by the tempers of Lu Dong and Chen Cheng. The two of them acted their own way along the way. Relying on the relationship that they were 2 years older than Zhao Liang and several levels higher than the elf level, They yelled at Zhao Liang all the way, but when it came to the key battle, they were very cowardly, obviously. The elves already have the strength of level 9, but they were just expelled by a blood-toothed bat of level 8. What happened next, I didn't even notice. The two brushed shoulders with Lin Cheng's group, walked a distance, and Chen Sheng turned his eyes and said, "Hey, they really dare to retreat. Even that kid Zhao Liang didn't keep up. Let them go, it doesn't matter, it's just a group of brats who have just graduated from junior high school, how knowledgeable can they be?" Lu Dong said with a face full of indifference, "Without them, our chances of getting out of trouble might be better." That's right, Tilda. After a while, they came to the swamp, looked at the turbulent, flat, and laughed suddenly. It's really funny, are their eyes just decorations? It's clearly flat here, where is the swamp? Without thinking about it, the two stepped on it with one foot, and immediately fell into it from the ankle to the calf. Lu Dong and Chen Sheng were startled. They quickly summoned their own Pokemon, and the two elves turned into rays of light and appeared in front of them. "Honey, I didn't think it was actually a quagmire down there." Lu Dong hung on the little magnet monster and was still in shock. "Help, Lu Dong, save me." Although Chen Sheng also summoned Scorpio, the flying method of Scorpio is similar to gliding, and when Scorpio was suddenly summoned, Scorpio didn't have any focus at all, and naturally followed the owner to get more and more trapped. Shen, at this moment, one person and one elf are already half in the mud. Prelude. Mud bubbles began to slowly appear in the mud. Lu Dong hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to join forces with the little magnetic monster to rescue Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng was pulled out of the mud, carrying an indescribable stench on his body. Lu Dong wrinkled his nose and held back. Just as he was about to save Scorpio, at this moment, Scorpio suddenly screamed. Grumbling quack. Scorpio's expression instantly became very ugly, like convulsions and struggles. Chen Sheng, who had a soul contract with Scorpio, also realized that Scorpio might be in big trouble, and his complexion changed greatly. He immediately stepped forward and wanted to rescue Scorpio as soon as possible. But at this moment, a strong force came from the ground of the quagmire, and the Scorpio slowly sank into the quagmire with a terrified scream. Chen Sheng's complexion changed greatly, and he suddenly turned pale. The link of the contract elf Scorpio was broken at that moment. Chen Sheng panicked immediately. What should I do? My Scorpio, it's dead. He grabbed Lu Dong's shoulder and shook it for a while. Lu Dong looked at the latter's muddy palm, slapped it away with a gloomy face, and said in disgust, "What are you yelling? It's really hard to save you. You Scorpion also admits that you're unlucky, you didn't have time to do anything, and you threw it away in vain. Life. Lu Dong you." Chen Sheng was about to quarrel with Lu Dong, but at this moment, he suddenly twitched. Just soaked in the mud, the body suddenly felt an itch. At first, it was just itchy, but soon it became sore, and later, I wanted to scratch my skin. Ah! Chen Sheng scratched at himself frantically. Even though his blood was blurred, he never stopped. When the skin is scratched, and faintly, you can see that under its flesh, there are small white particles that are constantly squirming out. Take a closer look, it is a maggot the size of a grain of rice. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Lu Dong saw that his scalp was numb, and he immediately stepped away from Chen Sheng. Chapter 29 Dark Stone. Save me. Chen Sheng crawled on the ground in despair, stretched out his palm, and wanted to ask Lu Dong for help. How could the terrifying Lu Dong dare to step forward, but just stood there far away, shivering. He thought to himself that his ankles and shoulders were also stained with mud just now. Would he also become like Chen Sheng? Just thinking about it, Chen Sheng's screams became more and more miserable. Boom. Suddenly, an object with a length of several meters and a hemp rope-like thickness suddenly appeared on the edge of the swamp. He opened his chrysanthemum mouth full of cracked teeth, and bit Chen Sheng's leg with a click. With such a gentle pull, Chen Sheng was immediately dragged into the quagmire, and there was no sound. Lu Dong was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He now has a strong sense of regret in his heart. Why didn't he choose to act with Lin Cheng's group? Turning around, landing on all fours, even rolling and crawling, he wanted to run towards the road. But as if it was too late, a hoarse roar came from behind him. Lu Dong shook his head and looked back. He swore that this scene was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen in his life. The corroded skeletons, covered with foul-smelling mud, were full of carrion bugs like maggots. Carrion species with scarlet light spots in their eye sockets crawled out of the mud. Then, his eyes immediately locked on the likes of Lu Dong and Magneto. Lu Dong was so frightened that he struggled to death and ordered, "Little Magneto, use the electric shock." The electric current of the thickness of the light smashed on the carrion species, bringing up white smoke, but it did not have much effect. The carrion species rushed towards Lu Dong roaring and roaring. Soon, there was only a shrill scream that lingered in the tunnel. Hearing this voice, Zhao Liang trembled all over, looked at Lin Cheng beside him and said, "Are they going to be all right?" Lin Cheng was silent for a moment and said helplessly, "I can't stop it. Those carrion species and carrion insects, even he has no effective way to deal with them. If these two people don't have too much accident, they are definitely dead. Don't think about it so much, it's the only way to get out of here as soon as possible while the carrion species behind you haven't chased it out." Zhao Liang wiped his cold sweat and nodded. The three of them hurried on their way, and soon came to a place where the cave was located. It was like the central meeting area of the various passages in the secret realm. It was in all directions. The tunnel, at the same time, looked up at the sky above the cave, but it was pitch black. From a distance, it looked like a piece of black cloth hanging on it, but in fact, it was a blood-toothed bat. Lin Cheng glanced at it, and there were probably more than 30 of them. Not an unmanageable amount. "You protect yourselves," Lin Cheng said lightly, and then one person slowly stepped forward. When approaching a certain distance, immediately above the cave, the blood-toothed bats opened their scarlet eyes. It turned into a dark cloud and shrouded the forest city. Lin Cheng patted the elf bag, and Ghost Stone got out of it instantly. The eyes glowed strangely. The blood-toothed bat that looked directly at the Ghost Stone immediately drifted blankly in his eyes, stunned in place. Taking the opportunity, Lin Cheng immediately released Paluchia. A wave of water swept over, and immediately, a large number of blood-toothed bats fell from the air. Paluchia kills the level 9 Bloodfang bat and gets 98 experience points. Paluchia kills level 8 Bloodfang bat and gets 88 experience points. Paluchia kills the level 10 Bloodfang bat and gets 198 experience points. ... Primordial power, the waves of water are continuously launched, and the experience is slowly improving. After a while, Paluchia was upgraded. Paluchia upgrade level 13, 98 3000ths. Get Bloodfang 72, Batwing 72. Drop rare items, Bloodspar 36, Dark Stone 1. Lin Cheng. Rare item. This is the first time he has won it. He is not unfamiliar with this dark stone. The whole body is black and transparent, with some dim light. It is a magical stone that allows certain elves to evolve. With this thing, elves such as the Dark Crow, the Dream Demon, the Ghost of the Lamp, etc., can ignore the qualification level and achieve the effect of direct evolution. However, according to the data, the dark stones in this world also seem to be graded. According to the fineness, it is divided from low to high, dull black, swarthy black, jet black, and dark black. The better the quality of the dark stone, the higher the probability of the evolution of the elves. Of course, there is a point that others don't know. Evolving with a dark stone of good quality seems to have a small chance to strengthen the aptitude of evolution elves. This is Lin Cheng's interpretation of the dark stone according to the Eye of Information, and the information obtained, the dark stone in his hand is black. And this blood essence stone, he has never heard of it. It looks like a blood droplet, the size of a thumbnail. With the help of the Eye of Information, I realize that the effect of this blood spar, a spar that can slightly increase the vitality of elves, the way to use it is to take it orally, or mix it with other herbs. Vitality. Is it similar to in-game HP? Lin Cheng really wanted to try to use the blood spar right now, but because of the current situation, he just put them away, and then shouted to Luo Qingye and Zhao Liang in astonishment. I know this. Where is the way out? You come first. Okay, the two responded dully. Just now, Lin Cheng understated the scene where dozens of blood-toothed bats were dealt with, obviously stunned them all. Although Luo Qingye had already known the strength of Lin Cheng, she still felt a little unreal when she saw this scene. Then Zhao Liang was even more dumbfounded. In the concept, are the two-star elves so strong? Regardless of the shock in their hearts, Lin Cheng pointed to the 8 tunnel entrances around. The arrangement of the stones was neither sparse nor tight and the ground was invisible. The more the stones went to the entrance of the cave, the bigger the stones were. The more central strip, which is only a small circle. This is a hidden gossip formation. Although I don't know if it's man-made or a natural phenomenon, at least it's better than running around without knowing anything. Lin Cheng first took out a pair of compass, and determined the 4 directions of east, west, northwest, and then according to the 8 directions, he marked the existence of 8 gates. Generally speaking, there are 3 gates in the gossip to represent the G gate, and there are 3 gates that represent the G gate. Yes, it will correspond to the fierce door, and the last 2 doors are moderate, dangerous, but not necessarily fatal. Jingmen, among the 2 Zongyang doors. When he thought that the swamp in Jingmen was in this secret realm, it could only be regarded as Zongping, and Lin Cheng felt a little turbulent. And if they want to go out, they have to find the Shengmen among the 3 major good gates. Lin Cheng told Luo Qingye and Luo Qingye about his judgment and guidance. The 2 of them said that there was no problem. They all listened to Lin Cheng's arrangement, and their eyes were full of admiration for Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng only smiled bitterly when he saw this. Slowing down the shock speed, everyone slowly walked towards the life gate. Along the way, Lin Cheng and the others discovered that the original rocky road in the cave at their feet gradually turned into a blue stone slab road, and the vision in front of them gradually expanded. But the only thing that didn't change was the still pitch-dark environment, and the gloomy wind that came from time to time. Chapter 30 Reminiscence Fantasy. Lin Cheng walked at the front with a tense expression, always on guard against any changes. Although he deduced that this path is the path of life, it was originally in the secret realm of 10 deaths and no life, so he still did not take it lightly. As they were walking, suddenly, a mist surged up, and the 3 of Lin Cheng felt nervous. Luo Qingye and Zhao Liang even released the elves directly. Under the light of the rising fire of the little fire dragon, everyone seemed to notice that there seemed to be a vague house in front of them. That's, the 3 of them exclaimed in unison. In Luo Qingye's eyes, this mansion turned out to be hers. It's not too big when you say it's big, but it's still small when you say it's small. It has 2 floors, its own yard, and a 1-person high orange tree at the door. Everything is the same as when I was a child, and nothing has changed. Luo Qingye was at a loss, but she quickened her pace and walked towards her house. Dad, Mom. In front of him were his parents who had been missing for 5 years. Seeing Luo Qingye's stunned and sluggish look, Mother Luo smiled and waved. What's wrong? You're still as flustered as you were when you were young. What should you do first when you get home? I came back. Luo Qingye opened her mouth subconsciously and said the lines she would say every time she went home, but no one responded. Welcome home Tilda, Luo Mu replied with a chuckle. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qingye, your mother and I have been on a business trip for a long time this time, are you okay living alone? Father Luo asked boldly. In Luo Qingya's memory, Luo's father always had a bright and generous smile and gave himself and his mother the warmest and most caring father. Dad. What's wrong? It looks like I'm about to cry. Father Luo stepped forward and covered Luo Qingya's little head with a large warm palm, and said with a kind smile, Xiao Qingya has grown up tilde. ... On the other side, Zhao Liang was in the fog and saw a majestic and magnificent palace. Zhao Liang was confused, and suddenly the surrounding environment changed, and he had already appeared in the center of the palace. There was a sudden burst of cheers and applause. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao Liang, you are the first person in history to walk out of the secret realm. A brightly dressed interviewer with a sultry figure stepped forward, raised the microphone and walked to his side and said, Can you tell us how you got out of the desperate situation? Zhao Liang looked at the surrounding scene and thought that he had already come out. What is in front of you now? Is it the banquet held for you? How many people came to participate? Cough cough. This thing, first of all, I have to credit me for my sharp thinking and extraordinary strength. Zhao Liang bragged to himself unceremoniously, and then he felt that he was boasting too much, and he couldn't help looking up. Looking at the eyes of the people around, I found that except for the eyes of admiration, there was no dissatisfaction in the eyes. The beautiful interviewer beside her, even more brilliance flashed in her eyes, secretly sending Zhao Liang a good news. Zhao Liang's vanity was satisfied like never before, and then he even tried to brag. But no matter how he blows it, the people around him put on expressions of course. Zhao Liang found that among the crowd, there were teachers who taught him, some classmates who attended the class together, and even his parents. Everyone who knew him felt the same. His face was full of brilliance, especially his parents, who were so moved that they sobbed below, and repeatedly said that their son was promising, and so on. Okay, in order to recognize such a brave Mr. Zhao Liang, the head of the Federation, Mr. Zhao Liang will be awarded a special honorary award soon. By the way, after the beautiful interviewer said this, she quietly leaned into Zhao Liang's ear and said, Mr. Zhao Liang, are you free tonight? Can you have dinner with me? After all, there was a different kind of meaning in the smile, and it seemed that Zhao Liang was agitated. After a candlelight dinner, the beautiful interviewer stepped forward and hooked Zhao Liang's neck, implying that when Zhao Liang was doing other activities, Zhao Liang's eyes flashed, and suddenly he felt a huge fist hitting his eye socket. Ouch! With a scream, Zhao Liang's eye socket suddenly turned into a panda. Who is it? It's me, Lin Cheng said lightly. Lin, brother Cheng. Zhao Liang was very upset at first, but after seeing Lin Cheng, he immediately restrained his temper, but his expression was still somewhat resentful. Anyone who has a good date with a beautiful woman will feel unhappy when suddenly someone steps in. Beautiful, hanging around his neck. Zhao Liang looked into his arms nonchalantly, and at this sight, he almost lost his soul. In this embrace, where is a delicate beauty, but a withered tree trunk, on which a human face is faintly engraved, and the interviewer's face is somewhat similar to this face. Seeing Zhao Liang looking at it, the human face tree also squeezed out a somewhat flattering smile. The folds of the bark added to the discord of the scene, which immediately scared Zhao Liang enough. With a flick of his hand, he threw the face tree out. A flash of data flashed in Lin Cheng's eyes. Open black lens bracket sea tree demon. Level 7, 1-star beast. Usually, like ordinary dead trees, it has no lethality, but it has the special ability to spy on people's memories. With special circumstances, it also has the ability to make people hallucinate by mixing the fake with the real. If a human is caught in the hallucination, they can't extricate themselves. Then in the end, it will become the nourishment of the sea tree demon, and will not wake up. Fortunately, Zhao Liang just fell into the illusion, and he didn't get too deep, so he was able to get out of trouble. While Lin Cheng was thinking, his hands were not slow, Paluchia roared forward, and his dragon claws flashed. Crash! The sea tree demon was cut into 2 pieces. Paluchia killed the level 7 sea tree demon and gained 71 experience points. Paluchia grade 13, 169 3000. Get sea branch 2. Drop a rare item, grass stone 1. Lin Cheng suddenly discovered that the beasts in this secret realm seemed to have a very high drop rate. In the blink of an eye, another piece of grass stone was in hand. The grass stone is a turquoise amber stone with green leaves in it. Like the dark stone, this grass stone also has a fineness. The higher the grade of the grass stone, the more complete the green leaves in the stone. As for the piece in Lin Cheng's hands, there were only a few broken leaves, so it shouldn't be a high-quality stone. Chapter 31 Conquer the Electric Shock Monster. As for this sea branch, it has another peculiar effect. Sea branch, it can randomly explore the most impressive memory in the mind of the creature. Lin Cheng nodded slightly and put away the branches together. On Luo Qingya's side, she was immersed in long-lost family affection. The return of her parents filled her with joy, but this joy gradually revealed a touch of sadness. Unfortunately, you are not my real parents. Luo Qingya whispered lightly. Huh, what did this child say? Luo's father and Luo's mother still said with a smile. Luo Qingya didn't make a sound, just raised her hand and summoned her little fire dragon. After the little fire dragon appeared, without any hesitation, he opened his mouth to swallow a flame. Burning on, Luo Fu Luo Mu, in the raging flames, the two figures gradually transformed into prototypes. Impressively, there are 2 dead trees. When Lin Cheng and Zhao Liang arrived, they had already dealt with the sea tree demon. Lin Cheng looked at Luo Qingya, who still had tears in her eyes, and didn't ask any more questions. She just nodded and said, since everything is fine, then prepare to find a way. I thought that I would be able to escape and ascend to the sky through this fog, but I didn't expect that I came to another labyrinth. The scene in front of me was like the ruins of a city built in the mountains. Everyone was very surprised at first. After all, the city represents that there are humans, or intelligent beings have lived here. The most important thing is that this place is still in the secret realm. The reasons for this are somewhat intriguing. Lin Cheng and the others were at the gate of the ruined city and hesitated for a moment. After that, Lin Cheng walked in first. Luo Qingya followed carefully. Zhao Liang looked around, gritted his teeth, and finally followed behind the two of them. Walked into the city. After they entered, the original tunnel behind them was shrouded in a layer of mist, and gradually, the entrance of the tunnel disappeared. This city seems to be welcoming the arrival of Lin Cheng and others. After they entered, a bluestone road suddenly appeared, surrounded by dilapidated buildings and dark alleys that seemed to be ordinary, but always felt hidden. Bella. Suddenly, there was a burst of sparks, and the lamppost on the side of the road suddenly lit up, emitting a faint light, illuminating the originally dim city street for a moment. However, Zhao Liang and Luo Qingya trembled in fright. What the hell? Will this place still have electricity? Zhao Liang said with a quivering tongue. Lin Cheng immediately looked around vigilantly, the streamer data in his eyes flickered, and he searched around. The eye of information could not only check the information, but also sense whether there were other creatures around. Suddenly, he smelled a bloody smell. Although this smell was very faint, it really existed. Lin Cheng's pupils shrank, and he found that a figure was moving in a building around him. Crack! Suddenly, a piece of glass in the building shattered, and a large piece of glass slag fell, hitting Lin Cheng and his group. Lin Cheng snorted coldly. Pretend to be a ghost. Speaking of kung fu, he summoned the armored rhinoceros and Paluchia. The iron-clad rhino snorted and headed towards him. The glass fragments didn't leave any traces on his back. At the same time, Paluchia came to the building in an instant. 3 or 2 times, he caught a strange-looking little thing. It has a pair of horns like a plug, has 2 feet and hands, stands and moves, and has a yellow shading with a black lightning pattern on its body. It's a Pokemon. Lin Cheng knew the name of this elf very well. Electric shock monster. Beep beep. Being caught by Paluchia, the electric shock monster looked uncomfortable and uneasy, shaking his hands indiscriminately, trying to break free, but Paluchia released his characteristic pressure a little to make it honest down. As the level increases, Paluchia's characteristics also begin to show its prominence, and in the game, the skills that can only reduce the opponent's SPP value, but in real life, it is a serious coercion. Its concept is equivalent to the Reiatsu in the God of Death and the Domineering in One Piece. As long as the existence of the level qualification is lower than Paluchia, it will be affected to a certain extent. No, the electric shock monster, who was still jumping vigorously just now, suddenly became like an eggplant that was hit by frost, and it fell away. Lin Cheng sighed that there were even Pokemon in the secret realm. At the same time, he quickly used the Eye of Information to check. Open black lens bracket electric shock monster. Level 8 1-star Pokemon. Qualification: Quasi-God. Attribute: Electric. Abilities: Static Electricity, Energy. Skills: Lightning Flash, Stare, Electric Shock, Kick Down. It turned out to be a quasi-God qualified. Lin Cheng's heart suddenly burst into flames, and he wanted to subdue. He didn't show it on the face, but when he approached the electric shock monster carefully, he took out a piece of dragon fire fruit and gestured at the electric shock monster. As Lin Cheng approached, the electric shock monster suddenly smelled a sweet and tangy smell. This smell floated into his mouth, and it immediately showed an expression as if it had not eaten enough for 800 years. God knows how long this electric shock monster has been alone in the secret realm, where there are only strange beasts all year round. Food is scarce, and the daily recipes are all kinds of insects and roots and weeds. The electric shock monster wanted to rush at the dragon fire fruit, but just when he stretched out his hand, Paluchia pressed him down. Lin Cheng smiled and said, "Electric shock monster, if you want to eat, how about following me?" The electric shock monster heard the words. His expression was a little hesitant at first. In this world without the Pokeball, most elves, unless they are summoned by the contract, will have some instincts to resist if they want to recognize the master. Want to have an extra master. However, when the electric shock monster looked at the sweet dragon fire fruit in Lin Cheng's hand, the few reserved hearts were broken. He nodded again and again, as if he was afraid that he would never eat the fruit again. Seeing this, Lin Cheng also smiled happily. Although the electric shock monster may not have too much master-slave consciousness, most elves don't have too many sweethearts. When the elves agree with you as the master, they really recognize you. Next, as long as the trainer's performance is not too bad, there will be no betrayal, except for a few special elves. Chapter 32 Lead the Way. Looking at Lin Cheng in front of them, in a seductive way, easily hooked up with a new Pokemon, the corners of Luo Qingya and Zhao Liang's mouths kept twitching. Is that okay to take it in? In today's society, many trainers, thinking mode is already qualitative. Many people think that there are only two ways to conquer the wild elves. One is to hand them over to the breeders, and after the breeders adjust the price, they can receive them from them. Another way is to cultivate the elves from the time of the elves, so that the elves cultivated in this way will not be betrayed. After seeing Lin Cheng's subduing method, while they were secretly envious, they also silently kept it in their hearts, secretly saying that they should try it next time. After subduing the electric shock monster, Lin Cheng went straight in and asked, "Little guy, do you know this place? Where is the way to the exit?" This electric shock monster has lived in this place for a while, Lin Cheng thought. He should be familiar with it. Sure enough, just as soon as he asked, the electric shock monster immediately nodded, but soon, his complexion would become extremely ugly, as if he thought of something uncomfortable. The little finger on the cylindrical wall pointed deeper into the city. Beep, beep. Then he gestured, wanting to say something to Lin Cheng and the others. Lin Cheng couldn't understand it, but Paluchia, the little fire dragon, who was also an elf, could understand it when walking, and as long as the genie could understand it, then its master would naturally be able to roughly understand it. The meaning of the electric shock monster is that you can take them to see it, but don't take it lightly. There is an outrageously strong existence guarding the exit. In the explanation of the electric shock monster, Lin Cheng and others only knew that the things in the depths were very powerful, but it was unknown what kind of powerful method it was. However, no matter how powerful this thing is, Lin Cheng and the others cannot give up knowing that the exit is imminent. After making a decision in an instant, he immediately followed behind the electric shock monster. As they moved, the ruined city seemed to come alive, turning into a labyrinth extending in all directions. If no one led the way, it was possible for ordinary people to be trapped in it for a year and a half. Fortunately, the electric shock monster has just been subdued. The electric shock monster seems to have survived in this secret realm when he was very young, and he is very clear about the route here. From time to time, I took Lin Cheng and others through the narrow alley to the ruined house, almost never walking across the bluestone cypress road. As they walked, Lin Cheng and the others discovered that it turned out that this Qingshibai road was equivalent to an arranged route. If you walk according to the paved road, although there will be a faint feeling of continuous progress, but in fact, it is equivalent to going around in circles. For example, the end point is the center of the circle, and the edge of the circle is the road. Under normal circumstances next, to go to the center of the circle, it is the diameter distance, but if you follow Lin Cheng's original way of walking, in fact, they have been rotating around the circle, but after walking one circle, they circled the next circle. Although they walked like this, there is no doubt that in the end, it can reach the end, but the time spent during this period is absolutely immeasurable. Under normal circumstances, most people will realize something after 2 laps. However, this is a dangerous and secret realm. Normal people will feel that the ruins are very dangerous, and they will not approach it. In contrast, although the dark, but fairly flat road will make people choose reflexively. Continue to walk, coupled with the unique mist here, it will affect people's minds even more. Form a simple blindfold. Although it is not a profound formation, it is enough here. These are all things that everyone slowly guessed and realized under the guidance of the electric shock monster. And soon, they finally arrived at the central area of the city. An altar-like place displayed several stone pillars. Each stone pillar was carved with dragon-like patterns, and in the center was a huge dragon head. The dragon beast's mouth is almost several dozen feet in size, and the inside is pitch black, making people wonder what will come out. After arriving here, the electric shock monster was a little timid, and quickly ran to the beast of Lin Cheng, trying to hide, as if there was an incredibly powerful monster hidden in the dragon's mouth. Lin Cheng frowned and whispered, "It seems that the exit is here, so there should be nothing wrong." Just as everyone was approaching, the surrounding stone pillars suddenly boomed, and fire dragons erupted from the top. When the fire dragon roamed, all gathered in the mouth of the dragon head. It seemed that something inside was sucking the flames. After tasting this majestic flame, the contents inside let out a roar of joy. Ow! The sound was deafening and daunting. The three of Lin Cheng looked at each other, and they could see the horror in each other's eyes. What is it that eats fire? In the horrified eyes, the ground shook. Boom, boom, bang. A behemoth, as if it was about to come out of it. Brother Cheng, let's hurry up and run. Just as Lin Cheng was ready to come out, Zhao Liang finally couldn't help it, and said in a vibrato. Lin Cheng ignored it. Even Luo Qingya, a girl, couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Finally, under the gaze of the three, this thing was about to appear. It was a giant beast that looked like a giant snake, with a body about 10 feet in size. It had 2 heads, one was a snake head with thorns upside down, and the other was a lion head with different styles. There are a pair of black bat wings on the back, sharp claws on the front legs, but a pair of hooves on the hind legs. Zhao Liang was so frightened that he covered his mouth so as not to let the fearful voice leak out. Luo Qingya's face was also pale at the moment. Open black lens bracket double-headed chimera. Level, 33, 4-star beast. DNA cells of a variety of beasts has extremely powerful destructive power at the beginning of its birth, and its character is very ferocious and violent. According to the amount of DNA of the combined species, it is determined whether the birth of chimera is strong or not. Chapter 33 Two-Headed Chimera. Lin Cheng's heart was also pounding and his face flushed, which was an extremely excited state. Unexpectedly, you will encounter the legendary chimera beast here. It is said that these beasts have a 4-star strength at the lowest level, and they are a little more difficult to deal with than ordinary 4-star beasts. Luo Qingye looked at the chimera beast and felt her scalp tingle, which was not at all. A trainer of their level can handle it. Lin Cheng, what are your plans? With a sullen expression, Luo Qingye could only look at Lin Cheng, expecting him to have any ideas. The 4-star beast. Lin Cheng stared at the chimera beast, muttered to himself, and then said to the two behind him, I'll contain it later, you can take the opportunity to run in first. Inside the dragon head, let's take a look first. Quote. After all, before the two could react, he jumped out of the corner. The chimera beast felt popular from the moment it came out, and when Lin Cheng jumped out, it locked him in an instant. When the lion's head opened its mouth, a ball of flame was spit out. Boom. In an instant, the scorched land turned to ashes. But the little ant who just jumped out to disturb him has long since disappeared. Just when it was invincible, raised its head proudly, and was about to walk back into the dragon head cave, it suddenly felt that a purple figure flashed in the corner of its eyes. Dragon Claw. PFF'd. Sen Lang's dragon claws, carrying bursts of dragon roars, slashed 7 inches from the chimera snake's head. Immediately, the chimera behemoth let out a painful howl. I saw that not far away, the petite and humble existence just now was still alive, and at this time, he even raised his chin proudly towards it, showing a provocative look, then pouted his butt, turned around and ran away. The chimera was like a lit powder keg, roaring, and was about to rush towards Lin Cheng. Far away, I heard Lin Cheng say, you go first, I'll follow later. Luo Qingye and the two looked at Lin Cheng's distant direction with complicated expressions, then set their eyes on the dragon's head in the middle, stared for a moment, and finally took a deep breath and ran towards the inside. At this moment, Lin Cheng was dead and had to run forward, not daring to look back at all, for fear that when he turned back, Chimera would swallow himself. He was almost hit by flames and venom several times along the way. Fortunately, Lin Cheng wore several fur coats. These are all measures Lin Cheng prepared for this trial competition. Although I can't make professional armor, it is still simple to make a natural animal leather jacket after rough processing. Every time he was splashed by the flames, Lin Cheng would take off a leather coat on the spot, while Chimera would subconsciously take a sniff at the place where Lin Cheng left the leather coat. This is an instinctive habit of animals. Fast, and like a gecko, Lin Cheng, who had broken his tail to survive, Chimera roared angrily, his speed suddenly increased, and then jumped in front of Lin Cheng. He opened his mouth wide and was about to give the latter a fatal blow. But at this moment, a dark shadow appeared in front of him. Ghost Stone grinned, shaking his hands, and immediately performed hypnotism on the Chimera Lionhead. Lionhead was caught off guard and fell asleep instantly. However, Lin Cheng knew that, as a chimera, solving a lion's head was not the end at all. Sure enough, the next moment, another snake head roared out, and when he opened his mouth, he was about to swallow Ghost Stone whole. Ghost Stone was startled, and his whole body emitted a cloudy mist trying to escape while the smoke, but the snake head didn't want to avoid it at all. He opened his mouth to inhale, and all the gas was sucked into his mouth. Then the cheeks slammed. PFF'd. Bella. Like spit, a pool of green venom spurted out and splashed on the ground, and a large pit immediately dissolved on the ground. Lin Cheng saw his scalp tingling. Just as the snakehead was about to continue attacking Ghost Stone, another purple figure flashed out beside him. Paluchia, Dragon's Breath. Boom. The dragon's breath is violently blown, and the snake's head has barbs. It belongs to half of the dragon type. The dragon's breath with the same dragon attribute skill will naturally have a restraining effect on it. The snake head wailed and pulled for a few minutes. At the same time, the whole body was paralyzed. In addition to the additional attack power, the dragon's breath can sometimes paralyze the opponent. Right now, Ghost Stone, use strange light. Gauss. Ghost Stone's eyes glowed with brilliance, and when he looked at the snake head fell into a state of dizziness. Can't find Bay's random running. Lin Cheng whistled, giving a signal to the ironclad rhino that had been ambushed here earlier. The ironclad rhinoceros understood, and immediately smashed the tree roots and electricity poles with all his strength. Bang bang bang. Several telephone poles fell on Chimera, and finally the electric shock monster made an electric shock. These poles instantly became grids, tying up the Chimera. In the end, Lin Cheng threw a dragon jewel, Paluchia, and shook it, and the light in his claws greatly increased. One stroke of the dragon's claw. Puff. Puff. The two heads slid down together, the blood rolled, and the huge body collapsed. Paluchia killed the 33 level 4-star beast Chimera and gained 35,000 experience points. Iron Armored Rhino assisted in killing and gained 9,000 experience points. Ghoststone assists in the kill and gains 12,000 experience points. Electric Shock Monsters assist in killing and gain 8,000 experience points. Paluchia Upgrade 19, 2,169 9,000. Iron Armored Rhino Upgrade Level 15, 1,010 5,000. Ghoststone upgrades to level 22, 2,205 10,000. Electrical Monster Upgrade 14, 310 4,000. Get a pair of giant bat wings, Chimera Poisonous Gall 1, Chimera Lion Heart 1. Lin Cheng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that by defeating a Chimera, he could get so much experience points. This was something he had never dared to think about before. At the same time, he also clearly found that this 4-star Chimera didn't seem to be such a difficult opponent. Why does the world paint it so terrifying? Chapter 34 Chimera Material. For this victory, Lin Cheng finally set his sights on Paluchia. Sure enough, it was because of the aptitude of the divine beast. Perhaps it was because of Paluchia's ease that Lin Cheng took it for granted. The two most powerful points of the high star beast are its powerful attack power and tenacious defense. In fact, the two of Chimera are strong. If he let the iron armored rhinoceros or the electric shock monster be hard at the beginning, it is estimated that the two of them will not be able to break the Chimera's defense at all. It was only because Paluchia's dragon breath and Ghost Stone's bizarre ghost attribute moves worked that the battle was so quickly controlled by Lin Cheng. Focus on the equipment dropped by Paluchia. Giant winged bat wings, 4-star beast materials, forged by special techniques, can be made into flying props. There is not much description, but the above alone is enough to make people imagine. Ferocious beast props that can fly, what kind of secret treasure is that? There is no need to explain too much. Chimera Gallbladder. A 4-star beast material, it contains highly poisonous, and every drop has the ability to poison hundreds of 3-star creatures. Close black lens bracket. When Lin Cheng saw the introduction, his palm trembled, and he almost slipped the thing like a hot water bottle from his palm. This thing is comparable to a biological weapon grenade. This thing must be kept well. In the future, in the face of a strong enemy, you can throw this thing out, and then. Hee hee. Chimera Lion Heart. The heart that is still agitating, take it after taking the medicine, and increase the lifespan by 10 years. Close black lens bracket. Lin Cheng raised his brows and said secretly, he is another big treasure. Lifespan is rare for everyone. Under normal circumstances, in this world, even a 6-star trainer can survive, which is more than 300 years old. He will not despise his long lifespan, unless he is tired of living, and medicinal materials that can increase his lifespan by 10 years are naturally a rare treasure. The last one, Chimera Eyeball 4. The double-headed Chimera has a pair of snake eyes and a pair of lion eyes, which have different effects. Under the stare of the snake eyes, the opponent will have the magic of paralysis for a short time. Under the stare of the lion eyes, there will be pressure overflow. P.S. Using the 4 eyes at the same time can also open a door somewhere. Close black lens bracket. Putting the loot in his backpack, Lin Cheng glanced at the remaining materials of Chimera with some reluctance. He used the Eye of Information to select the most useful materials for Chimera, but there were also some other ferocious beasts, which were beneficial to him. Claws and teeth are actually quite useful, but at this time, Lin Cheng didn't have the time to cut them out one by one, so he could only waste one time. It was at this moment that Lin Cheng heard that someone on the opposite side seemed to be calling him. Lin Cheng, are you all right? The person who ran over was actually Luo Qingya. The little girl ran all the way because she was worried about Lin Cheng. At this time, her face was flushed red and full of sweat. Although my little fire dragon is weaker, it can still fight. Let me help you. It's settled, let's go. Lin Cheng didn't stay, grabbed Luo Qingya's wrist and rushed towards the dragon head. Solved. What do you mean? When Luo Qingya heard Lin Cheng's words, her delicate face was full of shock. Chimera was so powerful that she didn't need to say more. With Lin Cheng's 2-star trainer, there was no possibility of her being an opponent. Chimera didn't seem to be chasing after Lin Cheng. Could it be that he used some method to restrain him? No matter what, it was a very remarkable thing. While Luo Qingya was surprised, she also showed deep admiration. And then, did you see anything in the dragon head? Lin Cheng asked while running. Luo Qingya nodded. Well, we did see a door-like thing in there, but it seems that there is no way to open it. Lin Cheng was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something, summoned the iron-armored rhinoceros, and threw Luo Qingya on the back of the cow, and he jumped up quickly. Although it was not the first time to ride the same mount together, it still made Luo Qingya's heart beat faster, especially when she could feel the hot aura unique to men behind her. After the iron-armored rhino galloped all the way, the two soon arrived at the entrance of the cave. At this time, Zhao Liang was anxiously circling around the entrance of the cave. When he saw a figure approaching, he immediately hid in fear, and then found out that it was Lin Cheng and the two of them. Which is welcome. Brother Cheng, you are finally here. Huh, what about Chimera? Forget it, let's not talk about that. Brother Cheng, come in and have a look. There is a door inside, but it can't be opened. Lin Cheng followed Zhao Liang quickly into the cave entrance. There was quite a lot of space in the cave entrance, and there were white bones everywhere. Thinking about it, it should be the traces of Chimera foraging. Lin Cheng scanned it and found that in addition to some bones, there seemed to be some extra gains, such as some shiny ores, some daggers and knives, and even firearms. But at a glance, he recognized it. It seemed to be a large piece of poisonous gem. That snake head can use poisonous gas to attack. It is estimated that it is cultivated with this gem. Poison gems, like dragon gems, are gems with poison attributes. After carrying them, the power of poison skills can only be increased once. In general, the more one-time use, the stronger the power of the upgrade. At the same time, when the amount of gems reaches a certain level, there will be qualitative changes. Like a gem that is about the size of an adult in front of Lin Cheng, even if it is not used, it can nourish itself every day. Extremely good benefit. Lin Cheng was pleasantly surprised and wanted to take all the poisonous gems away, but unfortunately it was too big. Huh, this is... Luck could not stop it. Lin Cheng found a sparkling ring among the piles of bones under the inspection of the Eye of Information. Chapter 35 Unexpected Skills. The ring was placed on the skeleton finger, and it was difficult to see it because of the snow-colored body. However, Lin Cheng has the Eye of Information. No matter how small the details, as long as it is useful information, it will be presented in his eyes. Quickly stepped forward and took the snow-colored ring off the bone finger. As soon as my mind moved, I immediately felt that there was about 2 cubic meters of space inside. This snow-colored ring is a storage prop made from an empty stone. Although 2 cubic meters is not too big, it is a rare commodity that even 2 million currency may not be able to buy on the market. There are also some elf feeds in it, most of which are rock type, and a small part is fire type. Lin Cheng estimated that this rock-type iron-clad rhino could be eaten, and a small part of it was fire type. Lin Cheng gave the fire type feed to Luo Qingya, and the other party's little fire dragon could just use it. After cleaning up the empty stone ring, Lin Cheng waved his hand and stuffed the entire electric gem into the ring. After glancing at other things, there was nothing that caught his eye, but Zhao Liang, when he first came in, saw that the dagger with a handle looked good, so he took it with him. Everyone passed through Chimera's canteen, and bedroom, and finally came to the deepest part of the cave, a gate full of blood-colored spar. In the center of the gate, there is a transparent bead of light. That light bead will emit a strange light, and after it hits Lin Cheng and others, the red light increases greatly, and the entire cave is rendered into a red and bloody sign. At the same time, the entire cave seemed to be alive, making a strange sound of gurgling tilde. Just because of this sound, I was so scared that I didn't dare to stay longer. Zhao Liang looked at Lin Cheng with hopeful eyes, hoping that he could have a way to stop it. Lin Cheng didn't say much. He took out the chimera pupils that he had put away before, and held them up in front of the blood-colored light beads. After the blood light swept into the pupils of Chimera's 4 eyes, miraculously, the red light no longer flickered, and the strange sounds around her gradually disappeared. At the same time, a scarlet blood droplet sputtered out of the lightless bead. The blood droplets sputtered quickly, and when they passed through the air, they actually carried flames, faintly like a small fire snake, and then the small snake drilled quickly and shot into a pair of lion eyes in Lin Cheng's hands. Lin Cheng was taken aback by this sudden change, but before he could react, he felt that the lion eyes in his hands suddenly became hot. Since Chimera's pupils were already dead eyes, without Chimera's body as a carrier, the energy danced out to vent. So the pair of eyes suddenly shattered. The power of terrifying flames suddenly spread to Lin Cheng's hands. Lin Cheng's complexion changed drastically, and he was able to burst Chimera's lion's eye thing in an instant, and his body could bear it. There are no bones that will not be incinerated in an instant, right? Lin Cheng. Seeing this, Luo Qingya also showed a look of horror, but she was helpless, and the flames and blood instantly enveloped Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng only felt that his whole body was hot for a while, but the unexpected result was that after the blood soaked in his body, it didn't seem to make him instantly annihilated. Although the burning sensation became stronger, it was not blindly destroying the dead, but like general forging. Lin Cheng could clearly feel that he was originally only 18 in physique, but at this moment, he has improved by leaps and bounds. 19, 20, 21. All the way to 23. This growth trend has only slowed to a halt. Lin Cheng looked at his flesh body with still flames left in astonishment. The Eye of Information looked at himself, and suddenly found that he seemed to have more exclusive skills. Primary flame resistance. Resist high temperature flame damage below 3 stars of quasi-god qualification. Close black lens bracket. It seems a bit awesome. Humans, even 6-star trainers, have never seen an existence that can defend against elves or beasts with their bodies throughout history. But with this flame resistance, it's different. Lin Cheng can actually be directly immune to all fire attribute attacks below 3 stars. Not only fire attribute attacks, ordinary high temperature, scorching heat, can be ignored. Lin Cheng, are you all right? Luo Qingya looked at Lin Cheng worriedly. Brother Cheng, who are you? Zhao Liang also opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of surprise. Anyone who sees someone beside him being shrouded in flames will be horrified, and when that person actually sucks the flames into his body like nothing else, he is even more shocked. It's okay, it's just an accident. Lin Cheng was calm on the surface, but his heart was already blooming with joy. Tisk tisk, anyone who acquires such a skill for nothing will be a little excited. And when Lin Cheng's exclusive skills were lit up, he could feel that he also had some connection with the blood-colored light beads. As soon as his mind moved, the blood-colored spar door in front of him suddenly made a click sound to open. The two behind them were even more excited. Success or failure was at stake here. Whether they could go out or not depend on the world behind the door. When a beam of light scattered behind the door, the three of them widened their eyes in excitement, but in the next second, the sense of excitement and joy quickly subsided, leaving only a deep look of horror. The passage in front of you, where is the exit? It's a winding, sarcoma passage. Puff, puff. The sarcoid seemed to be alive, and every few moments, there would be a tremor. At this time, the three people realized that the grunt they heard just now came from the sarcoma passage behind the door. Now, what should we do? Luo Qingye asked with a wry smile. Are we really doomed this time? Zhao Liang saw hope again and again, and saw hope shattered again and again in front of him. At this time, his heart was really bitter. It was said that the secret realm was a desperate realm, which seemed to be true. The two of them were a little more sad, and their expressions were a little gloomy, thinking that it might not be long before they would become one of those skeletons outside. Chapter 36 See the Sun. Lin Cheng looked at the sarcoma passage with a worried look on his face. After a while, he took a step and walked inside without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingye and the two behind them were also stunned. Lin Cheng, are you going to go in? Luo Qingye looked at Lin Cheng with a strange expression. In front of this place full of bloodshots, like the Asura Dao, they all believed that it was the gateway to the underworld, but now, Lin Cheng seemed to be going in without much thought. How could this make them not ashamed? Had nothing to do, Lin Cheng said seriously, let's go and see. If you don't want to, then I'll go ahead and explore the road first. I'll call you later when it's all right. Lin Cheng released Ghost Stone from the elf bag and let him possess himself in his shadow. At the same time, he clenched the bone-toothed dagger in one hand and pinched the seal in the other, ready to summon Paluchia at any time. He started walking slowly into the passage. PFF'd. Stepping on the flesh and blood tunnel under his feet, the feeling is really unacceptable to ordinary people, but Lin Cheng's nerves are indeed strong. After walking 2 steps, he quickly got used to it, and his face gradually calmed down. Seeing that Lin Cheng was really walking further and further, the two behind him were speechless, but after a while, Luo Qingye seemed to have made up her mind, and followed the bloody passage. Just looking at Lin Cheng's back, it seems that this can distract her. Seeing the two walking ahead, Zhao Liang was about to cry, and he was unwilling in his heart. But in the end, they could only helplessly follow behind the two. Lin Cheng walked at the front, sniffing the bloody smell coming from the surroundings. But it didn't take long for him to suddenly realize that the bloody smell had dissipated, and what came out was a scent of fresh perfume. This water vapor Lin Cheng felt familiar. Immediately afterwards, it was discovered that the eyes lit up. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of the rainbow spring, the sunlight outside the mountaintop swayed in. Lin Cheng looked up and was stunned to find that he actually appeared on the mountainside of this secret realm mountain range. Come out, Lin Cheng murmured to himself, and then even with his heart, he couldn't help but be overjoyed, and finally got out of this secret realm. At the same time, in the conference room, the trainer who controlled the 5-star Hootie seemed to have a feeling, frowning and looking into the distance, which happened to be the secret mountain where Lin Cheng and others were. Damn! I didn't expect this to make her run away. It seems that I want the old man to do it himself. Hootie walked slowly to the front of the old man, and then made a teleportation. The next moment both the old man and Hootie disappeared in place. Being controlled by the immobilization method, the town-level boss immediately reacted and communicated to the people above. On the other side, Lin Cheng and the others discovered that this secret realm mountain did not run wild as they had seen before, but stood there, and from the top of the mountain, the rainbow spring was continuously sprayed everywhere, and at the foot of the mountain gathered the beasts in the film seemed to want to be closer to this rainbow spring. Zhao Liang saw the exit first, and was so happy that he almost cried, but the next moment, he turned into a bitter face. What's the use of being able to come out? Now that there are so many beasts at the foot of the mountain, it is impossible to get down. I don't know if anyone will find us. Luo Qingye worried. There should be a rescue team. Lin Cheng comforted a little, but he also understood in his heart that according to common sense, who would dare to approach the secret realm? But in the next moment, Paluchia beside Lin Cheng suddenly sensed something. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at a place not far from Lin Cheng and others. The space was flat and distorted, and the next moment, a trainer who was wrapped in black robes and accompanied by a hoodie appeared. Gia tilde. It seems that there are 2 strokes. No wonder it can defeat the chimera raised by the old man. Seeing someone teleporting and appearing here, Lin Cheng and the others were startled, especially Luo Qingye, who trembled even more after hearing the old man's voice. You are the one who came to my house back then. Lin Cheng Zhao Liang. The old man smiled. It seems that Miss Luo has a good memory. Oh. Is the little fire dragon over there the elf you summoned? It looks like a good talent. It is indeed the child of the Luo family. Hearing the old man's tone, Lin Cheng and the others immediately realized that Luo Qingye and the old man should know each other, but seeing Luo Qingye's fear of the latter, they knew that the other party seemed to be bad. But it's a pity. Miss Luo, because of the fault of your parents, the consequences can only be made by you as a daughter, so please stay here and die first. After speaking, Hu Di's eyes lit up, and he was ready to shoot. Luo Qingye's heart suddenly tightened, and she didn't have time to react when she saw this explosive shot coming over, a tricky and ruthless attack. At a critical moment, Lin Cheng waved his hand, Paluchia grabbed Luo Qingye and teleported to avoid the attack. The old man was stunned for a moment, and then sneered, "Little devil, I advise you not to meddle in your own business. This little guy's background is much bigger than you think. If you interfere at will, you won't know how to die if you are careful." Quote. Lin Cheng walked up to Luo Qingye with an expressionless face, stretched out one hand, and shielded her behind him and said, "Come and try." Stupid. Hu Di, keep your mind strong. Hu Di didn't keep his hands. He waved 2 spoons on his hands, increasing his psychic power and crushing them down at the crowd. The 5-star elf shot, and the coercion was unparalleled. Even the divine beast, Paluchia, couldn't get any benefit from it. After 2 or 3 rounds of fighting, he flew out in pain. Lin Cheng's expression was solemn. It was the first time he saw Paluchia suffer a loss. Sure enough, even if he was a divine beast, it was still a little bit reluctant to fight against 5 stars at 2 stars. Looking at Paluchia, who could still hold Hu Di's hands for 2 rounds, the old man's expression was condensed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his heart. But with some skills, do you really think the world is invincible? This old man is going to teach you how to be a man today. After speaking, the old man urged Hu Di to launch an offensive again. But at this moment, the mutation happened. Chapter 37 Shengguan Luwan. It was also a crack in the space that opened, and then there was a clear and stern shout. "Shen Kang, you 7 old stars are really brave." I saw a black figure, wearing a dress similar to a Christmas tree, with multiple bows, and an elf like a human girl appeared on the spot. Miss Goth. Lin Cheng was also surprised when he saw the elf that appeared suddenly. When Miss Gothia appeared, soon, another beautiful woman appeared behind her. She was somewhat similar to Miss Gothia's dressing style. The pleated black dress, coupled with a pair of beautiful legs that are also wrapped in pitch black, makes people feel full of temptation. The trainer known as the 7 Old Stars frowned when the mysterious woman appeared on the stage. Knowing that this plan was a failure, he didn't stay there, and immediately ordered Hu Di to use teleportation to prepare to escape. The beautiful woman snorted coldly. Miss Goth took a step forward, and in an instant, Hu Di's shadow was stretched, as if she was stepped on by Miss Goth. Miss Gothic's characteristic, stepping on the shadow. Effect. It can make Pokémon that do not have the shadow stepping feature, or Pokémon that are not ghost-type spirits in a state of being unable to escape. The teleportation skill fails on the spot. The 7 Old Stars popped out of the teleportation space on the spot, gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "Are you from the Shengguan family? Do you really think that with the support of a 6-star trainer behind you, you will be lawless? If you want to stop me, it depends on your ability." While speaking, the old man was not escaping, but ordered Hooty to launch an attack. Hooty, use phantom light for me. Shadow ball. When the two moves collided, there was a strong blasting sound, and even the beasts at the foot of the mountain were so frightened that they fell silent and did not dare to make a sound. The two elves were both rare talents, and they were both 5-star elves. The difference was very small, and the winner could not be determined for a moment. No, if you drag on like this, you have to get planted. Originally, the old man just wanted to pretend to be an accident and solve Luo Qingya, but he didn't expect to attract a black-clothed woman. Naturally, the more masters you have, the more you want to run, the more difficult it will be. With this in mind, the old man is no longer in love, but he has no choice but to step on the shadows. Whether it is to escape with skills or run away with physical meaning, he will be entangled by the latter. Seeing that there are other powerful federations surrounding him, suddenly, the air spreads. Come buzz. The mountain under Lin Cheng's feet actually released a burst of red light, and then, the old man was absorbed into it, and then, trembling, he was about to move. The black-clothed woman did not chase after her rashly. She first rescued Lin Cheng and others from the mountain. Just as she was about to look back at the secret mountain, she saw that the speed of the mountain suddenly increased and disappeared in front of her eyes. Shangguan Governor, I'm sorry we're late. At this time, a group of police officers wearing explosion-proof clothes surrounded the woman and greeted respectfully. Hearing others call her like that, the identity of the woman was immediately revealed. She was the strongest person in Jiangnan province, Shangguan Luan. Shangguan Luan didn't say much on the spot, just asked everyone to check whether there were any additional victims in this incident. The secret realm appeared, and the star rating of the beasts here suddenly skyrocketed. Most of the beasts were originally 1 and 2 stars, but they all became 2 and 3 stars, which are no longer suitable for beginner trainers to conduct trials. The first part of this game can only be ended hastily. Originally, a 3rd level rating was required to advance to the next game, but now, it has become only a 2nd level rating to advance, and at the same time, there is no need for everyone to go. After looking for the receptionist, as long as the level is scored, then it will naturally pass the test. At this time, there were very few students with secondary grades, but it was not without them. For example, Luo Qingya, Yao Mengying, and even that Zhang Mingyu, due to a coincidence in the early stage, also got a 2-level rating. Those who scored in place will naturally look happy and step forward to qualify for the test. And if the score is not in place, naturally they can only go home in dismay and wait for the next trial. Most of the trainers with 2nd level ratings were the trainers who had 2-star elves in the first place. They looked at the players who lost and failed one by one with arrogance, and they had a mysterious sense of accomplishment in their hearts. Knowing Lin Cheng's appearance. After Lin Cheng entered the secret realm, in fact, he still used the recorder to record the score, such as the chimera material, the huge poison stone, he all recorded it in the instrument, so his score at this time was 4. Rating. Seeing this score, many people and their friends were stunned. 4 grades. Did you make a mistake? They wiped their eyes vigorously, and found that there was no need to hesitate when they found the red dazzling 4th level characters in front of them. According to the original rules of the competition, only 3 grades are needed to advance. As for the 4th grade, even in normal competitions in the past, I have never seen it. After all, a grade 4 rating means that the person has obtained at least 1 level 4 material or several pieces of level 3 material. For them who are only 1 and 2-star trainers, the difficulty factor is not ordinary. And now it's a trial in the secret realm. When did he get it? 2-star trainers who were still proud now have their mouths open as if they could fit a duck egg. Those commentators were also amazed that Lin Cheng was lucky. Even Shangguan Luan, who was about to leave after finishing his work, stopped and looked at him. Oh. I can get 4-star material at the time of 2-star, it looks like a good seedling, but it seems to be with Luo Jiaxiao. The girl is very close, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. She sighed in her heart and didn't think much about it. After all, She is the leader of the entire Jiangnan province. The level she is in determines what she cares about. She is only thinking about whether the 7 old stars really have mastered the control of the secret realm. Ability. Chapter 38 Award. On the testing platform, the originally noisy voices were gradually lowered at this time, and one after another looked at where Lin Cheng was with shaking eyes. Many people who knew Lin Cheng and came out of the same platform as Lin Cheng looked at each other in dismay, followed by a sigh, especially the 5 seniors in Lin Cheng's car, who were most deeply impressed. And most people who don't know Lin Cheng will be a little unconvinced on the face. After all, the 4th grade is a promotion, but the 2nd grade is also a promotion. As long as you can advance to the next match, then everyone is still the same. As a starting point, most of the students who are promoted have 2-star Pokemon as well, so don't look down on anyone. The group of students who had been promoted without any effort before, restrained some sense of superiority, and became a little more vigilant when they were delusional about Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ningyu's expression also changed. He also passed the first level of the trial. Not only that, but his monkey monster, by chance, gained enough experience, and now it is still a 2-star magic baby. He originally saw that Lin Cheng dared not speak his anger, but after the monkey monster was promoted to 2 stars, his revenge rekindled again. On the other side, a handsome-looking trainer with a large armored elf beside him also focused his attention on Lin Cheng. He is a genius born in other small bases under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan province. His name is Xiangtian. The natal elf he summons is a big armor. Like Yao Mengying's Chenglong, it is an elf that does not need to evolve. This kind of elf, usually, it only needs to be trained step by step, and in the early stage, it can crush most of the elves. Therefore, in the same period, he is naturally invincible. Only other people have always looked up to me, and no one has dared to climb on top of this young master. Let me see how well you are. Xiangtian walked up to the testing platform with a cold smile. There was also a voice of exclamation from above, Xiangtian. 3-level rating. Wow! In this test of generally passing the 2-level score, the occasional 3-level score, although not as amazing as the Lin Cheng's 4-level score just now, is also eye-catching. Xiangtian enjoyed the feeling of being looked up by everyone in amazement, which made him feel that he was different and superior to all living beings, and then looked at Lin Cheng provocatively. Lin Cheng didn't care much when he saw Xiangtian's gaze. He just smiled lightly, ignored it, turned his head to look at Luo Qingye beside him, and said, "Let's go in and have a look." Luo Qingye nodded, her expression a little excited. In the next ring match, there will always be 68 people who will advance. Of these 68 people, only the top 18 are eligible for key training. The most important thing is that they will eligible to go to the town base. In this era of rampant beasts, each level of base area has strict resource monitoring and management. For example, in a township level base, at most 1 or 2-star Pokemon resources, if you want more advanced resources, unless it is to go to a higher level base. In front of it is a place similar to the center of an Elves, but the interior is indeed a vast and flat battlefield. Even if there are 68 players and some staff, and nearly 100 people enter it, it will not appear crowded in this open space. The contestants looked around in confusion. At this moment, on a huge screen in the middle, a personal avatar name flashed. Everyone, according to the number, arrive at the designated venue for the 68 Jin 34 challenge. A loud prompt sounded. Lin Cheng thought about the rules of the game. If there were no surprises, as long as he won 2 games, he would be able to pass the test 100%. But there is only 1 spot left. I don't know how it will be decided. Obviously, the staff had thought of this for a long time, and quickly added, and the last place will be selected from the eliminated players. Among the 51 people, there is only a wheel battle. Each eliminated player has a challenge. Qualification: if you win, you will be in the ring. If you lose, you will be disqualified. The last person left on the stage is the last place. Quote. To put it simply, this last place is a chance for relief for the knockout players. However, it seems that it is not easy to seize this opportunity. At the same time, after the top 18 are decided, the top 3 will be selected. The top 3 will receive special rewards from the governor of Shangguan. Everyone. In the previous elite trial conferences, it seems that there has never been this awarding link. Many people are wondering, or what would suddenly have such a reward. However, he was relieved and didn't think much about the reason, just curious about what the reward was. The person who read the rules seemed to see the curiosity of the crowd, and he didn't sell anything, and said bluntly, about the reward. The third place is the one-trick skill, Power of Secrets. Lin Cheng. This is the reward for the third place, so he was interested. Secret power is a skill with general attributes, which can be learned by most elves. Depending on the occasion, this trick will have different additional effects. For example, in the sand, it will become a ground-based skill, in the water, it will become a water-based skill, and in the grass, it will become a grass attribute skill. It is a very interesting move, and most importantly, this secret power is said to allow elves to have creative abilities. The elves who have learned this skill can drill holes to create temporary shelters. In Ruby and Sapphire, the ability of secret power outside the battle. Not only that, it is said that it is also helpful for learning to create props and utensils. The reward for the second place is this. The host who read the rules did not say it clearly, but projected something similar to an incense burner on the display screen. Lin Cheng was stunned for a moment, the eyes of information flashed, and he immediately understood that this turned out to be a clean incense. The effect of this incense burner is also interesting. Just let the elves carry this incense burner, and the wild beasts below your elves will not easily appear. It is another item of evil spirits. In this era, fierce beasts are rampant, and trainers are always most afraid of all kinds of beasts, and this incense burner has the effect of dispelling beasts, so it is naturally sought after. And this last first place will be rewarded. Chapter 39 Elf Egg Reward. This time, the host did not directly say what it was, but turned the projection perspective to a black screen. In the black screen, there seemed to be a square glass vessel. As the black screen was removed, what appeared in front of everyone was an elf egg. There were people present, and their eyes almost stared out of excitement on the spot. Uncontrollable thumping and thumping of the heart. The elf egg. It's really the elf egg. Why do most trainers only have one elf? It is because it is very difficult to tame elves, and it is even more difficult to obtain elves. Elves were originally summoned by humans, but the way to breed elves has always been impossible. Except for the analysis of various egg-laying groups, certain conditions are also required. It seems that only outside the wilderness base, the unowned elves in the wild environment can give birth to elf eggs. As for why this is the case, the reason is unknown, due to the status quo, so there are few channels to obtain an elf egg, but the same, as long as getting an elf egg is equivalent to getting an extra elf. But now everyone still has a question: what will this elf egg hatch? Although on the natal elves, it doesn't matter if any elves are summoned, because they can increase their lifespan and physique, but if they are hatched elves, it depends on whether they are helpful to them. A Sangia is definitely stronger than a green caterpillar. The face of everyone's doubtful whispers. The host smiled lightly. This elf was found in a warrior eagle's nest. If nothing else, it should be the elf egg of a fluffy eagle. That's right. Tilda. Wow. There was another commotion on the scene. Among the flying elves, the warrior eagle belongs to the type with higher racial value, and it only takes a period of evolution to reach its peak combat power. The training cost is far higher than that of elves such as Bobo and Little Arrow. It is relatively low, and because the hairy eagle is generally larger than the elves such as Dewangyan and the fierce eagle after it evolves into a warrior eagle, it can be directly ridden by people and can be used as a flying means of transportation. It will naturally be even higher. Under the detection of Lin Cheng's eye of information, he knew more than ordinary people, such as the aptitude of this warrior and eagle, as well as hereditary skills, characteristics and so on. Is talent rare? It's not bad. Lin Cheng nodded slightly and said lightly. In fact, compared to the little eagle, this time he was more enthusiastic about the reward for the third place, the power of secrets. With this skill, he was able to forge a lot of things with beast materials. The 3 rewards exploded, and most of the people were shaking with excitement, as if they had the urge to make a big fight. The announcer of the host also saw the demeanor of the crowd. To make a long story short, he directly announced the start of the battle. Everyone took their minds back and didn't think too much about the rewards. What they had to focus on now was the game in front of them. Lin Cheng's first match against his opponent was an arrogant and domineering senior student. His name was Xu Lang. He recognized at first glance that his opponent was Lin Cheng, the only one with a grade 4 evaluation in the trials. Not only did he not mean to be afraid, but he had a high fighting spirit, and he meant to steal Lin Cheng's name. In his opinion, Lin Cheng just had a bad luck and got some treasures inadvertently, so he opened the gap with everyone, and got a 4-level rating in one fell swoop. His real strength is estimated to be 2 stars. Right or so? Hey, you're really unlucky. You finally got a 4th level evaluation, and you haven't been in the limelight yet. You have met your wolf master so quickly. If you are sensible, just admit defeat yourself. Lin Cheng ignored the boredom and provocation, and just said lightly, let's start when you're ready. Seeing Lin Cheng's light-hearted appearance, Xu Lang immediately snorted coldly, thinking that this person was pretending. Since you don't listen to persuasion, let Lord Lang fix your bones for you. After all, Xu Lang began to summon his own spirit. The arc flashed. This guy's elf was a coyote. The gray fur has a puppy-like appearance, and there is a tiger tooth spit out on the left and right sides, which is very sharp, in contrast to its petite body. Wong. Open black lens bracket coyote. Level 11 2-star Pokemon. Qualification: Elite. Attribute: Evil. Abilities: Crash, Howl, Bite. When the coyote was summoned, Xu Lang's confidence also reached its peak, and he smiled. Let Lord Wolf tell you something, Lord Wolf's coyote is also a 2-star elf. After that, he wanted to control the coyote to rush towards Lin Cheng. The elf battle in this world is completely different from the warm water Pokemon battle in the original perception. It can directly attack the trainer. When the trainer cannot issue instructions, the elf battle will naturally end. Therefore, in the ring above, the speed and timing of summoning spirits are also very important. Xu Lang thought that Lin Cheng was the kind of guy with an extremely slow response, so when he took action, he directly let the elf pounce on Lin Cheng, intending to win without a fight. What an uneducated puppy. But just as the coyote was about to approach Lin Cheng, it was directly swept away by a strong impact. An invisible wave appeared in front of Lin Cheng, and then, Paluchia's figure slowly walked out of the void, and the coyote, at this moment, had already lost. Paluchia defeated the coyote and gained 111 experience points. Not to mention Xu Lang, even the referee didn't react from the instant contrast. The entire venue was silent for a few seconds, and the referee finally recovered and announced, the coyote is incapacitated, and Paluchia wins, so Lin Cheng is the one to advance. Hearing this result, Xu Lang's face twitched, and then he immediately shouted, the referee. The other party cheated. The other party has no sign of summoning the elves at all. This does not affect the result of the battle. The other party may have used the elf bag. The referee said lightly. This situation is not uncommon. Many trainers are a bit slow when summoning natal elves. In order to make up for this weakness, many people will choose Krypton Gold and buy an elves bag. As long as they ensure that they summon elves after the battle, they are considered compliant. Lin Cheng glanced at Xu Lang as if he was mentally retarded. Blind, you have a little more name than Ruth. Xu Lang's face was ugly. He withdrew his coyote in a depressing manner, and walked off the ring angrily. Chapter 40 Promotion. Lin Cheng solved the first battle efficiently, and many trainers who had not yet shot were stunned. Immediately, some pretentious people started to compare themselves. Didn't Lin Cheng solve the opponent with one blow? They do too. Among those who have this idea, there is Shangtian who has a 3-level rating. HMPH, it's just grandstanding. There are also people who can't do it and can only speak sour words, such as Zhang Mingyu. He encountered a tough stubble in the first game, and his opponent used a mosquito coil tadpole. The mosquito repellent tadpole itself is not too strong, but how can it be hypnotized? But Zhang Mingyu's monkey monster characteristic is not motivation. Relying on the power of Krypton Gold, Zhang Mingyu threw a lot of powdered spare parts at the monkey monster. The fruit tree fruit finally awakened the monkey monster. After that, the monkey monster was also a little wary of hypnotism, and finally brought down the mosquito coil tadpole. Luo Qingyu's opponent was a level 11, 2-star Pilas. Although her level was higher than that of Xiaohualong, she was indeed crushed in terms of qualifications and attributes. Xiaohualong fought steadily and finally successfully defeated Pilas, and also advanced to the second round. The opponent Yao Mengdiang met was an arrogant genius, and the elves used were flying mantises, a rare talent, and a powerful existence of level 13 and 2 stars. But unfortunately he met Laplace. The ice-type Laplace, after absorbing the Millennium Ice Mountain water that Yao Mengdiang specially purchased, realized the ice-type skill Ice Breath. Ice attribute skills have a restraining effect on the flying mantis with flying plus insect attributes. At the same time, in terms of qualifications, the quasi-god Laplace is also crushed. The quasi-god Laplace, who is only level 9, Lin Cheng estimates, even if it is a challenge elves with level 19 ordinary qualifications can also fight. The flying mantis can only be defeated by hatred. In addition to the first time, there were also many dark horses in the arena. For example, a girl also summoned the chrysanthemum leaves in the Yusanjia series. She was petite and wore a very cute chrysanthemum leaf. But it is amazing. One of the opponent's Nidalang was easily swept away by the cane whip. And the trainer actually has a red-faced dragon. Although this kind of spirit was called Dragon Shame, in the previous life, in the weak dragon attribute spirit, it is still a dragon attribute spirit. The basic combat power is very strong, and a pangolin on the opposite side was defeated by 3 or 2 blows. The final first round is over. After a 2-hour break, soon, everyone ushered in the second game. This time it's 17 out of 34. In this battle, most of the elite talents will be decided. Although the last place will be selected from the eliminations, it is obvious that the last place will be very unlikely to succeed. Because the final spot needs to be decided one by one after the previous eliminations, and its difficulty factor is even more difficult than the previous 2 games. Not only for strength, but also for endurance. No one can guarantee that after a dozen or 20 games, they can continue to fight. So, the top 34 players will work harder than before. Soon, the quota was released, after a random flash on the display. Lin Cheng's name collided with a man named Xiangtian. The man immediately showed a hideous smile and looked towards Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng didn't seem to care about the sharp gaze, but just went his own way and walked to the competition position, waiting for the starting body shape. You met a weak chicken just now, and you have been lucky enough to win until now, but when you meet me, it's your last. When the words fell, Shang Tian merged his fingers and muttered for a while. Suddenly, a flame of fire rose in front of him, and a little lion with a mediocre appearance appeared on the stage. Ow! Open black lens bracket little lion. Level 13 2-star Pokemon. Qualification, Rare. Attributes, Fire, Normal. Trait, Overconfidence. Skills, Impact, Stare, Spark, Head Hammer. Seeing this little lion appearing, Lin Cheng blinked helplessly. He found out, why did everyone here look at him so hostile at first? It's obvious that he is already very low-key tilde. He couldn't help but sighed, and it seemed that he couldn't be too honest, or someone would bully him, so let's try to be strong. So Lin Cheng slapped the elf bag, summoned the electric shock monster and the iron-clad rhinoceros, and then made a gesture, waved his hand, and summoned Paluchia. The 3 elves stood in front of him, and he waved at each other, come on. Shang Tian's eyes widened and he froze in place, looking at the three elves in front of Lin Cheng. For a while, he didn't know what to say. He came from the Shaoshang base. In his base, most trainers can have an elf, which is already extremely good. But what is the origin of this person in front of him? He even summoned three elves at once. The referee. He's fouled. He released three sprites at once. Shang Tian's face turned red and white, he gritted his teeth fiercely, and reported. The referee did not expect that a trainer at this stage would have three elves. Bewildered, but the referee said impartially, the opponent sent three elves, which does not violate the rules of the game. In this elite selection competition, it is to see how strong the trainers at this stage are. The number of elves that can be controlled is actually an important indicator of the game. It's not that there are more elves than anyone else. Most of the trainers in this world can only control one elves to fight when they are 1 star, but 2 when they are 2 stars, and 3 when they are 3 stars. This rule is not for anyone. The regulations are still limited in ability. When a 1-star trainer tries to control more than 1 elves, the extra elves won't obey you at all. There is no difference, even if you have a lot of money and can buy countless elves, the same is true. At the same time, 1-star trainers cannot control spirits with 2 or more stars. Chapter 41 I was humble. Therefore, Lin Cheng clearly only showed 1-star trainers in the information. The promotion test was added when he didn't go, but at this moment he sent 3 elves. In the eyes of the referee, although it was not impossible, it was just an appearance. After explaining the general rules, the referee didn't say much after that. It was all up to Shang Tian's guess. Those who can stand in the elite trial are all young and talented people, and Shang Tian naturally reacted to the referee's meaning immediately. With a sneer, he said, it turned out to be just a bluff. Shang Tian took out an elf bag from his waist, and with the same slap, a small fist stone suddenly drilled out of it. Don't you like group battles? I do too. When the words fell, Little Lion and Little Fist Stone joined forces to respond to the master's call and attacked the 3 elves in front of them. The Little Lion uses the Spark skill, while the Small Fist Stone directly uses the Stubborn Stone body to use the Impact skill. The Armored Rhino did not say a word, and immediately took a step forward, a spark on the hard head, without hurting in the slightest. Oh, it turns out that this iron-clad rhino is your destiny elf. Then, what about the other 2 elves? Shang Tian predicted that there were only 2 elves that Lin Cheng could control. Then among these 3 elves, there must be a paper tiger. In the end, he focused his gaze on what seemed to be the weakest shock monster. Little Fist Stone. The Small Fist Stone bypassed the iron-armored rhinoceros and slammed into the direction of the electric shock monster. Beep beep. Although the electric shock monster is very fearful when facing the 4-star beast Chimera, it has no fear of the Small Fist Stone, even if the opponent's attributes are comparable. But it is also a quasi-god aptitude, and it is easy to fight by leaps and bounds. Turning his shoulders, the 2 plug-like tentacles on his head released a lot of electric light. Boom. At one point, the 2 collided. Although the Small Fist Stone was not hurt because of its attributes, there was lightning flashing on his body, and he fell into a state of paralysis. Tisk! Shang Tian stuttered and looked at the last Paluchia. It seemed that the elf who didn't know his name was the elf that Lin Cheng had fully counted. After reading this, Shang Tian ordered again, Little Lion, use fire on that strange elf at the end. Quack! The flames burned towards Paluchia, who glanced at the little lion with contempt, and the dragon's claws stretched out in the air. PFF'd. The little lion slumped to the ground with mosquito coils in his eyes. Paluchia defeated the little lion and gained 390 experience points. Iron-armored rhinos assist in defeat, gain experience 100. Quote. Electrical monsters assist in defeat, gain experience 150. Quote. Shang Tian stared straight at the little lion slumped on the ground. What just happened? Before he could react, the electric shock monster rushed to the Small Fist Stone that was in a state of paralysis, and use the fighting attribute skill kick down. Boom! Xiao Quanxi threw angrily, and finally the armored rhino rushed forward, slammed the top of the horn, and smashed it into the wall of the ring. Shang Tian was dumbfounded, and he didn't understand from beginning to end how the other party controlled the three elves. The referee also widened his eyes and announced the result of the battle for some unknown reason. Lin Cheng successfully advanced to the top 17. At the same time, the results of other people's battles were also released one by one very quickly. Several of the people Lin Cheng paid attention to were promoted to the top 17. For example, the trainer of the red-faced dragon was a well-dressed young master. A cute, petite little girl with a bulging upper body, the elf she uses as chrysanthemum leaves. What surprised Lin Cheng the most was Tan Xiaoling and Tian Yu. These two women were in the same car as Lin Cheng before. At that time, the elves who saw them were just Pichu and Ibrahimovic. But at this time, the sprites used by the two became Two-Star Pickpocket Cat and Charming Cat. And the qualification level is not low, they are all rare qualifications. Equally easy to advance. In the end, it was Yao Mengying and Luo Qingya. Yao Mengying's Laplace quasi-god aptitude is really domineering. Looking at the audience, there are not many elves who are her opponents in a heads-up match. What's more, she later obtained a 2-star curly ear from nowhere, one with pale yellow a fluffy, bunny-like elf. Therefore, there is no pressure on her to advance. The most difficult one is Luo Qingya. Her opponent is actually Zhang Mingyu. There was dissatisfaction with Zhang Mingyu's command, which gave the little fire dragon an opportunity to win. 17 elite players will be decided, and then the final spot will be decided from the knockout round. The competition for the last place is fierce. Everyone is not a fool. Naturally, they do not want to be the first to stand in the ring, because this is related to the number of battles. However, the host of the competition will naturally not be willing to stand still, so simply let all the eliminated players. They all reselected the serial numbers, and placed on the stage according to the serial numbers, starting from number 1, and going up to the challenge on number 2. If you win the arena, the loser will be disqualified for the competition. This rule is naturally beneficial to the player with the higher number. The end, by accident, Shang Tian, who had fought against Lin Cheng, took the final place and was reselected among the 18 elites. According to the normal procedures, you are now working as 18 trainers, and you are already the final winner of this competition. In the next competition, whether you win or lose, you will all be eligible to go to the town level base. The host smiled lightly. It's just that there is one final hurdle, the top 3 contestants. Then let's announce the rules for the top 3 now. Hearing this, the 18 trainers naturally had a clear understanding. It seems that the next battle will not be a 2-to-2 battle as before, but there will be new competition rules. The rules of this third round. Chapter 42 3-person cooperation. It's more of a collaborative effort than an individual honor. All of you can form a 3-person team with any 2 of the other 17 people now to fight against the next opponent tilde. And your opponents will be from the town level bases, 3-star experts. After speaking, the host immediately made a gesture of invitation, only to see a light curtain flashing at the gate of the elf center, and a dozen figures slowly appeared in front of everyone. These were all young men and women, some of whom were older, even younger than some of the veterans among the elves. As soon as they came out, they swept to the 18 who stood out with their sloppy and playful eyes. Well, there are quite a few people. It seems that these people are the winners this time. A non-mainstream teenager with silver hair said with a smile. It's so pitiful, the joy that I just passed the test is probably not over, and I'm coming to fight with us. A playful woman also responded. We have to go through this step. We didn't come this way back then. As soon as those people appeared, they talked freely without any scruples. The host coughed twice in embarrassment, and added to the bewildered advanced players. Actually, this last level is not necessarily to be met. If you are afraid of injury or have doubts about your own strength, you can refuse the challenge. Of course, once you refuse, the rewards for the top 3 will naturally be missed by you. Quote. The 18 players who got the promotion place looked at each other in dismay. There were many people who neither wanted to play against these 3-star trainers, nor did they want to give up the reward for the top 3. Actually, don't think too much. You are not alone in the challenge. I reminded you just now that you will fight against these 3-star trainers in the form of a 3-person team tilde. The specific rules are that the 3-star trainer who comes forward can only send 1 3-star elves, but the 3 people in the team can play their strengths to the fullest, and there is no limit to the number of elves. This explanation allowed the 18 qualifying players to regain some confidence. However, the dozens of 3-star trainers on the opposite side seemed to know about it, but they still had expressions of indifference on their faces. Hey, they guessed that they thought they took advantage of it. It doesn't matter, they will soon know that there is a gap between the 3-star elves and the 2-star elves. The youngsters who were 3-star trainers smiled even more. In any case, when the 18 advanced players knew the rules of the game, they also started to act and formed teams. On Lin Cheng's side, there was no suitable person in his heart. He happened to see Luo Qingya, who was also confused, and went up to say, "Want to form a team together?" Luo Qingya was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head in embarrassment and said, "Well, Lin Cheng, you know my strength. If I team up with you, I'm afraid I will hinder you." Lin Cheng smiled lightly and didn't explain much. He just grabbed the little girl's little hand while she didn't care, and joked, "The first teammate, I've got it tilde." Ah, Luo Qingya's small head drooped even lower, and her shy ears turned red. Lin Cheng looked cute and was thinking of teasing the little girl, but someone shouted, "Lin Cheng tilde." Lin Cheng was stunned for a moment, raised his head, and found that Tian Yu and Tan Xiaoling were walking towards him, and the person who had just called him was obviously Tan Xiaoling. Tan Xiaoling smiled sweetly at Lin Cheng and said, "Junior, do you have a team here? If not, would Tian Yu and I form a team with you?" The shy Luo Qingya seemed to have reacted to something, and quietly broke away Lin Cheng's palm, and then said, "Well, Lin Cheng, you can team up with Sister Tan and the others, so that you have a higher chance of getting rewards." Lin Cheng didn't answer, but greeted Tan Xiaoling with a smile apologetically. "I'm sorry, Sister Tan, Sister Tian, you two have given me good intentions. I have already found good teammates here." Oh tilde tilde. The 2 senior sisters are both sharp-minded people, and they have noticed Lin Cheng and Luo Qingya's small actions from the beginning, including the movement of the 2 holding hands just now. Immediately, he no longer insisted, smiled and said, "Well then tilde junior brother Lin should take good care of this elementary school girl." After all, without waiting for Lin Cheng to speak, he Tian Yu giggled and left. After that, the team member they found was Yao Mengying. On Lin Cheng's side, he found the young master who used the red-faced dragon. Tilde you have found this young master, which means that you are still very discerning. There is no way, with such a strong plea from you, I can't refuse, so I agree to join you tilde. The little young master was intoxicated looked proud. Lin Cheng and Luo Qingya. From beginning to end, they only asked 2 sentences. "Are you alone?" The little master nodded. "Do you want to join us?" The young master had a star-like expression on his face, with a look of excitement. "Well, this person is lonely and arrogant, and the identification is completed. This young master's name is Qian Duoduo tilde I will give more advice in the future tilde." The young master brushed his sense of existence intentionally or unintentionally. The 2 of Lin Cheng also briefly introduced themselves, and then everyone began to choose their opponents. The way of playing this time is very random. I saw a woman in the Samsung trainer camp on the opposite side, wearing a sports tights, with a very hot outline and a beautiful face, stood up, and said with a pretty face, "Which of you want to be the first to go?" The group of 3-star trainers had indifferent expressions on their faces, but it could be faintly seen that the group of 3-star trainers seemed to be dominated by that beautiful woman. Seeing that no one took the initiative, the beautiful woman said casually, "Tongshan, you go first." Among them, a man with a figure like a pagoda moved his muscles and bones, nodded, and walked out slowly. Sister Lu Shui, are you bullying people too much? As soon as you come up, let Tongshan go. Will this give the group a new way of life? The silver-haired young man who was a middle schooler joked. Shut up, you're the next one. The silver-haired middle-aged young man waved his hands indifferently. Chapter 43 vs. Samsung. 18 advanced trainers were divided into 3-person teams, and there were only 6 groups. At this time, the 3-person team of Xiangtian took a step forward with a smile. Let's go ahead and meet the seniors. The young man named Tang Shan grinned with a contemptuous expression on his face. Shang Tian and the 3 of them frowned immediately. Those who can get to this point can be called elites. In their respective township-level bases, they are usually called geniuses since childhood. How could they have been looked down upon like this? Immediately without saying a word, they each summoned the elves to attack Tongshan. Tongshan calmly summoned his own destiny spirit. With the flash of the arc, a huge ball-shaped elf with the appearance of a stone appeared. When Shangtian first saw this elf, he felt that it was somewhat similar to his own little fist stone. But soon, a fearful expression appeared. Doringa. The huge rock ball-shaped elf propped up and roared, and the power immediately crushed the little lion, the small fist stone, and the 2 elves of Xiangtian's teammates to the ground. This elf, although similar in appearance to the small fist stone, is an evolution of the small fist stone, Rumble Stone. In this world, elves with the ability to evolve twice will generally evolve at level 21, that is, when they advance to 3-star elves. The success rate of evolution will fluctuate according to the qualification of the elves. The higher the qualification, the higher the possibility of evolution. The elves that have successfully evolved will truly enter the threshold of 3-star elves. If they fail, the level will be stuck at level 20. Unless there is a special opportunity, it is difficult to improve the level. Obviously, the man named Tongshan in front of him has successfully evolved. After the small fist stone evolved into the rumbling stone, the strength naturally improved by leaps and bounds. It can be said that after a period of evolution, the elves, unless there are special circumstances, can completely crush the elves of 1 or 2 stars. Shangtian and the 3 of them changed their expressions immediately after feeling the aura coming from Long Long's stone body. Tang Shan squinted his eyes and gave an order. Long Longshi, use the magnitude for me. Magnitude, the ground attribute skill, is a very wonderful skill. Its magnitude is divided into 7 levels in total. It will produce different powers according to the level of the vibration. The weakest magnitude is level 4. The weakest skill of the ground system, slide throwing, is even weaker. But the highest level of magnitude 10, that power is stronger than earthquake, comparable to profound truth. Such as destruction of death light first class. In this world, the magnitude of the earthquake is a skill that can gradually increase its power through exercise. But the power of the 3-star rumble stone is at most level 6, which is the 3rd power, such as the power of mud shot. But the power used in the hands of Long Longshi was equally terrifying, and that power was definitely not something that a 2-star junior lion could resist. At the same time, this magnitude is still a group attack skill. With one move, 3 people, a total of 5 elves, all lost their ability to fight. Faced with the stunned Xiangtian 3, the Samsung trainers on the other side couldn't help it and laughed happily. As for the remaining 5 groups of players, they frowned and took a deep breath. Although they knew that the gap was huge, the result was too devastating, right? It doesn't feel like there is any chance of winning. Rookies, you can only be called elites in the countryside. In fact, our mission this time is to cut your spirits for you. Now we're taking a loss, so as not to suffer a big loss in the future. Tongshan sneered at the other players who didn't play. Said. This scene made the hall instantly become quiet, and many people's eyes became a little withdrawn. Among the 5 groups, in addition to Tan Xiaoling, Yao Mengying, and Lin Cheng, the other 3 groups were cowardly and did not dare to step forward. Tang Shan snorted contemptuously. It's really a disappointment. It's not that I haven't seen this situation before. Many times, when they make a move, it will be the result. Just when he thought the task was complete and was about to return to the team and leave, someone in the 5 groups shouted, Team Tan Xiaoling, Tianyu, Yao Mengying, come forward to ask for advice. Tang Shan raised his eyebrows, looked at the 3 watery girls who came out and said, Tang is not someone who loves fragrance and jade. Since you choose to challenge me, be prepared to be embarrassed. After all, his rumbling stone once again put on a challenge stance. The 3 girls took a breath and released the elves at the same time. An instant, 6 elves appeared on the field. Obviously, each of them released 2 elves. Yao Mengying used the elves, one is Laplace and the other is Curling Ears. The elves used by Tan Xiaoling are Ibrahimovich and the Pickpocket Cat. The sprites used by Tianyu are Pichu and Charming Cat. The 6 elves are all good, especially Bobo, the Pickpocket Cat, the Charming Cat, and the 3 elves are all rare talents, and the level is already 2-star late, they are all 19 and 20. Although the attributes are not comparable to the Rumble Stone, the Pickpocket Cat and other elves are extremely fast, and under the disturbance, the Rumble Stone is suddenly distracted. Falling rocks. Tangshan felt a hint of threat, and his eyebrows began to reveal seriousness. Breath of ice. Laplace opened his mouth and breathed, and the stone instantly turned into ice. Curly Ears stepped forward, and the long ears contracted forcefully, like a fist spring, directly sending the stone to the long stone. Water gun. Laplace added more force and slapped the rumbling stone body with the water gun. The rumble stone is not an Alola species, and the ground and rock properties make it hit 4 times immediately. Pichu, electric shock. The wet rock can conduct electricity completely, and Pichu's last blow made Rumble Stone lose his ability to fight on the spot. Seeing that Tangshan Delonglongshi lost his ability to fight, the scene was silent again. The 3-star trainers who had just sneered looked a little dull. There was only one woman, but they applauded when Tangshan lost. This person is the leader of the Samsung trainer, Lu Shui. Chapter 44 Lincheng Team Shot. Finally, I can see that there is a backbone, much better than those trainers who don't even have the courage to do it. Lu Shui glanced at the remaining 4 teams. At the same time, she turned her gaze back to the 3-star trainers beside her and sneered, I don't need to say more. You are really capable of being defeated by the trainers from the small township level base. The 3-star trainers pouted and looked at Tangshan with dissatisfied eyes. Tangshan's whole person is also panicked at this moment. Then I saw the silver-haired middle-aged young man come out and said, if that's the case, let me meet these 3 little girls Tilda. Those 3-star trainers were also a little moved when they saw the silver-haired youth appearing so early. Thinking about it, this silver-haired youth should be among the top of the group. Lu Shui glanced at him, nodded and said, all right. The silver-haired youth walked up to Tan Xiaoling and the others with a chuckle. My name is Zuo Qinghong, 3 beautiful young ladies, please take action Tilda. While speaking, the man did not care too much, and soon summoned his elf. It was actually a large stinger bee. Open black lens bracket big needle bee. Level, 25, Samsung Pokemon. Qualification, Elite. Attributes, Insect, Poison. Ability, Insect Premonition. Skills, Double Needle, Poison Needle, Random Strike. Among the many Pokemon, the insect-type Pokemon are notorious for their fast evolution, such as green caterpillars, thorn-tailed worms, unicorns and the like, because they are inherently disadvantaged races, so in order to adapt to survival, however, their evolution will be faster than most elves. Usually, the elves that evolve in the second stage will only usher in the first evolution at 3-star level, that is, level 21. However, some insect-type elves can be upgraded at level 11 and 2 stars. At that time, you will be able to usher in the first evolution, and at level 21, you will be able to carry out the second stage of evolution and become an adult. Sizzle. The big needle bee wields the twinkling silver spears, and the momentum is really extraordinary. It is more than 1 step stronger than the rumbling stone in Tangshan just now. Seeing the three women across from them looking at their elves with solemn expressions, Zuo Qinghong also showed a bit of pride. Okay, then, let's show the three of you the true power of my giant stinger. Double needle attack. Call out. As soon as the order was given, the giant needle bee disappeared on the spot, and while the three people on the opposite side were startled, there were afterimages of the giant needle bee in the air. Yao Mengying wanted to let Laplace use the ice breath to control the speed of the giant needle bee, but in the next instant, she was directly picked up by the double guns and flew into the air. Laplace let out a whimper. Pichu's electric shock flickered, and the pickpocket cat Charm Cat's sharp claws swiped, but it couldn't touch the figure of the giant needle bee at all. After a half hour of seeding, the result came out. As everyone expected, Yao Mengying's group of three was destroyed. In the face of the powerful and clumsy rumble stone, Yao Mengying and the three of them could still suppress them, but the speed-type big stinger was always powerless. Well, for the time being, it still feels a little bit tilde. Zuo Qinghong, who won the prize, still held up his hands in a sassy way. You don't need to regret. After all, you have already won Tongshan. If no one comes forward to challenge me and beat me, then the top three winners will be yours. Zuo Qinghong said with an indifferent expression, but in fact, there is still a bit of dread in his heart, especially for Laplace. Now this Laplace is still 1 star, he is already under pressure. If he waits for him to be promoted to 2 stars, it is estimated that the big needlebee may not be able to suppress it. Are there any other teams coming up to challenge? Zuo Qinghong looked down at the rest of the team on the stage, but at this time, no one dared to take the lead, and the corners of his mouth could not help but contempt. Lin Cheng looked at Yao Mengying and the three who came down, and after thinking for a while, he said to the two of them, "Let's go." When Luo Qingya heard the words, she immediately followed Lin Cheng's footsteps, and the young master Qian Duoduo was even more fearless, letting the red-faced dragon hold him and walk up the steps slowly. Seeing that there are still challengers daring to come up at this moment, Zuo Qinghong was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. It seems that you are the last group, so let me watch your struggles. After saying that, Zuo Qinghong waved, and the big needlebee sprinted. The red-faced dragon bears the brunt, his hands are hooked, and he uses the grasped skill. Boom! A sound of fine iron clash. Immediately afterwards, the red-faced dragon took a few steps back in pain. However, even if he lost to Big Needlebee in the first confrontation, the red-faced dragon could be considered a move. Oh, as expected of a dragon-type Pokemon, its physical fitness is really amazing. However, shouldn't you just think about saving your life? You won't be able to defeat my Hornet. After that, Zuo Qinghong ordered the Hornet to use a poisonous needle attack. And this time, it was the little fire dragon who shot. The little fire dragon spit out a spark skill, and immediately, the claws flashed arcs. Originally Luo Qingya also wanted to use the grab attack, but at this moment, the little fire dragon's grab, the skill has even advanced into metal claws. Metal claws were upgraded skills in previous game versions such as red and green, but later, they were modified into genetic skills. At a critical moment, you can instantly understand. And when he chirped with the big needlebee, the little fire dragon triggered this opportunity. Clang! Clang! The two confronted each other, like two ancient knights, holding knight spears and fighting each other. Taking advantage of this gap, Qian Duoduo ordered the red-faced dragon to use grinding claws. Immediately, a flash of light converged on the red-faced dragon's claws, instantly increasing his hit rate and attack power. It seems that 2 fights 1, the big needlebee tends to be at a disadvantage, but in fact it is still more than capable. Bash! The giant stinger suddenly accelerated. Double needles turned into phantoms. 222, hit the 2 elves, and immediately the little fire dragon and the red-faced dragon staggered backwards, and the big needlebee pressed forward. But the next moment, he was messy. Boom! A dragon claw protruded and slapped the big needlebee accurately. The latter was immediately incapacitated. A message flashed in front of his eyes immediately. Paluchia defeated the giant stinger and gained 4,500 experience points. Chapter 45 Spike See Spike. Quote ? Everyone's eyes widened, not knowing what was going on at the scene. Why did Zuo Qinghong's giant stinger suddenly lose its ability to fight? Agreed. At this moment, Lin Cheng slowly raised his hand, cupped his hand towards Zuo Qinghong, whose face was flushed, and said softly. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood that the blow just now should be the young man who had never moved. It actually solved Zuo Qinghong with one blow. Could it be that he is also a 3-star trainer? Suddenly, a burst of exclamation came out, and those eyes looked at Lin Cheng, eager to study the latter thoroughly from the inside out. Lin Cheng ignored everyone's eyes, but continued to cast his gaze on the 3-star trainers, and then said lightly, I would like to ask the next one to enlighten me. This time, without Lu Shui's reminder, a thin young man took the initiative to stand up and said, You are very brave, you actually took the initiative to provoke us. I want to see what is so special about the three of you. The defeated Zuo Qinghong passed by. Be careful, the other two don't say anything, just the kid who just said, his Pokemon is a little weird. Zuo Qinghong reminded. The skinny young man nodded, stepped forward, and immediately summoned his own 3-star elf. It turned out to be a hero. Howlie is an evolutionary form of wrist strength. Its body structure is very similar to that of humans. The skin is purple, and there are strong muscles all over the body. There is a metal belt around the waist. It is said to be used to limit Howlie's strange power. Open the gold belt around your waist, and in an instant, it will become unstoppable. Open black lens bracket Howlie. Level 22. Qualification, Ordinary. Attribute, Fighting. Trait, Perseverance. Skills, Kick down, Stare, Split with bare hands, Throw on the ground. Boy, although I don't know how you won Zuo Qinghong, my heroic power will definitely let you experience what horror is. After all, the thin young man immediately let Howlie untie the golden belt around his waist. Immediately, the muscles of Howlie's body throbbed, and it seemed to become stronger in an instant. Howlie, chop with bare hands. Jaylee. Howlie's eyes flashed with light, and he slammed his palm to the ground. Immediately, an invisible force was transmitted across the ground to the direction of the three of Lin Cheng. The little fire dragon and the red-faced dragon wanted to come forward to resist, but they were caught in the palm of his hand in an instant. Li Zhen flew out. The corner of Lin Cheng's mouth twitched, Paluchia appeared in front of him, and the palm of his hand also glowed with purple light. Dragon Claw. Boom. It was also a blast of air, which did not evade in the slightest. Instead, he chose the toughest method to collide with the heroic attack. Seeing that the poor students from the township level were able to draw a tie with Tianzhao in their township level base, those 3-star trainers gradually began to look solemn. Sure enough, you are the most difficult person to deal with. The thin man's eyes narrowed, commanding his heroic power, ignoring the attack of the red-faced dragon and the little fire dragon, and only rushed to Paluchia. Use the earth throw. Heroic opened his arms, and wanted to imprison Paluchia and use his nirvana. Boom. The heroic action was completed in one go, and in an instant, he held Paluchia and rotated in the air, completing the prelude to the earth, and then countless eyes watched, like a meteor falling to the ground, hitting the ground hard. The fluctuations raged, and a big pit was suddenly concave above the arena. The skinny man clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes showed the look of victory. At present, there is no elves that can cast a powerful blow on the earth and stand still. Just thinking about it, but after the smoke cleared, the thin man showed a stunned expression. I saw that in his heroic arms, there was no shadow of his opponent. Quote ? How is that possible? Just when he was throwing in the sky, he clearly saw that the elf had been imprisoned by the mighty force. Howlie was also confused at this time. It wasn't until it fell and set off the smoke and dust, only to find out that the opponent seems to have disappeared. Gah! But just when the two sides were shocked, a roar suddenly came from Howley, and then, a huge water wave shrouded Howley. Boom! Paluchia defeated Howley and gained 2200 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Paluchia has been upgraded to level 20. Close black lens bracket. Howley lost his ability to fight, and the challenger team won. In the hall, looking at the unexpected result, everyone was silent again, and many people opened their eyes wide, trying to see the doorway of Paluchia's action just now, and their eyes were full of unbelievable colors. After a while, the riot broke out. It's too evil, isn't it? Which horn did this kid run out of? Such exclamations are endless. Even Lin Cheng's teammate, the arrogant young master Qian Duoduo admired. Lin Cheng, I admit, your elf has my red-faced dragon. Half of it. Luo Qingya just chuckled and didn't speak. Next, several 3-star trainers came on stage to fight against the 3 of Lin Cheng, but they were all defeated by Paluchia with lightning speed. Paluchia is also getting closer and closer to the 3-star level 21. Seeing that only one person was needed for Paluchia to become a star, everyone was surprised to find that Lu Shui was the only one left in the 3-star trainer team. At this time, the girl stared at Lin Cheng with a scrutiny in her eyes. After a while, she said, "It seems that you do have a bit of pride. Perhaps, after you advance to the town level base, you can consider joining our Galaxy Academy." Lin Cheng. Without responding to Lin Cheng's doubts, Lu Shuisu waved her hand, her beautiful eyes returned to a cold look, and she said lightly, "Anyway, show all your abilities first, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to shoot." After all, Lu Shui took a step forward, and in an instant, a gust of freezing wind blew on the arena. In a trance, in the freezing wind, a slender figure floated in the air. Chapter 46 Snow Fairy. For C. The shadow in the snowflake floated in the air, very similar to the human appearance, with a red girdle around the waist, and kimono-like sleeves, and the ice crystal tentacles on the belt were like 2 buns, the ice crystal blue. In the pupils, there is always a look of resentment. This elf is actually the Snow Demon Girl. Open black lens bracket Snow Girl. Level, 27. Qualification, Rare. Attributes, Ice, Ghost. Feature, Snow Hidden. Skills, Stare, Shadow Clone, Hail, Boulder, Strange Wind. Snow Demon Girl evolved from Snow Boy, but this process is not achieved by leveling up, but requires special props: Awakening Stone, a magical stone with a whole body of dark green, like eyes, and radiance. Moreover, the Snow Boys who have evolved into the Snow Demon female family must be female. Many people believe that the corresponding male Snow Demon female elves should be the Ice Ghost Guardians. However, in the Ice Ghost Guardians, there are also females. There are countless legends about this elf since ancient times, most of which are related to gods and ghosts. It is said that they like children and young and handsome men very much. When the snow falls on the top of the mountain, they will freeze the favorite man and bring it back. At home, place them as decorations. At the same time, there is no doubt about the fighting power of the Snow Demon Girl. Usually, the first evolution of the 2-stage evolution elves will be at 3 stars, while the first evolution of the elves will be at level 31 and 4 stars. But because of the use of the Awakening Stone, the Snow Fairy will be much stronger than most of the 3-star elves. I can see that your strange and unknown elf should be a dragon-type Pokemon just like the red-faced dragon, right? If that's the case, then it makes no sense not to be afraid of ice and snow. God will use the skill, Hail. Whoa! The original snowstorm was even more terrifying, and on the arena, crushed boulders the size of grains of rice began to faintly fall. I didn't realize it at first, but after that, the boulders got bigger and bigger. As a traditional dragon-type elf, the red-faced dragon had no resistance to ice-type skills at all. He immediately held his head and showed a painful expression. Although the little fire dragon is stronger, it is not going anywhere. The flames on the tail are constantly fluttering, and the eyes reveal the color of tenacious resistance. When Lu Shui saw this, the corners of her thin mouth evoked a seductive arc. Everything was under control. The Hailstorm skill, after using it, will inflict a certain amount of damage to all elves other than the ice attribute within a certain range, and deal a certain amount of damage each round. At the same time, in the Hailstorm, the Snow Demon female characteristic activates, Shui Yin. The figure has become more difficult to capture, disappearing and appearing from time to time. But every time it appeared, skills such as boulders or strange winds would be used, causing damage to Luo Qingye and others for the second time. Why, haven't you shot yet? Lu Shui looked at Lin Cheng with a calm expression, and snorted coldly. She thought that the other party's behavior was overconfident in herself. Sometimes, recognizing one's own strength is also an important criterion for exercise. After all, the hail and frost became sharper. The faint feeling of wanting to directly crush Lin Cheng and the other elves to death. Finally, Paluchia also shot. As the claws contracted, a wave of water whistled out. The target pointed directly at a void. Lu Shui's eyelids jumped, and unexpectedly found that the other party actually saw the whereabouts of the Snow Demon girl. That's a bit interesting. Lu Shui looked at the upcoming water wave, and also made the Snow Demon girl take it seriously. A thick freezing wind blows towards the water bomb. Suddenly, water fluctuation turned into a huge ice ball at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The Snow Demon girl directly followed the huge ice ball. Using a strange wind, Yufeng smashed the ice ball in the direction of Paluchia. Paluchia opened his mouth without fear, and a pounding dragon breath spurted out. The hockey puck instantly turned into shards of ice. Spark! Boom! Just as the Snow Maiden was about to launch the next attack, Luo Qingye and the red-faced dragon happened to kill them as well. Both of them interfered with the Snow Maiden. The cold light flashed in the eyes of the Snow Demon girl, and then she staggered, and 8 wind sounds changed. Shish! The attacks were all in vain. It's an eyesore. Lu Shui's icy cold eyes showed dissatisfaction. She had seen all the previous gains in her eyes. These two simply made up the number. The only problem was the unknown elf in Lin Cheng. Strange wind. The Snow Demon girl unleashed a strange storm at one time. This time, for some unknown reason, its power has been greatly improved. The elves of Luo Qingye and Qian Duoduo were all swept away by the storm and lost their ability to fight. Sorry, Lin Cheng, this young master did his best. Lin Cheng, I can't help you. The eyes of the two companions were full of helplessness. Lin Chengcheng shook his head for the two of them and said that it was all right. Wait, I will win it back. Now that both of your little friends have been resolved, you shouldn't need to hide in the next battle, just come out and die. Lu Shuimei's eyes were still cold, but she was also full of confidence. In the battle just now, Snow Demon Girl used Strange Wind several times, and her ability value was much higher than the original. Strange Wind effect. While blowing a horrific hurricane to attack the opponent, it can sometimes improve all the overall abilities. Close black lens bracket. Miss Lu, it's too early to be happy. I hope you won't be too happy to be sad. Lin Cheng's face was flat. He slowly raised his palm, and snapped his fingers. The figure of Paluchia slowly emerged in the void. Everyone looked at the current Paluchia with a strange expression. Hey, haven't you noticed, has the appearance of this little elf changed? Yes, feeling stronger than before. A group of people were talking. At this time, the appearance of Paluchia was indeed different from before. Because, just now, Paluchia was promoted to 3 stars. Chapter 47 Win. Lin Cheng originally thought that as a divine beast, the next stage of evolution should be level 31, and when it was 4 stars, it would be right to evolve directly into the adult appearance in his impression, but obviously, unexpectedly, Paluchia turned out to be there as also a transitional phase. At this time, it has 2 claws, and a layer of armor is wrapped around its head. The appearance of the body is not as immature as it was at the beginning, and the height has also changed, and it is also a head shorter than Lin Cheng. If it was said that he looked like a urchin when he first met, now he has the feeling of a young man. Before Lin Cheng let Paluchia hide in the void, there were actually two reasons for the intermittent battle. First, it was to let Luo Qingya's little fire dragon and Qian Duoduo's red-faced dragon gain more or less experience. Value, and secondly, for fear that Paluchia's progression will change too much, which will make people interested in it. But fortunately, the first change of Paluchia was not as shocking as the adult body. Boom! When Paluchia appeared on the stage, a shockwave burst out straight to the soles of his feet. With the place where it was as the center, the earth shattered like a spider web at this moment. His elf, it seems that his ability has skyrocketed several times after his appearance changed. Lu Shui's heart trembled slightly. If she could still feel the clues about the previous Paluchia, the current Paluchia has something to do with it. Unpredictable feeling. Is this really evolution? When Lu Shui said this, she had an unbelievable feeling that a level 3 trainer would actually emerge from a small township-level base. Miss Lu, didn't you just say that you want to have a good fight with my Paluchia? That's what you want. Lin Cheng looked at Lu Shui and smiled. I have to say that Lin Cheng's appearance is quite handsome. When he sketched a smile on his originally not plain face, there were several young girls present at the scene, staring blankly. Sha Fei's cheeks and eyes flashed. HMPH, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Although Lu Shui also saw this scene, but at the moment she was fully engaged in the battle and didn't care too much. But when she snorted coldly, she saw the snow on the field suddenly stagnate. Swish. Immediately afterwards, an afterimage appeared in front of the snow demon girl, before she could give her order. Lin Cheng has waved his hand. Power gem. One after another, shining spots of light fell down like meteors in the sky. Thumbs up. The snow demon girl couldn't react at all, she let out a pained cry and fell from the air. How can the speed be so fast? I have obviously increased the attributes of my whole body several times. Lu Shui was startled, and quickly ordered the snow demon girl to hide. She had to admit that, in terms of strength, the snow demon girl no longer had the upper hand. Huh, didn't Miss Lu just let me face off? Why did you run away at this time? Isn't it fun to find someone? Lin Cheng raised his chin and looked at Lu Shui with a playful look in his black eyes. Lu Shui was so angry that she gritted her silver teeth, her eyes burning with fiery heat. Who is afraid of who? Snow fairy girl, fight with him and use boulders. With a whimper, the snow demon girl emerged from the hidden state of snow, and a wave of ice surges around her, rushing towards Paluchia. The smile on Lin Cheng's mouth continued. That's right, Paluchia, once again the power gem. Power gem, this skill is a new skill that Paluchia learned after leveling up. It doesn't have many special effects. 80 in the game setting. The power is only the jet flame, and 100,000 volts is first class. The two attacks collided. At this moment, both the 3-star trainers and the trial advanced contestants felt a bit of shock in their hearts. They did not expect that Lin Cheng would face Lu Shui, the strongest among the 3-star testers. He was able to fight to such a situation, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Shui was at a disadvantage at the moment. Shang Tian looked at this scene with a solemn expression. Before, he always thought that Lin Cheng's victory over him was just a trick, and he was lucky to win by playing gang fights, but he never expected that the power this guy is showing now is not himself at all comparable. And Zhang Mingyu's eyes are even more gloomy. He has always regarded himself as the favored son of heaven, but he did not expect that he would be pressed by Lin Cheng everywhere along the way. Don't be complacent, Lin Cheng, and you too, Luo Qingya. The commoners can do things, but this young master doesn't believe that they can't do it. When this is over, I will catch up with you in my own way, and then trample you underfoot. Come on, junior brother Lin Cheng. Giggle, junior brother Lin Cheng is so handsome tilde. Tan Xiaoling and Tian Yu laughed and acted as cheerleaders. Yao Mengying's gaze towards Lin Cheng was a bit complicated. Although she had already seen that the other party was extraordinary, she also threw an olive branch with him a long time ago, but this guy ignored him, and now, she is still with the dirty Luo Qingyu. The team is over. Under the girl's sixth sense, she can feel that the relationship between the two seems to be unusual. Damn, it's obviously Miss Ben first. Boom. Under the tense gazes of countless people, the two attacks finally collided. In an instant, ice, snow and broken rocks burst out, sputtering in all directions. When the smoke cleared, the scene was silent, but there was only one elf standing on the field. Referee held the flag high and announced, "The Snow Maiden is incapacitated, Paluchia wins." So, this time the top 3 winners are out. It's Lin Cheng, Luo Qingya and Qian Duoduo. Congratulations to these 3, get a special reward. At this moment, there was a burst of noise in the hall. Many people couldn't believe that Lu Shui, a 3-star veteran trainer, would lose, and at the same time, he was shocked by the combat power of Lin Cheng, Paluchia. The eyes of countless people looking at Lin Cheng are full of amazement. This guy is simply a monster. This trial has indeed brought a group of powerful characters. It seems that the 4 town-level colleges and universities in Jiangnan are going crazy. After the game, Lu Shui regained her composure. Her pretty face was calm, but only slightly staring at the opposite Lin Cheng with deep meaning. Chapter 48 College. Lin Cheng, have you decided which college you want to go to? After the battle, Lu Shui walked slowly towards Lin Cheng, slightly opened her cherry lips, and asked softly. High school. Lin Cheng had doubts about the Galaxy College mentioned by Lu Shui before the battle. Well, yes, in the cities under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan Province, there are 4 well-known colleges and universities in the town-level cities. Lu Shui explained slowly. In Lu Shui's mouth, she learned that there are also colleges and universities in this world, and this mother is equivalent to the combination of high school and college in Lin Cheng's previous life. It is the best place for enlightenment in the cities under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan Province. The names of the 4 colleges and universities are also ready to be revealed, namely Xinjiang College, Xinghai College, Xinghu College, and Xingbo College. And among Lu Shui and this batch of 3-star testers, most of the trainers are actually from Galaxy Academy. In the 4 colleges, the reputation is resounding throughout the bases in Jiangnan Province. You must know that there are more than 30 municipal-level bases under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan Province, nearly 100 district-level bases, thousands of town-level bases, and tens of thousands of township-level bases. There are countless trainers, but they are only a drop in the ocean. But once a student enters these 4 academies, he will climb to the top of most trainers in his lifetime. There, trainers can learn the most formal and systematic education, and more knowledge of elves and beasts that they did not know before, and unheard of beasts, will be displayed to everyone. At the same time, there are various task rewards in the academy. It can be exchanged for various upgrade, evolution, and skill resources. The most important thing is that students who graduate from these 4 colleges can be assigned to district-level bases or even municipal-level bases in Jiangnan Province, and can even obtain important positions in the government and important institutions in various regions, and their prospects are bright. It doesn't need to be explained too much. Although saying that is a bit beyond my status as an inspector, Lin Cheng, you can really consider our Galaxy Academy. Lin Cheng looked at the serious Lu Shui, and then realized that this girl was pimping now. Well, from what Miss Lu said earlier, it seems that the admission standards of these 4 colleges are very harsh. Are you sure that I will be selected by your Galaxy College? Lin Cheng blinked his eyes and asked very innocently. Of course, it's your qualifications. Lu Shui wanted to say that your qualifications are all good in that college. The admissions departments of the 4 colleges, as long as they are not blind, will want to take you away. But after thinking about it, it seems that I can't say it so straightforwardly. I rolled my eyes, changed my icy temperament, and squinted my eyes slyly and said, Lin Cheng, your qualifications, you can barely enter our Galaxy Academy . You have to know that in the Galaxy Academy, I can only be regarded as the lowest existence. There are many people who are stronger than me. Therefore, if you beat me, you are barely qualified to enter the Galaxy Academy. Is that so? Lin Cheng felt a little weird. Don't doubt it. Mutter, take it. After speaking, Lu Shui quietly handed Lin Cheng something similar to a pass. Go to the town-level base registration office with this thing, and someone will arrange for you to go to the town-level base that is most suitable for you. Lu Shui seemed to be afraid of being seen by other inspectors. With a flick of his hair, he returned to his original team. Only Lin Cheng stared blankly at the card in his hand, and soon after, someone greeted Lin Cheng to come to the stage to accept the award. According to the judges' comparison of the results of the 3 contestants, the third place was Luo Qingye, who was awarded the power of secrets. The second place was Qian Duoduo, who was awarded the clean incense burner. The first place was naturally Lin Cheng, who was awarded a elf egg. So far this trial competition is over. The 18 contestants who advance to the trial will be led by staff to apply for the qualification certificate for living in the town-level base. Along the way, Lin Cheng, Qian Duoduo, and Luo Qingye were still in the same car. Lin Cheng looked at the elf egg in his hand, then looked at Luo Qingye's secret power skill book, and finally poked the latter with determination. Luo Qingye was staring out the window in a daze, when she suddenly found that something was wrong at her waist. She was startled, and then blushed. She realized that the person responsible was Lin Cheng, and she suddenly turned cowardly and shy again. Lin Cheng, what are you doing? Lin Cheng grinned, brought his face closer, and whispered into Luo Qingye's ear, "We'll discuss something with you." The warm air was blowing at the roots of her ears, and Luo Qingye's heart suddenly felt an inexplicable numbness. "I want to exchange rewards with you," Lin Cheng said bluntly. Luo Qingye was dumbfounded. "Lin Cheng, are you sure you want to exchange? Use the elf egg for secret power." Lin Cheng nodded, looking very sure. Seeing this, Luo Qingye couldn't help but smile. She turned her head and looked at Lin Cheng with clear eyes. "Actually, Lin Cheng, if you want this secret power, just go there. This elf egg, you don't need it. For me." Luo Qingye gently placed the skill book in Lin Cheng's hands, without any reluctance in her eyes. Lin Cheng immediately shook his head and said, "No, then you've been busy this time for nothing. I told you to keep it, and you should have seen it. Besides Paluchia, there are 3 elves beside me, for the time being. I don't have the energy to raise other elves, so this elf's egg, you just accept it." After all, Lin Cheng couldn't help but stuff the elf egg of the little eagle into Luo Qingye, then turned his head and ran away. Looking at Lin Cheng with such a childish side, Luo Qingye could only smile bitterly, and then she turned her attention to the elf egg in her arms and stroked it gently. The girl looked at the elf egg with warm eyes. On the elf egg, she not only saw a little life about to be born, but also saw Lin Cheng's heart. Lin Cheng looked at the secret power in his hand with joy, but after a while, he fell into worry again. Who should I learn this skill from? Chapter 49 Central Town Base. Secret power is a general skill, and most elves can drive with ease. In a sense, this is a panacea skill. After careful consideration, Lin Cheng finally decided to learn this skill from the electric shock monster. It's not that he is partial to anyone, but that Lin Cheng needs to have sprites with as flexible limbs as possible, which will facilitate the production of props in the future. At this point, the ironclad rhino was the first to be eliminated. After all, it only had 4 hooves. Then there is Paluchia. The current Paluchia is estimated to be no problem, but it is estimated that Paluchia will have to evolve in the future. At that time, the nearly 5-meter giant beast will play Zhang Fei's needle on the nail-sized material. It makes me tiring just thinking about it. Next, there are only ghost stones and electric shock monsters. From the current situation, ghost stones are stronger than electric shock monsters, and their skills are also strange and changeable, so after a series of considerations, this skill is still handed over to electric shock monsters. Although this skill book is in the shape of a book, it is very strange to use. It is a special science and technology that is similar to Daigo empowerment, and the words are turned into light spots and directly instilled in the mind of the elves. Since it requires a lot of rare materials to engrave this skill text, the more powerful the skill materials, the rarer they are, so the official sales of skill books are so expensive. And each skill book can only be used once. When the first elf touches the skill book, the entire skill book will become blank. At the same time, I don't know that every elves can 100% learn the skills in the skill book. According to attributes, races and qualifications, skill books may also fail to learn. Of message hinted. The electric shock monster successfully acquired the skill book, Secret Power. After a few words appeared, Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Beep beep tilde. The shock monster swung his arms, as if he wanted to try his newly learned skills. Lin Cheng knowingly took out some of the ferocious beast materials obtained in the trial before. There are furs, minions, and even first-class organs of various beasts in it. Intentionally want to test what the electric shock monster can do with Secret Power. The electric shock monster got the materials and immediately began to play with it. It took the pupils of the big-eyed monster, a one-star beast, shaped like a rambutan, with a huge single eye in the center, and then added phosphorescent moss, a kind that can be emitted at night, shimmering plants, and finally some honed stones, very common stones, often found by rivers, which work wonders for the maintenance of sharp-edged swords. Combining these things, there is a crackling of sparks, and soon, an eternal lamp is made. Eternal light, as the name suggests, is a lighting tool that can emit light all year round, and is one of the indispensable tools for some outdoor practitioners. Next, the electric shock monster did a lot of things, such as adding a layer of poison attribute effect to the fangs of the bear and tiger beast, and using the poison gem to complete it. There is also electrostatic leather armor, which is no different from normal contact and ordinary clothes, but once it is impacted, it can release current protection. At the same time, there are some daily utensils, such as bone spurs, bone knives, etc. Electric shock monsters can be quickly processed at present. However, perhaps due to the knowledge, the electric shock monster failed to make extraordinary items. Even so, Lin Cheng is very satisfied. With this skill, he can reduce a lot of pressure in the field of survival in the future. After a bumpy journey, after a half-day journey, everyone finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the vast and majestic city with the towering towers in front of them, the 18 trainers who have been promoted this time have an inexplicable sense of dizziness gushing out. This is the town level base. One of them muttered. It's much bigger than the small township base where we live. This is the registration office for entering the town level base. Its scale is also considered to be the largest among the town level bases in Jiangnan province. The floor area can be ranked in the top 5. The counselor who led the team explained with a faint smile. Anyway, let's register first. On the way, everyone was in a trance, and soon, they came to a place similar to the door of a light curtain. At this time, there was a long queue at the light curtain, the voices were full of people, and there were people of their age everywhere. These people are promoted from other regions, and most of them are from your group, the counselor explained. Although there were many people, the processing efficiency was extremely fast. Soon, it was Lin Cheng's turn. Under the light curtain, Lin Cheng discovered that his identity information, birthplace, as well as natal elves level, and even a few elves in his elf bag, the elf information would all be displayed. These were recorded in the personal message card, and then handed over to Lin Cheng through the staff. Please keep your ID card, this will be your proof of action in the town level city, please keep it properly. Lin Cheng accepted the card. Soon another person came to pick up the registered person. What Lin Cheng was facing at the moment was a man who looked like a middle-aged office worker, with some baldness. He blankly explained to Lin Cheng and other dozens of registered young people, I am the life instructor of your initial town level base, and my name is Mu Nian, because you have just come from the town level base, and I guess you are very worried about the town. There is still a lot that I do and know about the level base. First of all, let me explain to you some of the rules and regulations in this town level base, as well as the rankings. Quote. Dozens of young people present were stunned. The rules need not be said, but the ranking. Is there still a ranking in town-level bases? That middle-aged man Xie Ding smiled and said, it's natural, there are also 3, 6, 9, and so on in the ranking of town-level bases. The resource level that can be exchanged will be higher, and these bases are known as C-level town-level bases, and the next ones are B-level and A-level. Quote. In the second-class town-level bases, there are already the characteristics of the town-level bases, prosperous trade, convenient transportation, and even elves and trainers live here all year round, and their physique and lifespan can be increased. It's because the Federation has set up various rare trees and medicinal materials on the edge of these bases, which is also a benefit given by the Federation to trainers. As for this first-class town-level base, there are only 5 in Jiangnan province. Chapter 50 College Pass. The central town-level base under our feet is 1, and the rest are the 4 bases of Xinjiang, Xinghe, Xinghu, and Xingbo. As for why these 4 bases are Class A, maybe some people here already know something. It is precisely because of these 4 bases. There are 4 major universities in Jiangnan province that are known as the Central Bloodline. Speaking of this, the expression of the middle-aged Xie Ding was a little intoxicated. These 4 first-class town-level bases, although they are town-level, their meaning, concept, and importance are actually more important than district-level and city-level bases. If any of you can go to these 4 university bases in the future, then the future will be developed, it is just around the corner. But now, Hashi hopes that you will not be too ambitious, obey MU's arrangement, and go to this C-level town-level base to make a fortune. Hearing the explanation of the middle-aged Xie Ding before, all the new trainers were full of desire for the second-class and first-class town-level bases, but they never thought that the next moment, they were going to the most inferior third-class base. Why is this? Could it be that this B-level A-level base cannot allow us to live? A new trainer immediately asked with a frown. Of course it's possible. The bald middle-aged man seemed to have expected someone to ask such a question, and replied calmly, it's just that you need a certain contribution point to stay in the second-class town-level base, except in addition to the pass, you need to submit 1,000 contribution points per month. Quote. Hearing this, all the new trainers were dumbfounded. What's going on? Do I have to pay rent to move in? That's not enough. Maybe you can go to the second-class town-level bases through hard work, but the first class, the 4 major university bases, need to be assessed or recommended cards. The content of the assessment is far more difficult than the assessment of your promotion to the town-level base. As for the specific content, you can also inquire at the local town-level bases if you have the opportunity. It is not a secret matter. As for the recommendation card that's even more difficult, unless you are taken a fancy to by the admissions department of the 4 major colleges. Quote. Lin Cheng's expression was a little weird. He looked at the card that Lu Shui gave him, and after thinking about it, he said to the middle-aged man Xie Ding, well, Mr. Instructor, may I ask, the recommendation card you mentioned? Is this something? Saying that, he stepped forward and presented a card with a twinkling galaxy in front of Munian. Immediately, the seemingly expressionless and calm middle-aged bald-headed man took a deep breath and looked at Lin Cheng with a strange expression. Classmate, where did you come from? Just when he asked this question, he blushed and said enthusiastically, I'm talking too much, come, since I am a top student at Galaxy College, I naturally need to be different, I will notify someone to bring you to Xinghe as soon as possible. Report to the academy, wait for a while, soon. During the speech, the flattery was not expressed. Lin Cheng waited for a minute or two under the strange gazes of dozens of people around him, and soon, the bald middle-aged man brought a charming young and beautiful instructor. Under the leadership of the middle-aged Xie Ding, the beautiful instructor quickly got to know Lin Cheng, with narrow and beautiful eyes looking at Lin Cheng with a smile. This classmate, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yi Ting, it is not too late, we will immediately go out to Galaxy Academy. Quote. It's work. Lin Cheng was at a loss, followed behind the beautiful instructor, and gradually moved away. This scene has attracted the same group of young people to cast their jealous eyes. Why did they have to climb from the sea-level town-level base step by step, and this kid can go to A-level colleges as soon as he comes up? The most crucial difference is the quality of life instructors. Why is there a middle-aged man with a bald head, while his is a beautiful woman? Jealousy made them unrecognizable, and the middle-aged Xieding pretended not to know, and silently led a group of unfortunate people behind them to the sea-level town-level base they were going to. It seems that the 4 major universities and this central town-level base have a transmission device together. After a huge mahogany door engraved with a light curtain of Xinghei opened, Lin Cheng's eyes lit up immediately. When his slightly squinted eyes opened again, the scene in front of him instantly changed. With a touch of shock, he slowly climbed up Lin Cheng's tender face. Lin Cheng and the others appeared on a stone platform in a square. The environment here is beautiful and surrounded by greenery. There are many water curtain fountains, carved beams and towers, and wadding white corridors. From time to time, 1 or 2 students would walk by while chatting and laughing. Sometimes, they would stop and look in the direction of Lin Cheng curiously. It seemed like an accident that there were new students joining so soon. The instructor on the side waited for Lin Cheng to slowly recover before he said softly, "Welcome to Galaxy Academy." ... Majestic mountains, high mountains and flowing water, countless buildings, modern yet ancient, luxurious yet atmospheric. With the instructor Yi Ting leading the way, Lin Cheng quickly understood the design and structure of Galaxy Academy. This entire town-level base is actually the scope of the school. And a rough look, this area is estimated to be about 10 times the size of the Xixiang base where he lived before. At the same time, all the facilities are complete. There is a martial arts training ground with silhouettes and roars, a Galaxy Wing pavilion where you can check information, as well as a cluster of dense college buildings, and an endless school trial site. All of this shocked Lin Cheng's heart. In a trance, he soon arrived at Galaxy College, the freshman registration office. Not long after I came here, I heard a burst of surprise cheers. "Lin Cheng, you are here." Lin Cheng turned his head, but saw Lu Shui quietly coming to her side, staring at her, her red lips slightly raised, and she seemed to be in a very happy mood.